The Trail of 98, a Northland romance e-text prepared by Roger Frank and the Project Gutenberg online distributed proofreading team. http://www.pgdp.net. We were in a cauldron of fire. The roar of doom was in our ears. Page 143. We were in a cauldron of fire. The roar of doom was in our ears. Page 143. The Trail of 98, a Northland romance by Robert W. Service, author of The Spell of the Yukon and Ballads of a Cheechako, with illustrations by Maynard Dixon. Emblem New York. Mead and Company 1911. Copyright 1910 by Dodd, Mead and Company. Entered at Stationers Hall, The Quinn and Bowden Co. Press. Rahway, N.J. Prelude. The north wind is keening overhead. It minds me of the howl of a wolf dog under the Arctic stars. Sitting alone by the glow of the great peat fire, I can hear it high up in the Braeside firs. It is the voice, inexorably scornful, of the great white land. Oh, I hate it, I hate it. Why cannot a man be allowed to forget? It is near 10 years since I joined the eager army. I have traveled. I have been a pilgrim to the shrines of beauty, I have pursued the phantom of happiness even to the ends of the earth. Still it is always the same, I cannot forget. Why should a man be ever shadowed by the vampire wing of his past? Have I not a right to be happy? Money, estate, name, are mine. All that means an open sesame to the magic door. Others go in, but I beat against its flinty portals with hands that bleed. No. I have no right to be happy. The ways of the world are open, the banquet of life is spread, the wonder-workers plan their pageants of beauty and joy, and yet there is no praise in my heart. I have seen, I have tasted, I have tried. Ashes and dust and bitterness are all my gain. I will try no more. It is the shadow of the vampire wing. So I sit in the glow of the great peat fire, tired and sad beyond belief. Thank God. At least I am home. Everything is so little changed. The fire lights the oak-panelled hall, the crossed claymores gleam, the eyes in the mounted deer heads shine glassily, rugs of fur cover the polished floor, all is comfort, home and the haunting atmosphere of my boyhood. Sometimes I fancy it has been a dream, the great white silence, the lure of the gold spell, the delirium of the struggle, a dream, and I will awake to hear Gary calling me to shoot over the moor, to see dear little mother with her meek, sensitive mouth, and her cheeks as delicately tinted as the leaves of a briar rose. But no. The hall is silent. Mother has gone to her long rest. Gary sleeps under the snow. Silence everywhere, I am alone, alone. So I sit in the big, oak-carved chair of my forefathers, before the great peat fire, a peak-faced drooping figure of a man with hair untimely grey. My crutch lies on the floor by my side. My old nurse comes up quietly to look at the fire. Her rosy, wrinkled face smiles cheerfully, but I can see the anxiety in her blue eyes. She is afraid for me. Maybe the doctor has told her something. No doubt my days are numbered, so I am minded to tell of it all, of the big stampede, of the treasure trail, of the gold-born city, of those who followed the gold lure into the great white land, of the evil that befell them, of Gary and of Berna. Perhaps it will comfort me to tell of these things. Tomorrow I will begin, tonight, leave me to my memories. Berna. I spoke of her last. She rises before me now with her spirit-pale face and her great troubleful grey eyes, a little tragic figure, ineffably pitiful. Where are you now, little one? I have searched the world for you. I have scanned a million faces. Day and night have I sought, always hoping, always baffled, for, God help me, dear, I love you. Among that mad, lusting horde you were so weak, so helpless, yet so hungry for love. With the aid of my crutch I unlatch one of the long windows, and step out onto the terrace. From the cavernous dark the snowflakes sting my face. Yet as I stand there, once more I have a sense of another land, of imperious vastitudes, of a silent empire, unfathomably lonely. Ghosts. They are all around me. The darkness teems with them, Gary, my brother, among them. Then they all fade and give way to one face. Berna, I love you always. Out of the night I cry to you, Berna, the cry of a broken heart. Is it your little, pitiful ghost that comes down to me? Oh, I am waiting, waiting. Here will I wait, Berna, till we meet once more. For meet we will, beyond the mists, beyond the dreaming, at last, dear love, at last. Contents Book I Page The Road to Anywhere 1 Book 2 The Trail 49 Book 3 The Camp 167 Book 4 The Vortex 321 Illustrations We were in a cauldron of fire. The roar of doom was in our ears. Page 143, frontispiece facing page No she said firmly, you can't see the girl 116 then, as I hung half in, half out of the window, he clutched me by the throat 316 Gary I said, this is Berna 476 this is the law of the Yukon, and ever she makes it plain. Send not your foolish and feeble, send me your strong and your sane. Strong for the red rage of battle, sane, for I harry them sore, send me men girt for the combat, men who are grit to the core, swift as the panther in triumph, fierce as the bear in defeat, sired of a bulldog parent, steeled in the furnace heat. Send me the best of your breeding, lend me your chosen ones, them will I take to my bosom, them will I call my sons, them will I gild with my treasure, them will I glut with my meat, but the others, the misfits, the failures, I trample under my feet. Songs of a Sourdough. Book I The Road to Anywhere Can you recall, dear comrade, when we tramped God's land together, and we sang the old earth song, for our youth was very sweet, when we drank and fought and lusted, as we mocked at tie and tether, along the road to anywhere, the wide world at our feet. Along the road to anywhere, when each day had its story, when time was yet our vassal, and life's jest was still unstale, when peace unfathomed filled our hearts as, bathed in amber glory, along the road to anywhere we watched the sunsets pale. Alas! The road to anywhere is pitfalled with disaster, there's hunger, want, and weariness, yet oh we loved it so. As on we tramped exultantly, and no man was our master, and no man guessed what dreams were ours, as swinging heel and toe, we tramped the road to anywhere, the magic road to anywhere, the tragic road to anywhere such dear, dim years ago. Songs of a Sourdough. Chapter I. As far back as I can remember I have faithfully followed the banner of romance. It has given color to my life, made me a dreamer of dreams, a player of parts. As a boy, roaming alone the wild heather hills, I have heard the glad shouts of the football players on the green, yet never ettled to join them. Mine was the richer, rarer joy. Still can I see myself in those days, a little shy-mannered lad in kilts, bareheaded to the hill breezes, with health-bright cheeks, and a soul happed up in dreams. And, indeed, I lived in an enchanted land, a land of griffins and kelpies, of princesses and gleaming knights. From each black tarn I looked to see a scaly reptile rise, from every fearsome cave a corby emerge. There were green spaces among the heather where the fairies danced, and every scaur and linn had its own familiar spirit. I peopled the good greenwood with the wild creatures of my thought, nymph and faun, naiad and dryad, and would have been in no wise surprised to meet in the leafy coolness the great god Pan himself. It was at night, however, that my dreams were most compelling. I strove against the tyranny of sleep. Lying in my small bed, I revelled in delectable imaginings. Night after night I fought battles, devised pageants, partitioned empires. I gloried in details. My rugged warlords were very real to me, and my adventures sounded many periods of history. I was a solitary caveman with an axe of stone, I was a Roman soldier of fortune, I was a Highland outlaw of the rebellion. Always I fought for a lost cause, and always my sympathies were with the rebel. I feasted with Robin Hood on the king's venison, I fared forth with Dick Turpin on the gibbet-haunted heath, I followed Morgan, the buccaneer, into strange and exotic lands of trial and treasure. It was a wonderful gift of visioning that was mine in those days. It was the bird-like flight of the pure child mind to whom the unreal is yet the real. Then, suddenly, I arrived at a second phase of my mental growth in which fancy usurped the place of imagination. The modern equivalents of romance attracted me, and, with my increasing grasp of reality, my gift of vision faded. As I had hitherto dreamed of knight-errants, of corsairs and of outlaws, I now dreamed of cowboys, of gold-seekers, of beachcombers. Fancy painted scenes in which I, too, should play a rousing part. I read avidly all I could find dealing with the far west, and ever my wistful gaze roved over the grey sea. The spirit of romance beaconed to me. I, too, would adventure in the stranger lands, and face their perils and brave their dangers. The joy of the thought exulted in my veins, and scarce could I bide the day when the roads of chance and change would be open to my feet. It is strange that in all these years I confided in no one. Gary, who was my brother and my dearest friend, would have laughed at me in that affectionate way of his. You would never have taken us for brothers. We were so different in temperament and appearance that we were almost the reverse of each other. He was the handsomest boy I have ever seen, frank, fair-skinned and winning, while I was dark, dour and none too well favored. He was the best runner and swimmer in the parish, and the idol of the village lads. I cared nothing for games, and would be found somewhere among the heather hills, always by my lone self, and nearly always with a story book in my pocket. He was clever, practical and ambitious, excelling in all his studies, whereas, except in those which appealed to my imagination, I was a dullard and a dreamer. Yet we loved each other as few brothers do. Oh, how I admired him! He was my ideal, and too often the hero of my romances. Gary would have laughed at my hero worship, he was so matter-of-fact, effective and practical. Yet he understood me, my Celtic ideality, and that shy reserve which is the armor of a sensitive soul. Gary in his fine clever way knew me and shielded me and cheered me. He was so buoyant and charming he heartened you like spring sunshine, and braced you like a morning wind on the mountain top. Yes, not excepting Mother, Gary knew me better than anyone has ever done, and I loved him for it. It seems overfond to say this, but he did not have a fault: tenderness, humor, enthusiasm, sympathy and the beauty of a young god. All that was manfully endearing was expressed in this brother of mine. So we grew to manhood there in that West Highland country, and surely our lives were pure and simple and sweet. I had never been further from home than the little market town where we sold our sheep. Mother managed the estate till Gary was old enough, when he took hold with a vigor and grasp that delighted everyone. I think our little mother stood rather in awe of my keen, capable, energetic brother. There was in her a certain dreamy, wistful idealism that made her beautiful in my eyes, and to look on she was as fair as any picture. Specially do I remember the delicate coloring of her face and her eyes, blue like deep cornflowers. She was not over-strong, and took much comfort from religion. Her lips, which were fine and sensitive, had a particularly sweet expression, and I wish to record of her that never once did I see her cross, always sweet, gentle, smiling. Thus our home was an ideal one: Gary, tall, fair and winsome, myself, dark, dreamy, reticent, and between us, linking all three in a perfect bond of love and sympathy, our gentle, delicate mother. Chapter 2. So in serenity and sunshine the days of my youth went past. I still maintained my character as a drone and a dreamer. I used my time tramping the moorland with a gun, whipping the foamy pools of the burn for trout, or reading voraciously in the library. Mostly I read books of travel, and especially did I relish the literature of vagabondia. I had come under the spell of Stevenson. His name spelled romance to me, and my fancy etched him in his lonely exile. Forthright I determined I too would seek these ultimate islands, and from that moment I was a changed being. I nursed the thought with joyous enthusiasm. I would be a frontiersman, a trailbreaker, a treasure seeker. The virgin prairies called to me, the susurrus of the giant pines echoed in my heart, but most of all, I felt the spell of those gentle islands where care is a stranger, and all is sunshine, song and the glowing bloom of eternal summer. About this time Mother must have worried a good deal over my future. Gary was now the young lad, and I was but an idler, a burden on the estate. At last I told her I wanted to go abroad, and then it seemed as if a great difficulty was solved. We remembered of a cousin who was sheep ranching in the Saskatchewan Valley and had done well. It was arranged that I should join him as a pupil, then, when I had learned enough, buy a place of my own. It may be imagined that while I apparently acquiesced in this arrangement, I had already determined that as soon as I reached the new land I would take my destiny into my own hands. I will never forget the damp journey to Glasgow and the misty landscape viewed through the streaming window pane of a railway carriage. I was in a wondrous state of elation. When we reached the great smoky city I was lost in amazement not unmixed with fear. Never had I imagined such crowds, such houses, such hurry. The three of us, Mother, Gary and I, wandered and wondered for 3 days. Folks gazed at us curiously, sometimes admiringly, for our cheeks were bright with Highland health, and our eyes candid as the June skies. Gary in particular, tall, fair and handsome, seemed to call forth glances of interest wherever he went. Then as the hour of my departure drew near a shadow fell on us. I will not dwell on our leave-taking. If I broke down in unmanly grief, it must be remembered I had never before been from home. I was but a lad, and these two were all in all to me. Mother gave up trying to be brave, and mingled her tears with mine. Gary alone contrived to make some show of cheerfulness. Alas! All my elation had gone. In its place was a sense of guilt, of desertion, of unconquerable gloom. I had an inkling then of the tragedy of motherhood, the tender love that would hold yet cannot, the world call and the ruthless, estranging years, all the memories of clinging love given only to be taken away. Don't cry, sweetheart Mother, I said, I'll be back again in 3 years. Mind you do, my boy, mind you do. She looked at me woefully sad, and I had a queer, heart-rending prevision I would never see her more. Gary was supporting her, and she seemed to have suddenly grown very frail. He was pale and quiet, but I could see he was vastly moved. Athol, said he, if ever you need me just send for me. I'll come, no matter how long or how hard the way. I can see them to this day standing there in the drenching rain, Gary fine and manly, Mother small and drooping. I can see her with her delicate rose color, her eyes like wood violets drowned in tears, her tender, sensitive lips quivering with emotion. Goodbye, laddie, goodbye. I forced myself away, and stumbled on board. When I looked back again they were gone, but through the grey shadows there seemed to come back to me a cry of heartache and irremediable loss. Goodbye, goodbye. Chapter 3. It was on a day of early autumn when I stood knee-deep in the heather of Glenshill, and looked wistfully over the grey sea. 'Twas but a month later when, homeless and friendless, I stood on the beach by the cliff house of San Francisco, and gazed over the fretful waters of another ocean. Such is the romance of destiny. Consigned, so to speak, to my cousin the sheep-raiser of the Saskatchewan, I found myself setting foot on the strange land with but little heart for my new vocation. My mind, cramful of book notions, craved for the larger life. I was valiantly mad for adventure, to fare forth haphazardly, to come upon naked danger, to feel the bludgeonings of mischance, to tramp, to starve, to sleep under the stars. It was the callow boy idea perpetuated in the man, and it was to lead me a sorry dance. But I could not overbear it. Strong in me was the spirit of the gypsy. The joy of youth and health was brawling in my veins. A few thistledown years, said I, would not matter. And there was Stevenson and his glamorous islands winning me on. So it came about I stood solitary on the beach by the seal rocks, with 1,000 memories confusing in my head. There was the long train ride with its strange pictures, the crude farms, the glooming forests, the gleaming lakes that would drown my whole country, the aching plains, the mountains that rip-sawed the sky, the fear made eternal of the desert. Lastly, a sudden, sunlit paradise, California. I had lived through a week of wizardry such as I had never dreamed of, and here was I at the very throne of Western Empire. And what a place it was, and what a people, with the imperious mood of the West softened by the spell of the Orient and mellowed by the glamour of old Spain. San Francisco. A score of tongues clamored in her streets, and in her byways a score of races lurked austerely. She suckled at her breast the children of the old grey nations and gave them of her spirit, that swift purposeful spirit so proud of past achievement and so convinced of glorious destiny. I marveled at the rush of affairs and the zest of amusement. Every one seemed to be making money easily and spending it eagerly. Every one was happy, sanguine, strenuous. At night Market Street was a dazzling alley of light, where stalwart men and handsome women jostled in and out of the glittering restaurants. Yet amid this eager, passionate life I felt a dreary sense of outsideness. At times my heart fairly ached with loneliness, and I wandered the pathways of the park, or sat forlornly in Portsmouth Square as remote from it all as a gazer on his mountain top beneath the stars. I became a dreamer of the waterfront, for the notion of the South Seas was ever in my head. I loafed in the sunshine, sitting on the pier edge, with eyes fixed on the lazy shipping. These were carefree, irresponsible days, and not, I am now convinced, entirely misspent. I came to know the worthies of the wharfside, and plunged into an underworld of fascinating repellency. Crimpdom eyed and tempted me, but it was always with whales or seals, and never with pearls or copra. I rubbed shoulders with eager necessity, scrambled for free lunches in frosy barrooms, and amid the scum and debris of the waterside found much food for sober thought. Yet at times I blamed myself for thus misusing my days, and memories of Glenshall and Mother and Gary loomed up with reproachful vividness. I was, too, a seeker of curious experience, and this was to prove my undoing. The night side of the city was unveiled to me. With the assurance of innocence I wandered everywhere. I penetrated the warrens of underground Chinatown, wondering why white women lived there, and why they hid at sight of me. Alone I poked my way into the opium joints and the gambling dens. Vice, amazingly unabashed, flaunted itself in my face. I wondered what my grim, covenanting ancestors would have made of it all. I never thought to have seen the like, and in my inexperience it was like a shock to me. My nocturnal explorations came to a sudden end. One foggy midnight, coming up Pacific Street with its glut of saloons, I was clouted shrewdly from behind and dropped most neatly in the gutter. When I came to, very sick and dizzy in a side alley, I found I had been robbed of my pocketbook with nearly all my money therein. Fortunately I had left my watch in the hotel safe, and by selling it was not entirely destitute, but the situation forced me from my citadel of pleasant dreams, and confronted me with the grimmer realities of life. I became a habitué of the 10-cent restaurant. I was amazed to find how excellent a meal I could have for 10 cents. Oh, for the uncaptious appetite of these haphazard days. With some $30-odd standing between me and starvation, it was obvious I must become a hewer of wood and a drawer of water, and to this end I haunted the employment offices. They were bare, sordid rooms, crowded by men who chewed, swapped stories, yawned and studied the blackboards where the day's wants were set forth. Only driven to labor by dire necessity, their lives, I found, held three phases: looking for work, working, spending the proceeds. They were the great unskilled, face to face with the necessary evil of toil. One morning, on seeking my favorite labor bureau, I found an unusual flutter among the bench warmers. A big contractor wanted 50 men immediately. No experience was required, and the wages were to be $2 a day. With a number of others I pressed forward, was interviewed and accepted. The same day we were marched in a body to the railway depot and herded into a fourth-class car. Where we were going I knew not, of what we were going to do I had no inkling. I only knew we were southbound, and at long last I might fairly consider myself to be the shuttlecock of fortune. Chapter 4 I left San Francisco blanketed in gray fog and besomed by a roaring wind. When I opened my eyes I was in a land of spacious sky and broad, clean sunshine. Orange groves rushed to welcome us, orchards of almond and olive twinkled joyfully in the limpid air, tall, gaunt and ragged. The scaly eucalyptus fluttered at us a morning greeting, while snowy houses, wallowing in greenery, flashed a smile as we rumbled past. It seemed like a land of promise, of song and sunshine, and silent and apart I sat to admire and to enjoy. Looks pretty swell, don't it? I will call him the prodigal. He was about my own age, thin, but sun-browned and healthy. His hair was darkly red and silky, his teeth white and even as young corn. His eyes twinkled with a humoursome light, but his face was shrewd, alert and aggressive. "Yes," I said soberly, for I have always been backward with strangers. "Pretty good line. The banana belt. Old Sol working overtime. Blossom and fruit cavorting on the same tree. Eternal summer. Land of the manana, the festive frigole, the never chilly chilly. Ever been here before?" "No. Neither have I. Glad I came, even if it's to do the horny-handed son of toil stunt. Got the makings." "No, I'm sorry, I don't smoke." "All right, guess I got enough." He pulled forth a limp sack of powdery tobacco, and spilled some grains into a brown cigarette paper, twisting it deftly and bending over the ends. Then he smoked with such enjoyment that I envied him. "Where are we going, have you any idea?" I asked. "Search me," he said, inhaling deeply. "The guy in charge isn't exactly a free information bureau. When it comes to peddling the bullcon he's there, but when you try to pry off a few slabs of cold hard fact it's his Sunday off." But I persisted, "Have you no idea?" "Well, one thing you can bank on, they'll work the Judas out of us. The gentle grafter nestles in our midst. This here's a cinch game and we are the fall guys. The contractors are a bum outfit. They'll squeeze us at every turn. There was 2 plunks to the employment man, they got half. 24 railway fare, they come in on that. Stop at certain hotels, a rake off there. Stage fare, more graft. $5 a week for board, costs them $2.50, and they will be stomach robbers at that. Then they'll ring in twice as many men as they need, and lay us off half the time, so that we just about even up on our board bill. Oh, I'm onto their curves all right." Then I said, "If you know so much, why did you come with us?" "Well, if I know so much, you just bet I know some more. I'll go one better. You watch my smoke." He talked on with a wonderful vivid manner and an outpouring knowledge of life, so that I was hugely interested. Yet ever and anon an illusion of taste would betray him, and at no time did I fail to see that his roughness was only a veneer. As it turned out, he was better educated by far than I, a Yale boy taking a postgraduate course in the University of Hard Luck. My reserve once thawed, I told him much of my simple life. He listened, intently sympathetic. "Say," said he earnestly when I had finished, "I'm rough and ready in my ways. Life to me's a game, sort of masquerade, and I'm the worst masquerader in the bunch. But I know how to handle myself, and I can jolly my way along pretty well. Now, you're green, if you'll excuse me saying it, and maybe I can help you some. Likewise, you're the only one in all the gang of hobos that's my kind. Come on, let's be partners." I felt greatly drawn to him and agreed gladly. "Now," said he, "I must go and jolly along the other boys. Aren't they a fierce bunch? Colored gentlemen, Slavonians, Polacks, Dagos, Swedes. Well, I'll go prospecting, and see what I can strike." He went among them with a jabber of strange terms, a bright smile and ready banter, and I could see that he was to be a quick favorite. I envied him for his ease of manner, a thing I could never compass. Presently he returned to me. "Say, partner, got any money?" There was something frank and compelling in his manner, so that I produced the few dollars I had left, and spread them before him. "That's all my wealth," I said smilingly. He divided it into 2 equal portions and returned one to me. He took a note of the other, saying, "All right, I'll settle up with you later on." He went off with my money. He seemed to take it for granted I would not object, and on my part I cared little, being only too eager to show I trusted him. A few minutes later behold him seated at a card table with 3 rough-necked, hard-bitten-looking men. They were playing poker, and, thinks I, here's goodbye to my money. It minded me of wolves and a lamb. I felt sorry for my new friend, and I was only glad he had so little to lose. We were drawing into Los Angeles when he rejoined me. To my surprise he emptied his pockets of wrinkled notes and winking silver to the tune of $20, and dividing it equally, handed half to me. "Here," says he, "plant that in your dip." "No," I said, "just give me back what you borrowed, that's all I want." "Oh, forget it. You staked me, and it's well won." These guineas took me for a jay. Thought I was easy, but I've forgotten more than they ever knew, and I haven't forgotten so much either. "No, you keep it, please." "I don't want it." "Oh, come. Put your Scotch scruples in your pocket. Take the money." "No," I said obstinately. "Look here, this partnership of ours is based on financial equality. If you don't like my gait, you don't need to swing on it." "All right," said I tartly, "I don't want to." Then I turned on my heel. Chapter V. On either side of us were swift hills mottled with green and gold, ahead a curdle of snow-capped mountains, above a sky of robin's egg blue. The morning was lyric and set our hearts piping as we climbed the canyon. We breathed deeply of the heady air, exclaimed at sight of a Big B ranch, shouted as a mule team with jingling bells came swinging down the trail. With cries of delight we forded the little crystal stream wherever the trail plunged knee-deep through it. Higher and higher we climbed, mile after mile, our packs on our shoulders, our hearts very merry. I was as happy as a holiday schoolboy, willing this should go on forever, dreading to think of the grim-visaged toil that awaited us. About midday we reached the end. Gangs of men were everywhere, ripping and tearing at the mountainside. There was a roar of blasting, and rocks hurtled down on us. Bunkhouses of raw lumber sweated in the sun. Everywhere was the feverish activity of a construction camp. We were assigned to a particular bunkhouse, and there was a great rush for places. It was floorless, doorless and in part roofless. Above the medley of voices I heard that of the prodigal, say, "Fellows, let's find the softest side of this board. Strikes me the company's mighty considerate. All kinds of ventilation. Good chance to study astronomy. Wonder if I couldn't borrow a mattress somewhere. Ha! Good eye. Watch me, fellows. We saw him make for a tent nearby where horses were stabled. He reconnoitered carefully, then darted inside to come out in a twinkling, staggering under a bale of hay. How's that for rustling? I guess I'm slow. Hey, what? Guess this is poor. He was wadding his bunk with the hay, while the others looked on rather enviously. Then, as a bell rang, he left off. Hash is ready, boys, last call to the dining car. Come on and see the pigs get their heads in the trough. We hurried to the cookhouse, where a tin plate, a tin cup, a tin spoon and a cast iron knife was laid for each of us at a table of unplaned boards. A great mess of hash was ready, and excepting myself everyone ate voraciously. I found something more to my taste, a can of honey and some soda crackers, on which I supped gratefully. When I returned to the bunkhouse I found my bunk had been stuffed with nice soft hay, and my blankets spread on top. I looked over to the prodigal. He was reading, a limp cigarette between his yellow-stained fingers. I went up to him. "It's very good of you to do this," I said. "Oh no. Not at all. Don't mention it," he answered with much politeness, never raising his eyes from the book. "Well," I said, "I've just got to thank you. And look here, let's make it up. Don't let the business of that wretched money come between us. Can't we be friends anyway?" He sprang up and gripped my hand. "Sure. Nothing I want more. I'm sorry. Another time I'll make allowance for that shorter catechism conscience of yours. Now let's go over to that big fire they've made and chew the rag." So we sat by the crackling blaze of mesquite, sagebrush and live oak limbs, while over us twinkled the friendly stars, and he told me many a strange story of his roving life. You know, the old man's all broke up at me playing the fool like this. He's got a glue factory back in Massachusetts. Guess he stacks up about $1 million or so. Wanted me to go into the glue factory, begin at the bottom, stay with it. Stick to glue, my boy, he says, become the glue king and so on. But not with little Willie. Life's too interesting a proposition to be turned down like that. I'm not repentant. I know the fat calf's waiting for me, getting fatter every day. One of these days I'll go back and sample it. It was he I first heard talk of the great white land, and it stirred me strangely. Everyone's crazy about it. They're rushing now in thousands, to get there before the winter begins. Next spring there will be the biggest stampede the world has ever seen. Say, Scotty, I've the greatest notion to try it. Let's go, you and I. I had a partner once, who'd been up there. It's a big, dark, grim land, but there's the gold, shining, shining, and it's calling us to go. Somehow it haunts me, that soft, gleamy, virgin gold there in the solitary rivers with not a soul to pick it up. I don't care one rip for the value of it. I can make all I want out of glue. But the adventure, the excitement, it's that makes me fit for the foolish house." He was silent a long time while my imagination conjured up terrible, fascinating pictures of the vast, unawakened land, and a longing came over me to dare its shadows. As we said good night, his last words were, "Remember, Scotty, we're both going to join the big stampede, you and I." Chapter 6. I slept but fitfully, for the night air was nipping, and the bunkhouse nigh as open as a cage. A bonny morning it was, and the sun warmed me nicely, so that over breakfast I was in a cheerful humor. Afterwards I watched the gang laboring, and showed such an injudicious interest that afternoon I too was put to work. It was very simple. Running into the mountain there was a tunnel, which they were lining with concrete, and it was the task of I and another to push cars of the stuff from the outlet to the scene of operations. My partner was a Swede who had toiled from boyhood, while I had never done a day's work in my life. It was as much as I could do to lift the loaded boxes into the car. Then we left the sunshine behind us, and for a quarter of a mile of darkness we strained in an uphill effort. From the roof, which we stooped to avoid, sheets of water descended. Every now and then the heavy cars would run off the rails, which were of scantling, worn and frayed by friction. Then my Swede would storm in berserker rage, and we would lift till the veins throbbed in my head. Never had time seemed so long. A convict working in the salt mines of Siberia did not revolt more against his task than I. The sweat blinded me, a bright steel pain throbbed in my head, my heart seemed to hammer. Never so thankful was I as when we had made our last trip, and sick and dizzy I put on my coat to go home. It was dark. There was a cable line running from the tunnel to the camp, and down this we shot in buckets 2 at a clip. The descent gave me a creepy sensation, but it saved a 10 minutes climb down the mountainside, and I was grateful. Tired, wet and dirty, how I envied the prodigal lying warm and cozy on his fragrant hay. He was reading a novel. But the thought that I had earned $1 comforted me. After supper he, with Ginger and Dutchie, played solo till near midnight, while I tossed on my bunk too weary and sore to sleep. Next day was a repetition of the first, only worse. I ached as if I had been beaten. Stiff and sore I dragged myself to the tunnel again. I lifted, strained, tugged and shoved with a set and tragic face. 5 hours of hell passed. It was noon. I nursed my strength for the after effort. Angrily I talked to myself, and once more I pulled through. Weary and slimy with wet mud, I shot down the cable line. Snugly settled in his bunk, the prodigal had read another 200 pages of Les Miserables. Yet, I reflected somewhat sadly, I had made $2. On the third day sheer obstinacy forced me to the tunnel. My self-respect goaded me on. I would not give in. I must hold this job down, I must. Then at the noon hour I fainted. No one saw me, so I gritted my teeth and once more threw my weight against the cars. Once more night found me waiting to descend in the bucket. Then as I stood there was a crash and shouts from below. The cable had snapped. My Swede and another lay among the rocks with sorely broken bones. Poor beggars! How they must have suffered jolting down that boulder-strewn trail to the hospital. Somehow that destroyed my nerve. I blamed myself indeed. I flogged myself with reproaches, but it was of no avail. I would sooner beg my bread than face that tunnel once again. The world seemed to be divided into two parts, the rest of it and that tunnel. Thank God, I didn't have to go into it again. I was exultantly happy that I didn't. The prodigal had finished his book, and was starting another. That night he borrowed some of my money to play solo with. Next day I saw the foreman. I said, I want to go. The work up there's too hard for me. He looked at me kindly. All right, Sonny, says he, don't quit. I'll put you in the gravel pit. So next day I found a more congenial task. There were 4 of us. We threw the gravel against a screen where the finer stuff that sifted through was used in making concrete. The work was heartbreaking in its monotony. In the biting cold of the morning we made a start, long before the sun peeped above the wall of mountain. We watched it crawl, snail-like, over the virgin sky. We panted in its heat. We saw it drop again behind the mountain wall, leaving the sky gorgeously barred with color from a tawny orange glow to a nice pale green, a regular Pascafe of a sunset. Then when the cold and the dark surged back, by the light of the evening star we straightened our weary spines, and throwing aside pick and shovel hurried to supper. Hi-ho! What a life it was! Resting, eating, sleeping, negative pleasures became positive ones. Life's great principle of compensation worked on our behalf, and to lie at ease, reading an old paper, seemed an exquisite enjoyment. I was much troubled about the prodigal. He complained of muscular rheumatism, and except to crawl to meals was unable to leave his bunk. Every day came the foreman to inquire anxiously if he was fit to go to work, but steadily he grew worse. Yet he bore his suffering with great spirit, and, among that nondescript crew, he was a thing of joy and brightness, a link with that other world which was mine own. They nicknamed him Happy, his cheerfulness was so invincible. He played cards on every chance, and he must have been unlucky, for he borrowed the last of my small hoard. One morning I woke about 6, and found, pinned to my blanket, a note from my friend. Dear Scotty, I grieve to leave you thus, but the cruel foreman insists on me working off my 10 days' board. Racked with pain as I am, there appears to be no alternative but flight. Accordingly I fade away once more into the unknown. Will write you general delivery, Los Angeles. Good luck and goodbye. Yours to a cinder, Happy. There was a hue and cry after him, but he was gone, and a sudden disgust for the place came over me. For 2 more days I worked, crushed by a gloom that momently intensified. clamant and imperative in me was the voice of change. I could not become toil-broken, so I saw the foreman. "Why do you want to go?" he asked reproachfully. "Well, sir, the work's too monotonous." "Monotonous? Well, that's the rummest reason I ever heard a man give for quitting. But every man knows his own business best. I'll give you a time check." While he was making it out, I wondered if, indeed, I did know my own business best, but if it had been the greatest folly in the world, I was bound to get out of that canyon. Treasuring the slip of paper representing my labor, I sought one of the bosses, a sour, stiff man of dyspeptic tendencies. With a smile of malicious sweetness he returned it to me. "All right, take it to our Oakland office, and you'll get the cash." Expectantly I had been standing there, thinking to receive my money, the first I had ever earned, and to me so distressfully earned, at that. Now I gazed at him very sick at heart, for was not Oakland several 100 miles away, and I was penniless. "Couldn't you cash it here?" I faltered at last. "No." Very sourly. "Couldn't you discount it, then?" "No." Still more tartly. I turned away, crestfallen and smarting. When I told the other boys, they were indignant, and a good deal alarmed on their own account. I made my case against the company as damning as I could, then, slinging my blankets on my back, set off once more down the canyon. Chapter 7. I was gaining in experience, and as I hurried down the canyon and the morning burgeoned like a rose, my spirits mounted invincibly. It was the joy of the open road and the carefree heart. Like some hideous nightmare was the memory of the tunnel and the gravel pit. The bright blood in me rejoiced, my muscles tensed with pride in their toughness. I gazed insolently at the world. So, as I made speed to get the sooner to the orange groves, I almost set heel on a large blue envelope which lay face up on the trail. I examined it and, finding it contained plans and specifications of the work we had been at, I put it in my pocket. Presently came a rider, who reined up by me. "Say, young man, you haven't seen a blue envelope, have you?" Something in the man's manner aroused in me instant resentment. I was the toiler in mud-stiffened overalls, he arrogant and supercilious in broadcloth and linen. "No," I said sourly, and, going on my way, heard him clattering up the canyon. It was about evening when I came onto a fine large plain. Behind me was the canyon, gloomy like the lair of some evil beast, while before me the sun was setting, and made the valley like a sea of golden glaze. I stood, knight-errant-wise, on the verge of one of those enchanted lands of precious memory, seeking the princess of my dreams, but all I saw was a man coming up the trail. He was reeling homeward, with under one arm a live turkey, and swinging from the other a demijohn of claret. He would have me drink. He represented the Christmas spirit, and his accent was Scotch, so I up-tilted his demijohn gladly enough. Then, for he was very merry, he would have it that we sing Auld Lang Syne. So there, on the heath, in the golden dance of the light, we linked our hands and lifted our voices like two daft folk. Yet, for that it was Christmas Eve, it seemed not to be so mad after all. There was my first orange grove. I ran to it eagerly, and pulled 4 of the largest fruit I could see. They were green like of rind and bitter sour, but I heeded not, eating the last before I was satisfied. Then I went on my way. As I entered the town my spirits fell. I remembered I was quite without money and had not yet learned to be gracefully penniless. However, I bethought me of the time check, and entering a saloon asked the proprietor if he would cash it. He was a German of jovial face that seemed to say, "Welcome, my friend," and cold, beady eyes that queried, "How much can I get of your wad?" It was his eyes I noticed. "No, I don't touch dot. I have before been schwindled." "Himmel, no. You take him Avery." I sank into a chair. Catching a glimpse of my face in a bar mirror, I wondered if that hollow-cheeked, weary-looking lad was I. The place was crowded with revelers of the Christmas Eve, and geese were being diced for. There were 3 that pattered over the floor, while in the corner the stage driver and a red-haired man were playing freeze out for one of them. I drowsed quietly. Wafts of bar-front conversation came to me. Envelope, lost plans, great delay. Suddenly I sat up, remembering the package I had found. "Were you looking for some lost plans?" I asked. "Yes," said one man eagerly. "Did you find them?" I didn't say I did, but if I could get them for you, would you cash this time check for me? "Sure," he says, "one good turn deserves another. Deliver the goods and I'll cash your time check." His face was frank and jovial. I drew out the envelope and handed it over. He hurriedly ran through the contents and saw that all were there. "Ha! That saves a trip to Frisco," he said, gay with relief. He turned to the bar and ordered a round of drinks. They all had a drink on him, while he seemed to forget about me. I waited a little, then pressed forward with my time check. "Oh, that," said he, "I won't cash that. I was only joshing." A feeling of bitter anger welled up within me. I trembled like a leaf. "You won't go back on your word?" I said. He became flustered. "Well, I can't do it anyway. I've got no loose cash." What I would have said or done I know not, for I was nigh desperate, but at this moment the stage driver, flushed with his victory at freeze out, snatched the paper from my hand. "Here, I'll discount that for you. I'll only give you $5 for it, though." It called for 14, but by this time I was so discouraged I gladly accepted the $5 gold piece he held out to tempt me. Thus were my fortunes restored. It was near midnight and I asked the German for a room. He replied that he was full up, but as I had my blankets there was a nice dry shed at the back. Alas! It was also used by his chickens. They roosted just over my head, and I lay on the filthy floor at the mercy of innumerable fleas. To complete my misery, the green oranges I had eaten gave me agonizing cramps. Glad, indeed, was I when day dawned, and once more I got afoot, with my face turned towards Los Angeles. Chapter 8 Los Angeles will always be written in golden letters in the archives of my memory. Crawling, sore and sullen, from the clutch of toil, I reveled in a lotus life of ease and idleness. There was infinite sunshine, and the quiet of a public library through whose open windows came the fragrance of magnolias. Living was incredibly cheap. For 75 cents a week I had a little sunlit attic, and for 10 cents I could dine abundantly. There was soup, fish, meat, vegetables, salad, pudding and a bottle of wine. So reading, dreaming and roaming the streets, I spent my days in a state of beatitude. But even $5 will not last forever, and the time came when once more the grim face of toil confronted me. I must own that I had now little stomach for hard labor, yet I made several efforts to obtain it. However, I had a bad manner, being both proud and shy, and one rebuff in a day always was enough. I lacked that self-confidence that readily finds employment, and again I found myself mixing with the spineless residuum of the Employment Bureau. At last the morning came when 25 cents was all that remained to me in the world. I had just been seeking a position as a dishwasher, and had been rather sourly rejected. Sitting solitary on the bench in that dreary place, I soliloquized, and so it has come to this, that I, Athol Meldrum, of gentle birth and Highland breeding, must sue in vain to understudy a scullion in a third-rate hash joint. I am, indeed, fallen. What mad folly is this that sets me lower than a menial? Here I might be snug in the Northwest raising my own fat sheep. A letter home would bring me instant help. Yet what would it mean? To own defeat, to lose my self-esteem, to call myself a failure. No, I won't. Come what may, I will play the game. At that moment the clerk wrote, "Man wanted to carry banner. How much do you want for that job?" I asked. "Oh, 2 bits will hold you," he said carelessly. "Any experience required?" I asked again. "No, I guess even you'll do for that," he answered cuttingly. So I parted with my last quarter and was sent to a sheeny store in Broadway. Here I was given a vociferous banner announcing, "Great retiring sale," and so forth. With this hoisted I sallied forth, at first very conscious and not a little ashamed. Yet by and by this feeling wore off, and I wandered up and down with no sense of my employment, which, after all, was one adapted to philosophic thought. I might have gone through the day in this blissful coma of indifference had not a casual glance at my banner thrilled me with horror. There it was in hideous, naked letters of red, "Retiring sale." I reeled under the shock. I did not mind packing a banner, but a misspelt one. I hurried back to the store, resolved to throw up my position. Luckily the day was well advanced, and as I had served my purpose I was given a silver dollar. On this dollar I lived for a month. Not everyone has done that. yet it is easy to do. This is how I managed. In the first place, I told the old lady who rented me my room that I could not pay her until I got work, and I gave her my blankets as security. There remained only the problem of food. This I solved by buying every day or so 5 cents worth of stale bread, which I ate in my room, washing it down with pure spring water. A little imagination and lo! My bread was beef, my water wine. Thus breakfast and dinner. For supper there was the Pacific Gospel Hall, where we gathered nightly 100 strong, bawled hymns, listened to sundry good people, and presently were given mugs of coffee and chunks of bread. How good the fragrant coffee tasted and how sweet the fresh bread! At the end of the 3rd week I got work as an orange picker. It was a matter of swinging long ladders into fruit-flaunting trees, of sunshiny days and fluttering leaves, of golden branches plundered, and boxes filled from sagging sacks. There is no more ideal occupation. I reveled in it. The others were Mexicans, I was El Gringo. But on an average I only made 50 cents a day. On one day, when the fruit was unusually large, I made 70 cents. Possibly I would have gone on, contentedly enough, perched on a ladder, high up in the sunlit sway of treetops, had not the work come to an end. I had been something of a financier on a picayune scale, and when I counted my savings and found that I had 495 cents, such a feeling of affluence came over me that I resolved to gratify my taste for travel. Accordingly I purchased a ticket for San Diego, and once more found myself southward bound. Chapter 9. A few days in San Diego reduced my small capital to the vanishing point, yet it was with a light heart I turned north again and took the all-day route for Los Angeles. If one of the alluring conditions of a walking tour is not to be overburdened with cash, surely I fulfilled it, for I was absolutely penniless. The Lord looks after His children, said I, and when I became too inexorably hungry I asked for bread, emphasizing my willingness to do a stunt on the woodpile. Perhaps it was because I was young and notably a novice in vagrancy, but people were very good to me. The railway track skirts the ocean side for many a sonorous league. The mile-long waves roll in majestically, as straight as if drawn with a ruler, and crash in thunder on the sandy beach. There were glorious sunsets and weird storms, with underhand lightning stabs at the sky. I built little huts of discarded railway ties, and lit campfires, for I was fearful of the crawling things I saw by day. The coyote called from the hills. Uneasy rustlings came from the sagebrush. My teeth, a chatter with cold, kept me awake, till I cinched a handkerchief around my chin. Yet, drenched with night dews, half-starved and travel-worn, I seemed to grow every day stronger and more fit. Between bondage and vagabondage I did not hesitate to choose. Leaving the sea, I came to a country of grass and she-oaks very pretty to see, like an English park. I passed horrible tule swamps, and reached a cattle land with corrals and solitary cowboys. There was a quaint old Spanish mission that lingers in my memory, Then once again I came into the land of the orange groves and the irrigating ditch. Here I fell in with two of the hobo fraternity, and we walked many miles together. One night we slept in a refrigerator car, where I felt as if icicles were forming on my spine. But walking was not much in their line, so next morning they jumped a train and we separated. I was very thankful, as they did not look over clean, and I had a wholesome horror of seam squirrels. On arriving in Los Angeles I went to the post office. There was a letter from the prodigal dated New York, and enclosing $14, the amount he owed me. He said, I returned to the paternal roof, weary of my role. The fat calf awaited me. Nevertheless, I am sick again for the unhallowed swine husks. Meet me in Frisco about the end of February, and I will a glorious proposition unfold. Don't fail. I must have a partner and I want you. Look for a letter in the general delivery. There was no time to lose, as February was nearly over. I took a steerage passage to San Francisco, resolving that I would mend my fortunes. It is so easy to drift. I was already in the social slough, a hobo and an outcast. I saw that as long as I remained friendless and unknown, nothing but degraded toil was open to me. Surely I could climb up, but was it worthwhile? A snug farm in the northwest awaited me. I would work my way back there, and arrive decently clad. Then none would know of my humiliation. I had been wayward and foolish, but I had learned something. The men who toiled, endured and suffered were kind and helpful, their masters mean and rapacious. Everywhere was the same sordid grasping for the dollar. With my ideals and training, nothing but discouragement and defeat would be my portion. Oh, it is so easy to drift. I was sick of the whole business. Chapter X. What with steamer fare and a few small debts to settle, I found when I landed in San Francisco that once more I was flatly broke. I was arrestively seedy, literally on my uppers, for owing to my long tramp my boots were barely holding together. There was no letter for me, and perhaps it was on account of my disappointment, perhaps on account of my extreme shabbiness, but I found I had quite lost heart. Looking as I did, I would not ask anyone for work. So I tightened my belt and sat in Portsmouth Square, cursing myself for the many nickels I had squandered in riotous living. 2 days later I was still drawing in my belt. All I had eaten was one meal, which I had earned by peeling half a sack of potatoes for a restaurant. I slept beneath the floor of an empty house out the Presidio way. On this day I was drowsing on my bench when someone addressed me. "Say, young fellow, you look pretty well used up." I saw an elderly, gray-haired man. "Oh no," I said, "I'm not. That's just my acting. I'm a millionaire in disguise, studying sociology." He came and sat by me. "Come, buck up, kid, you're pretty near down and out. I've been studying you them 2 days. 2 days," I echoed drearily. "It seems like 2 years. Then, with sudden fierceness, "Sir, I am a stranger to you. Never in my life before have I tried to borrow money. It is asking a great deal of you to trust me, but it will be a most Christian act. I am starving. If you have 10 cents that isn't working, lend it to me for the love of God. I'll pay you back if it takes me 10 years. All right, son, he said cheerfully, let's go and feed. He took me to a restaurant where he ordered a dinner that made my head swim. I felt near to fainting, but after I had had some brandy, I was able to go on with the business of eating. By the time I got to the coffee, I was as much excited by the food as if I had been drinking wine. I now took an opportunity to regard my benefactor. He was rather under medium height, but so square and solid you felt he was a man to be reckoned with. His skin was as brown as an Indian's, his eyes light blue and brightly cheerful, as from some inner light. His mouth was firm and his chin resolute. Altogether his face was a curious blend of benevolence and ruthless determination. Now he was regarding me in a manner entirely benevolent. Feel better, son? Well, go ahead and tell me as much of your story as you want to. I gave an account of all that had happened to me since I had set foot on the new land. Ha, he ejaculated when I had finished. That's the worst of your old country boys. You haven't got the get-up and nerve to rustle a job. You go to a boss and tell him, you've no experience, but you'll do your best. An American boy says, I can do anything. Give me the job and I'll just show you. Who's going to be hired? Well, I think I can get you a job helping a gardener out Alameda way. I expressed my gratitude. That's all right, he said. I'm glad by the grace of God I've been the means of giving you a hand up. Better come to my room and stop with me till something turns up. I'm going north in 3 days. I asked if he was going to the Yukon. Yes, I'm going to join this crazy rush to the Klondike. I've been mining for 20 years, Arizona, Colorado, all over, and now I am going to see if the North hasn't got a stake for me. Up in his room he told me of his life. I'm saved by the grace of God, but I've been a bad man. I've been everything from a city marshal to boss gambler. I have gone heeled for 2 years, thinking to get my pass to hell at any moment. Ever killed anyone? I queried. He was beginning to pace up and down the room. Glory to God, I haven't, but I've shot. There was a time when I could draw a gun and drive a nail in the wall. I was quick, but there was lots that could give me cards and spades. Quiet men, too, you would never think it of 'em. The quiet ones was the worst. Meek, friendly, decent men, to see them drinking at a bar, but they didn't know fear, and every one of 'em had a dozen notches on his gun. I know lots of them, chummed with them, and princes they were, the finest in the land, would give the shirts off their backs for a friend. You'd like them, but Lord be praised, I'm a saved man. I was deeply interested. I know I'm talking as I shouldn't. It's all over now, and I've seen the evil of my ways, but I've got to talk once in a while. I'm Jim Hubbard, known as Salvation Jim, and I know mine from Genesis to Revelation. Once I used to gamble and drink the limit. One morning I got up from the card table after sitting there 36 hours. I'd lost $5,000. I knew they'd handed me out cold turkey, but I took my medicine. Right then I said I'd be a crook too. I learned to play with marked cards. I could tell every card in the deck. I ran a stud poker game, with a Jap and a Chinaman for partners. They were quicker than white men, and less likely to lose their nerve. It was easy money, like taking candy from a kid. Often I would play on the square. No man can bluff strong without showing it. Maybe it's just a quiver of the eyelash, maybe a shuffle of the foot. I've studied a man for a month till I found the sign that gave him away. Then I've raised and raised him till the sweat pricked through his brow. He was my meat. I went after the men that robbed me, and I went one better. Here, shuffle this deck. He produced a pack of cards from a drawer. I'll never go back to the old trade. I'm saved. I trust in God, but just for diversion I keep my hand in. Talking to me, he shuffled the pack a few times. Here, I'm dealing, what do you want? 3 kings. I nodded. He dealt 4 hands. In mine there were 3 kings. Taking up another, he showed me 3 aces. I'm out of practice, he said apologetically. My hands are calloused. I used to keep them as soft as velvet. He showed me some false shuffles, dealing from under the deck, and other tricks. Yes, I got even with the ones that got my money. It was eat or be eaten. I went after the suckers. There was never a man did me dirt but I paid him with interest. Of course, it's different now. The good book says, do good unto them that harm you. I guess I would, but I wouldn't recommend no one to try and harm me. I might forget. The heavy, aggressive jaw shot forward, the eyes gleamed with a fearless ferocity, and for a moment the man took on an air that was almost tigerish. I could scarce believe my sight, yet the next instant it was the same cheerful, benevolent face, and I thought my eyes must have played me some trick. Perhaps it was that sedate Puritan strain in me that appealed to him, but we became great friends. We talked of many things, and most of all I loved to get him to tell of his early life. It was just like a story, thrown on the world while yet a child, a show black in New York, fighting for his stand, a lumberjack in the woods of Michigan, lastly a miner in Arizona. He told me of long months on the desert with only his pipe for company, talking to himself over the fire at night, and trying not to go crazy. He told me of the girl he married and worshipped, and of the man who broke up his home. Once more I saw that flitting tiger look appear on his face and vanish immediately. He told me of his wild days. I was always a fighter, and I never knew what fear meant. I never saw the man that could beat me in a rough and tumble scrap. I was uncommon husky and as quick as a cat, but it was my fierceness that won out for me. Get a man down and give him the leather. I've kicked a man's face to a jelly. It was kick, bite and gouge in them days, anything went. Yes, I never knew fear. I've gone up unarmed to a man I knew was healed to shoot me on sight, and I've dared him to do it. Just by the power of the eye I've made him take water. He thought I had a gun and could draw quicker than him. Then, as the drink got hold of me, I got worse and worse. Time was when I would have robbed a bank and shot the man that tried to stop me. Glory to God. I've seen the evil of my ways. Are you sure you'll never backslide? I asked. Never. I'm born again. I don't smoke, drink or gamble, and I'm as happy as the day's long. There was the drink. I would go on the water wagon for 3 months at a stretch, but day and night, wherever I went, the glass of whiskey was there right between my eyes. Sooner or later it got the better of me. Then one night I went half sober into a gospel hall. The glass was there, and I was in agony trying to resist it. The speaker was calling sinners to come forward. I thought I'd try the thing anyway, so I went to the penitent's bench. When I got up, the glass was gone. Of course it came back, but I got rid of it again in the same way. Well, I had many a struggle and many a defeat, but in the end I won. It's a divine miracle. I wish I could paint or act the man for you. Words cannot express his curious character. I came to have a great fondness for him, and certainly owed him a huge debt of gratitude. One day I was paying my usual visit to the post office, when someone gripped me by the arm. "Hello, Scotty. By all that's wonderful. I was just going to mail you a letter." It was the prodigal, very well dressed and spruce looking. "Say, I'm so tickled I got you. We're going to start in 2 days. Start? Where?" I asked. "Why, for the golden north, for the land of the midnight sun, for the treasure troves of the Klondike Valley." "You may be," I said soberly, "but I can't." "Yes you can, and you are, old sport. I fixed all that. Come on, I want to talk to you." I went home and did the returned prodigal stunt. The old man was mighty decent when I told him it was no good, I couldn't go into the glue factory yet a while. Told him I had the gold bug awful bad and nothing but a trip up there would cure me. He was rather tickled with the idea. Staked me handsomely, and gave me a year to make good. So here I am, and you're in with me. I'm going to grub stake you. Mind, it's a business proposition. I've got to have someone, and when you make the big strike you've got to divvy up. I said something about having secured employment as an undergardener. Pshaw. You'll soon be digging gold nuggets instead of potatoes. Why, man, it's the chance of a lifetime, and anybody else would jump at it. Of course, if you're afraid of the hardships and so on, no, I said quickly, I'll go. Ha, he laughed, you're too much of a coward to be afraid. Well, We're going to be blighted Argonauts, but we've got to get busy over our outfits. We haven't got any too much time. So we hustled around. It seemed as if half of San Francisco was Klondike crazy. On every hand was there speculation and excitement. All the merchants had their outfitting departments, and wild and vague were their notions as to what was required. We did not do so badly, though like everyone else we bought much that was worthless and foolish. Suddenly I bethought me of Salvation Jim, and I told the prodigal of my new friend. He's an awfully good sort, I said, white all through, all kinds of experience, and he's going alone. Why, said the prodigal, that's just the man we want. We'll ask him to join us. I brought the two together, and it was arranged. So it came about that we three left San Francisco on the 4th day of March to seek our fortunes in the frozen north. Book 2, The Trail Gold. We leaped from our benches. Gold. We sprang from our stools. Gold. We wheeled in the furrow, fired with the faith of fools. Fearless, unfound, unfitted, far from the night and the cold, heard we the clarion summons, followed the master lure, gold. Chapter I say. You're looking mighty blue. Cheer up, darn you. What's the matter? Said the prodigal affectionately. And indeed there was matter enough. For had I not just received letters from home, one from Gary and one from Mother? Gary's was gravely censorious, almost remonstrant. Mother, he said, was poorly, and greatly put out over my escapade. He pointed out that I was in a fair way of being a rolling stone, and hoped that I would at once give up my mad notion of the South Seas and soberly proceed to the Northwest. Mother's letter was reproachful, in parts almost distressful. She was failing, she said, and she begged me to be a good son, give up my wanderings and join my cousin at once. Also she enclosed post office orders for £40. Her letter, written in a fine faltering hand and so full of gentle affection, brought the tears to my eyes, so that it was very bleakly I leaned against the ship's rail and watched the bustle of departure. Poor mother! Dear old Gary! With what tender longing I thought of those two in faraway Glenshill, the Scotch mist silvering the heather and the wind blowing caller from the sea. Oh, for the clean, keen breath of it! Yet alas, every day was the memory fading, and every day was I fitting more snugly into the new life. I've just heard from the folks, I said, and I feel like going back on you. Oh, beat it, he cried, you can't renege now. You've got to see the thing through. Mothers are all like that when you cut loose from their apron strings. Ma's scared stiff about me, thinks the devil's got an option on my future sure. They get wised up pretty soon. What you want to do is to get busy and make yourself acquainted. Here I've been snooping round for the last 2 hours, and got a line on nearly everyone on board. Say, of all the locoed outfits, this here aggregation has got everything else skinned to a hard-boiled finish. Most of them are indoor men, ink slingers and calico snippers, haven't done a day's hard work in their lives, and don't know a pig from a mattock. They've got a notion they've just got to get up there and pick big nuggets out of the water like cherries out of a cocktail. It's the limit. Tell me about them, I said. Well, see that young fellow standing near us. I looked. He was slim, with gentle, refined features and an unnaturally fresh complexion. That fellow was a pen pusher in a Mazuma emporium, I mean a bank clerk. Pinkloaf's his name. He wanted to get hitched to some girl, but the directors wouldn't stand for it. Now he's chucked his job and staked his savings on this trip. There's his girl in the crowd. Bedded in that mosaic of human faces I saw one that was all sweetness, yet shamelessly tear-stained. Lucky beggar, I said, to have someone who cares so much about his going. Unlucky, you mean, lad. You don't want to have any strings on you when you play this game. He pointed to a long-haired young man in a flowing end tie. See that pale-faced, artistic-looking guy alongside him. That's his partner. Ineffectual, moony sort of a mutt. He's a woodcarver, they call him Globstock. Told me his knowledge of wood carving would come in handy when we came to make boats at Lake Bennett. Then there's a third. See that little fellow shooting off his face. I saw a weazened, narrow-chested mannequin, with an aggressive certainty of feature. He's a professor, plumb full of book dope on the Yukon. He's Mr. Wise Mike. He knows it all. Hear his monologue on how it should be done. He's going to live on deck to inuure himself to the rigors of the Arctic climate. Works with a pair of spring dumbbells to get up his muscle so's he can shovel out the nuggets. Our eyes roved round from group to group, picking out characteristic figures. See that big bleached blonde Englishman. Came over with me on the Pullman from New York. Awfully bored, don't you know? When we got to Frisco, he says to me, "Thank God, old chappie, the worst part of the journey's over." Then there's Romulus and Remus, the twins, strapping young fellows. Only way I know them apart is one laces his boots tight, the other slack. They think the world of each other. He swung around to where Salvation Jim was talking to two men. There's a pair of winners. I put my money on them. Nothing on earth can stop those fellows, native-born Americans, all grit and get up. See that tall one smoking a cigar and looking at the women. He's an athlete. Name's Mervyn, all whipcord and whalebone, springy as a bent bow. He's a type of the swift. He's bound to get there. See the other. Hewson's his name, solid as a tower, muscled like a bear, built from the ground up. He represents the strong. Look at the grim, determined face of him. You can't down a man like that. He indicated another group. Now there's three birds of prey. Bullhammer, Marks and Mosher. The big, pig-eyed heavy-jowled one is Bullhammer. He's in the saloon business. The middle-sized one in the plug hat is Marks. See his oily, yellow face dotted with pimples. He's a phony piece of work, calls himself a mining broker. The third's Jake Mosher. He's an out-and-out gambler, a sure-thing man, once was a parson. I looked again. Mosher had just taken off his hat. His high-domed head was of monumental baldness, his eyes close-set and crafty, his nose negligible. The rest of his face was mostly beard. It grew black as the pit too near the bulge of his stomach, and seemed to have drained his scalp in its rank luxuriance. Across the deck came the rich, oily tones of his voice. "A bad-looking bunch," I said. "Yes, there's heaps like them on board. There's a crowd of dance-hall girls going up, and the usual following of parasites. Look at that half-breed. There's a man for the country now, part Scotch, part Indian, the quietest man on the boat, light, but tough as wire nails. I saw a lean, bright-eyed brown man with flat features, smoking a cigarette. Say, just get next to those two Jews, Mike and Rebecca Winklerstein. They're going to open up a sporty restaurant." The man was a small bandy-legged creature, with eyes that squinted, a complexion like ham fat and waxed moustaches. But it was the woman who seized my attention. Never did I see such a strapping Amazon, 6 foot if an inch, and massive in proportion. She was handsome too, in a swarthy way, though near at hand her face was sensuous and bold. Yet she had a suave, flattering manner and a coarse wit that captured the crowd. Dangerous, unscrupulous and cruel, I thought, a man-woman, a shrew, a termagant. But I was growing weary of the crowd and longed to go below. I was no longer interested, yet the voice of the prodigal droned in my ear. "There's an old man and his granddaughter, relatives of the Winklersteins, I believe. I think the old fellow's got a screw loose. Handsome old boy, though, looks like a Hebrew prophet out of a job. Comes from Poland. Speaks Yiddish or some such jargon, only English he knows is Klondike, Klondike. The girl looks heartbroken, poor little beggar. Poor little beggar." I heard the words indeed, but my mind was far away. To the devil with Polish Jews and their granddaughters. I wished the prodigal would leave me to my own thoughts, thoughts of my Highland home and my dear ones. But no. He persisted, "You're not listening to what I'm saying. Look, why don't you?" So, to please him, I turned full round and looked. An old man, patriarchal in aspect, crouched on the deck. Erect by his side, with her hand on his shoulder, stood a slim figure in black, the figure of a girl. Indifferently my eyes traveled from her feet to her face. There they rested. I drew a deep breath. I forgot everything else. Then for the first time I saw Berna. I will not try to depict the girl. Pen descriptions are so futile. I will only say that her face was very pale, and that she had large pathetic grey eyes. For the rest, her cheeks were woefully pinched and her lips drooped wistfully. 'Twas the face, I thought, of a virgin martyr with a fear-haunted look hard to forget. All this I saw, but most of all I saw those great, grey eyes gazing unseeingly over the crowd, ever so sadly fixed on that faraway east of her dreams and memories. Poor little beggar. Then I cursed myself for a sentimental impressionist and I went below. Stateroom 47 was mine. We three had been separated in the shuffle, and I knew not who was to be my roommate. Feeling very downhearted, I stretched myself on the upper berth, and yielded to a mood of penitential sadness. I heard the last gangplank thrown off, the great crowd cheer, the measured throb of the engines, yet still I sounded the depths of reverie. There was a bustle outside and growing darkness. Then, as I lay, there came voices to my door, guttural tones blended with liquid ones, lastly a timid knock. Quickly I answered it. "Is this room number 47?" a soft voice asked. Even ere she spoke I divined it was the Jewish girl of the grey eyes, and now I saw her hair was like a fair cloud, and her face fragile as a flower. "Yes," I answered her. She led forward the old man. "This is my grandfather. The steward told us this was his room." "Oh, all right, he'd better take the lower berth." "Thank you, indeed, he's an old man and not very strong." Her voice was clear and sweet, and there was an infinite tenderness in the tone. "You must come in," I said. "I'll leave you with him for a while so that you can make him comfortable." "Thank you again," she responded gratefully. So I withdrew, and when I returned she was gone, but the old man slept peacefully. It was late before I turned in. I went on deck for a time. We were cleaving through blue-black night, and on our right I could dimly discern the coast festooned by twinkling lights. Everyone had gone below, I thought, and the loneliness pleased me. I was very quiet, thinking how good it all was, the balmy wind, the velvet vault of the night frescoed with wistful stars, the freedom song of the sea, how restful, how sane, how loving. Suddenly I heard a sound of sobbing, the merciless sobbing of a woman's breast. Distinct above the hollow breathing of the sea it assailed me, poignant and insistent. Wonderingly I looked around. Then, in a shadow of the upper deck, I made out a slight girl figure, crouching all alone. It was Grey Eyes, crying fit to break her heart. "Poor little beggar," I muttered. Chapter 2 "Grrr, you little brat. If you open your face to him I'll kill you, see." The voice was Madame Winklerstein's, and the words, hissed in a whisper of incredible malignity, arrested me as if I had been struck by a live wire. I listened. Behind the stateroom door there followed a silence, grimly intense, then a dull pounding, then the same savage undertone. "See here, Berner, we're next to you too. We're onto your curves. We know the old man's got the stuff in his gold belt, 2,000 in bills. Now, my dear, my sweet little angel, what thinks she's too good to mix with the likes o' us, we need them on, see? Knock, knock. And we're going to have it, see? Knock, knock." That's where you come in, honey, you're going to get it for us. Ain't you now, darling? Knock, knock, knock. Faintly, very faintly, I heard a voice, no. If it be possible to scream in a whisper, the woman did it. You will. You will. Oh. 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 There's the cursed mule spirit of your mother in you. She'd never tell us the name of the man that was the ruin of her, blast her. Don't speak of my mother, you vile woman. The voice of the virago contracted to an intensity of venom I have never heard the equal of. Vile woman. Vile woman. You to call me a vile woman, me that's been 3 times ginned in holy wedlock. Oh, you bastard brat. You whelp of sin. You misbegotten scum. Oh, I'll fix you for that, if I've got to swing for it. Her scalding words were capped with an oath too foul to repeat, and once more came the horrible pounding, like a head striking the woodwork. Unable to bear it any longer, I rapped sharply on the door. Silence, a long, panting silence, then the sound of a falling body, then the door opened a little and the twitching face of Madame appeared. Is there somebody sick? I asked. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I was thinking I heard groans and I might be able to do something. Piercingly she looked at me. Her eyes narrowed to slits and stabbed me with their spite. Her dark face grew turgid with impotent anger. As I stood there she was like to have killed me. Then like a flash her expression changed. With a dirty bejeweled hand she smoothed her tousled hair. Her coarse white teeth gleamed in a gold-capped smile. There was honey in her tone. Why, no. My niece in here's got a toothache, but I guess we can fix it between us. We don't need no help, thanks, young fella. Oh, that's all right, I said. If you should, you know, I'll be nearby. Then I moved away, conscious that her eyes followed me malevolently. The business worried me sorely. The poor girl was being woefully abused, that was plain. I felt indignant, angry and, last of all, anxious. Mingled with my feelings was a sense of irritation that I should have been elected to overhear the affair. I had no desire just then to champion distressed damsels, least of all to get mixed up in the family brawls of unknown Jewesses. Confound her, anyway. I almost hated her. Yet I felt constrained to watch and wait, and even at the cost of my own ease and comfort to prevent further violence. For that matter there were all kinds of strange doings on board, drinking, gambling, nightly orgies and hourly brawls. It seemed as if we had shipped all the human dregs of the San Francisco deadline. Never, I believe, in those times when almost daily the Argonaut-laden boats were sailing for the Golden North, was there one in which the sporting element was so dominant. The social hall reeked with patchouli and stale whiskey. From the staterooms came shrill outbursts of popular melody, punctuated with the popping of champagne corks. Dance-hall girls, babbling incoherently, reeled in the passageways, danced on the cabin table, and were only held back from licentiousness by the restraint of their bullies. The day was one long round of revelry, and the night was pregnant with sinister sound. Already among the better element a moral secession was apparent. Convention they had left behind with their boiled shirts and their store clothes, and crazed with the idea of speedy fortune, they were even now straining at the leash of decency. It was a howling mob, elately riotous, and already infected by the virus of the goldophobia. Oh, it was good to get on deck of a night, away from this Saturnalia, to watch the beacon stars strewn vastly in the sky uplift, to listen to the ancient threnody of the outcast sea. Blue and silver the nights were, and crystal clear, with a keen wind that painted the cheek and kindled the eye. And as I sat in silent thought there came to me Salvation Jim. His face was grim, his eyes brooding. From the brilliantly lit social hall came a blare of music hall melody. "I don't like the way of things a bit," he said, "I don't like it. Look here now, lad, I've lived round mining camps for 20 years, I've followed the roughest callings on earth, I've tramped the states all over, yet never have I seen the beat of this. Mind you, I ain't prejudiced, though I've seen the error of my ways, glory to God. I can make allowance once in a while for the boys getting on a jamboree, but by Christmas, say, there's enough evil on this boat to stake a subsection in hell. There's men should be at home with their dinky little mothers and their loving wives and children, down there right now in that cabin buying wine for them painted Jezebels. There's doctors and lawyers and deacons in the church back in old Ohio, that never made a bad break in their lives, and now they're rowing like barroom bullies for the kisses of a baggage. In the bay window of their souls the devil lolls and grins and God is freezin' in the attic. You mark my words, boy, there's a curse on this northern gold. The Yukon's going to take its toll. You mark my words. Oh, Jim, I said, you're superstitious. No, I ain't. I've just got a hunch. Here we are, a bit of floatin' iniquity glidin' through the mystery of them strange seas, and the very officers on duty sashed to the neck and reekin from the arms of the scented husses below. It'll be God's mercy if we don't crash on a rock, and go down good and all to the bitter bottom. But it don't matter. Sooner or later there's going to be a reckoning. There's many a one shoutin' and singin' tonight I'll leave his bones to bleach up in that bleak wild land. No, Jim, I protested, they will be all right once they get ashore. Right nothing. They're a pack of fools. They think they've got a bulge on fortune. Hear them howlin' now. They're all millionaires in their minds. There's no doubt with them. It's a cinch. They're spending it right now. You mark my words, young fella, for I'll never live to see them fulfilled. There's 90 in 100 of all them fellas that's going to this here Klondike will never make good, and of the other 10, 9 won't do no good. 1%. That will keep their stakes. That's absurd, Jim. Well, you'll see. And as for me, I feel as sure as God's above us guiding us through the mazes of the night, I'll never live to make the trip back. I've got a hunch. Old Jim's on his last stampede. He sighed, then said sharply, "Did you see that fella that passed us?" It was Moshe, the gambler and ex-preacher. "That man's a skunk, a renegade sky pilot. I'm keeping tabs on that man. Maybe him and me's got a score to settle one of them days. Maybe." He went off abruptly, leaving me to ponder long over his gloomy words. We were now 3 days out. The weather was fine, and nearly everyone was on deck in the sunshine. Even Bullhammer, Marx and Moshe had deserted the cardroom for a time. The bank clerk and the woodcarver talked earnestly, planned and dreamed. The professor was busy expounding a theory of the gold origin to a party of young men from Minnesota. Silent and watchful, the athletic Mervyn smoked his big cigar, while, patient and imperturbable, the iron Hewson chewed stolidly. The twins were playing checkers. The Winklersteins were making themselves solid with the music hall clique. In and out among the different groups darted the prodigal, as volatile as a society reporter at a church bazaar. And besides these, always alone, austerely aloof as if framed in a picture by themselves, a picture of dignity and sweetness, were the Jewish maid and her aged grandfather. Although he was my roommate, I had seen but little of him. He was abed before I retired and I was up and out ere he awoke. For the rest, I avoided the two because of their obvious connection with the Winklersteins. Surely, thought I, she cannot be mixed up with those two and be everything that's all right. Yet there was something in the girl's clear eyes, and in the old man's fine face, that reproached me for my doubt. It was while I was thus debating, and covertly studying the pair, that something occurred. Bullhammer and Marx were standing by me, and across the deck came the acridly nasal tones of the dance hall girls. I saw the libertine eyes of Bullhammer rove incontinently from one unlovely demiope to another, till at last they rested on the slender girl standing by the side of her white-haired grandfather. Appreciatively he licked his lips. "Say, monkey, who's the kid with old whiskers there?" "Search me," Pete said. "Marx, want a knockdown?" "Betcha. Seems kinda standoffish, though, don't she?" "Standoffish be darned. Never yet saw the little bit of all right that could stand off Sam Marx. I'm a winner, I am, and don't you forget it. Just watch my splash." I must say the man was expensively dressed in a flashy way. His oily, pimple-garnished face wreathed itself in a smirk of patronizing familiarity, and with the bow of a dancing master he advanced. I saw her give a quick start, bite her lip and shrink back. Good for you, little girl, I thought. But the man was in no way put out. "Say, sis, it's all right. Just want to introduce you to a gentleman friend o' mine." The girl gazed at him, and her dilated eyes were eloquent of fear and distrust. It minded me of the panic of a fawn run down by the hunter, so that I found myself trembling in sympathy. A startled moment she gazed, then swiftly she turned her back. This was too much for Marx. He flushed angrily. "Say, What's the matter with you? Come off the perch there. Ain't we good enough to associate with you? Who the devil are you, anyhow? His face was growing red and aggressive. He closed in on her. He laid a rough hand on her shoulder. Thinking the thing had gone far enough, I stepped forward to interfere, when the unexpected happened. Suddenly the old man had risen to his feet, and it was a surprise to me how tall he was. Into his face there had come the ghost of ancient power and command. His eyes blazed with wrath, and his clenched fist was raised high in anathema. Then it came swiftly down on the head of Marx, crushing his stiff hat tightly over his eyes. The climax was ludicrous in a way. There was a roar of laughter, and hearing it, Marx spluttered as he freed himself. With a curse of rage he would have rushed the old man, but a great hand seized him by the shoulder. It was the grim, taciturn Hewson, and judging by the way his captive squirmed, his grip must have been peculiarly vice-like. The old man was pale as death, the girl crying, the passengers crowding round. Everyone was gabbling and curious, so feeling I could do no good, I went below. What was there about this slip of a girl that interested me so? Ever and anon I found myself thinking of her. Was it the conversation I had overheard? Was it the mystery that seemed to surround her? Was it the irrepressible instinct of my heart for the romance of life? With the old man, despite our stateroom propinquity, I had made no advances. With the girl I had passed no further words. But the gods of destiny act in whimsical ways. Doubtless the voyage would have finished without the betterment of our acquaintance, doubtless our paths would have parted, never more to cross, doubtless our lives would have been lived out to their fullness and this story never have been told, had it not been for the luckless fatality of the box of grapes. Chapter 3 Puget Sound was behind us and we had entered on that great sea that stretched northward to the Arctic barrens. Misty and wet was the wind, and cold with the kiss of many icebergs. Under a grey sky, glooming to purple, the gelid water writhed nakedly. Spectral islands elbowed each other, to peer at us as we flitted past. Still more wraith-like the mainland, fringed to the sea foam with saturnine pine, faded away into fastnesses of impregnable desolation. There was a sense of death-like passivity in the land, of overwhelming vastitude, of unconquerable loneliness. It was as if I had felt for the first time the spirit of the wild where God broods amid his silence, the wild, his infinite solace and his sanctuary. As we forged through the vague sea lanes, we were like a glittering trinket on the bosom of the night. Our mad merriment scarce ever abated. We were a blare of revelry and a blaze of light. Excitement mounted to fever heat. In the midst of it the women with the enameled cheeks reaped a bountiful harvest. I marvel now that, with all the besotted recklessness of those that were our pilots, we met with no serious mishap. Don't mind you much of a Sunday school picnic, does it? Commented the prodigal. It's fierce the way the girls are prying some of these crazy jays loose from their wads. They're all plumb batty. I'm tired trying to wise them up. Go and chase yourself, they say, we're all right. Don't matter if we do loosen up a bit now, there's all kinds of easy money waiting for us up there. Then they talk of what they're going to do when they've got the dough. One gazebo wants to buy a castle in the old country, another wants a racing stable, another a steam yacht. Oh, they're a hot bunch of sports. They're all planning to have a purple time in the sweet by and by. I don't hear any of them speak of endowing a home for decrepit washladies or pensioning off their aged grandmothers. They make me sick. There's a cold juicy awakening coming. He was right. In their visionary leaps to affluence they soared to giddy heights. They strutted and bragged as if the millions were already theirs. To hear them, you would think they had an exclusive option on the treasure troves of the Klondike. Yet, before and behind us, were dozens of similar vessels, bearing just as eager a mob of fortune hunters, all drawn irresistibly northward by the golden magnet. Nevertheless, it was hard not to be affected by the prevailing spirit of optimism. For myself the gold had but little attraction, but the adventure was very dear to my heart. Once more the clarion call of romance rang in my ears, and I leapt to its summons. And indeed, I reflected, it was a wonderful kaleidoscope of a world, wherein I, but a half-year back cooling my heels in a Highland burn, should be now part and parcel of this great Argonaut army. Already my native uncouthness was a thing of the past, and the quaint mannerisms of my Scots tongue were yielding to the racy slang of the frontier. More to the purpose, too, I was growing in strength and wiry endurance. As I looked around me I realized that there were many less fitted for the trail than I, and there was none with such a store of glowing health. You may picture me at this time, a tallish young man, with a fine color in my cheeks, black hair that curled crisply, and dark eyes that were either alight with eagerness or agloom with dreams. I have said that we were all more or less in a ferment of excitement, but to this I must make a reservation. One there was who, amid all our unrest, remained cold, distant and alien, the Jewish girl, Berna. Even in the old man the gold fever betrayed itself in a visionary eye and a tremor of the lips. But the girl was a statue of patient resignation, a living reproof to our febrile and purblind imaginings. The more I studied her, the more out of place she seemed in my picture, and, almost unconsciously, I found myself weaving about her a fabric of romance. I endowed her with a mystery that piqued and fascinated me. Yet without it I have no doubt I would have been attracted to her. I longed to know her uncommon well, to win her regard, to do something for her that should make her eyes rest very kindly on me. In short, as is the way of young men, I was beginning to grope blindly for that affection and sympathy which are the forerunners of passion and love. The land was wintry and the wind shrilled so that the attendant gulls flapped their wings hard in the face of it. The wolf pack of the sea were snarling whitely as they ran. The decks were deserted, and so many of the brawlers were sick and lay like dead folk that it almost seemed as if a Sabbath quiet lay on the ship. That day I had missed the old man, and on going below, found him lying as one sore-stricken. A withered hand lay on his brow, and from his lips, which were almost purple, thin moans issued. Poor old beggar, I thought, I wonder if I cannot do anything for him. And while I was thus debating, a timid knock came to the door. I opened it, and there was the girl, Berna. There was a nervous anxiety in her manner, and a mute interrogation in her grey eyes. "I'm afraid he's a little sick today," I said gently, "but come in, won't you, and see him?" "Thank you." Pity, tenderness and love seemed to struggle in her face as she softly brushed past me. With some words of endearment, she fell on her knees beside him, and her small white hand sought his thin gnarled one. As if galvanized into life, the old man turned gratefully to her. "Maybe he would care for some coffee," I said. "I think I could rustle him some." She gave me a queer, sad look of thanks. "If you could," she answered. When I returned, she had the old man propped up with pillows. She took the coffee from me, and held the cup to his lips, but after a few sips he turned away wearily. "I'm afraid he doesn't care for that," I said. "No, I'm afraid he won't take it." She was like an anxious nurse hovering over a patient. She thought a while. "Oh, if I only had some fruit." Then it was I bethought me of the box of grapes. I had bought them just before leaving, thinking they would be a grateful surprise to my companions. Obviously I had been inspired, and now I produced them in triumph, big, plump, glossy fellows, buried in the fragrant cedar dust. I shook clear a large bunch, and once more we tried the old man. It seemed as if we had hit on the one thing needful, for he ate eagerly. She watched him for a while with a growing sense of relief, and when he had finished and was resting quietly, she turned to me. "I don't know how I can thank you, sir, for your kindness." "Very easily," I said quickly. "If you will yourself accept some of the fruit, I shall be more than repaid." She gave me a dubious look, then such a bright, merry light flashed into her eyes that she was radiant in my sight. It was as if half a dozen years had fallen from her, revealing a heart capable of infinite joy and happiness. "If you will share them with me," she said simply. So, for the lack of chairs, we squatted on the narrow stateroom floor, under the old man's kindly eye. The fruit minded us of sunlit vines, and the careless rapture of the South. To me the situation was one of rare charm. She ate daintily, and as we talked, I studied her face as if I would etch it on my memory forever. In particular I noticed the wistful contour of her cheek, her sensitive mouth, and the fine modeling of her chin. She had clear, candid eyes and sweeping lashes, too. Her ears were shell-like, and her hair soft, wavy and warm. These things I marked minutely, thinking she was more than beautiful, she was even pretty. I was in a state of extraordinary elation, like a man that has found a jewel in the mire. It must be remembered, lest I appear to be taking a too eager interest in the girl, that up till now the world of women had been terra incognita to me, that I had lived a singularly cloistered life, and that first and last I was an idealist. This girl had distinction, mystery and charm, and it is not to be wondered at that I found a joy in her presence. I proved myself a perfect artesian well of conversation, talking freely of the ship, of our fellow passengers and of the chances of the venture. I found her wonderfully quick in the uptake. Her mind seemed nimbly to outrun mine, and she divined my words ere I had them uttered. Yet she never spoke of herself, and when I left them together I was full of uneasy questioning. Next day the old man was still abed, and again the girl came to visit him. This time I noticed that much of her timid manner was gone, and in its stead was a shy friendliness. Once more the box of grapes proved a mediator between us, and once more I found in her a reticent but sympathetic audience, so much so that I was frank in telling her of myself, my home and my kinsfolk. I thought that maybe my talk would weary her, but she listened with a bright-eyed regard, nodding her head eagerly at times. Yet she spoke no word of her own affairs, so that when again I left them together I was as much in the dark as ever. It was on the third day I found the old man up and dressed, and Berna with him. She looked brighter and happier than I had yet seen her, and she greeted me with a smiling face. Then, after a little, she said, "My grandfather plays the violin. Would you mind if he played over some of our old country songs? It would comfort him." "No, go ahead," I said, "I wish he would." So she got an ancient violin, and the old man cuddled it lovingly and played soft, weird melodies, songs of the Czech race, that made me think of romance, of love and hate, and passion and despair. Piece after piece he played, as if pouring out the sadness and heart-hunger of a burdened people, until my own heart ached in sympathy. The wild music throbbed with passionate sweetness and despair. Unobserved, the pale twilight stole into the little cabin. The ruggedly fine face of the old man was like one inspired, and with clasped hands, the girl sat, very white-faced and motionless. Then I saw a gleam on her cheek, the soft falling of tears. Somehow, at that moment, I felt drawn very near to those two, the music, the tears, the fervent sadness of their faces. I felt as if I had been allowed to share with them a few moments consecrated to their sorrow, and that they knew I understood. That day as I was leaving, I said to her, "Berna, this is our last night on board." "Yes. Tomorrow our trails divide, maybe never again to cross. Will you come up on deck for a little while tonight? I want to talk to you." "Talk to me?" She looked startled, incredulous. She hesitated. "Please, Berna, it's the last time." "All right," she answered in a low tone. Then she looked at me curiously. Chapter 4. She came to meet me, lily-white and sweet. She was but thinly wrapped, and shivered so that I put my coat around her. We ventured forward, climbing over a huge anchor to the very bow of the boat, and crouching down in its peak, were sheltered from the cold breeze. We were cutting through smooth water, and crowding in on us were haggard mountains, with now and then the greenish horror of a glacier. Overhead, in the desolate sky, the new moon nursed the old moon in her arms. Berna. Yes. You're not happy, Berna. You're in sore trouble, little girl. I don't know why you come up to this God-forsaken country or why you are with those people. I don't want to know, but if there's anything I can do for you, any way I can prove myself a true friend, tell me, won't you? My voice betrayed emotion. I could feel her slim form, very close to me, all a tremble. In the filtered silver of the crescent moon, I could see her face, wan and faintly sweet. Gently I prisoned one of her hands in mine. She did not speak at once. Indeed, she was quiet for a long time, so that it seemed as if she must be stricken dumb, or as if some feelings were conflicting within her. Then at last, very gently, very quietly, very sweetly, as if weighing her words, she spoke. No, there's nothing you can do. You've been too kind all along. You're the only one on the boat that's been kind. Most of the others have looked at me, well, you know how men look at a poor, unprotected girl. But you're different, you're good, you're honorable, you're sincere. I could see it in your face, in your eyes. I knew I could trust you. You've been kindness itself to grandfather and I never can thank you enough. Nonsense. Don't talk of thanks, Berna. You don't know what a happiness it's been to help you. I'm sorry I've done so little. Oh, I'm going to be sincere and frank with you. The few hours I've had with you have made me long for others. I'm a lonely beggar. I never had a sister, never a girlfriend. You're the first, and it's been like sudden sunshine to me. Now, can't I be really and truly your friend, Berna, your friend that would do much for you? Let me do something, anything, to show how earnestly I mean it. Yes, I know. Well, then, you are my dear, true friend, there, now. Yes, but, Berna, tomorrow you'll go and we'll likely never see each other again. What's the good of it all? Well, what do you want? We will both have a memory, a very sweet, nice memory, won't we? Believe me, it's better so. You don't want to have anything to do with a girl like me. You don't know anything about me, and you see the kind of people I'm going with. Perhaps I am just as bad as they. Don't say that, Berna, I interposed sternly, you're all that's good and pure and sweet. No, I'm not, either. We're all of us pretty mixed. But I'm not so bad, and it's nice of you to think those things. Oh! If I had never come on this terrible trip. I don't even know where we are going, and I'm afraid. No, little girl. Yes, I can't tell you how afraid I am. The country's so savage and lonely, the men are so like brute beasts, the women, well, they're worse. And here are we in the midst of it. I don't know what's going to become of us. Well, Berna, if it's like that, Why don't you and your grandfather turn back? Why go on? He will never turn back. He'll go on till he dies. He only knows one word of English and that's Klondike, Klondike. He mutters it 1,000 times a day. He has visions of gold, glittering heaps of it, and he'll stagger and struggle on till he finds it. But can't you reason with him? Oh, it's all no use. He's had a dream. He's like a man that's crazy. He thinks he has been chosen, and that to him will a great treasure be revealed. You might as well reason with a stone. All I can do is to follow him, is to take care of him. What about the Winklersteins, Berner? Oh, they're at the bottom of it all. It is they who have inflamed his mind. He has a little money, the savings of a lifetime, about $2,000, and ever since he came to this country, they've been trying to get it. They ran a little restaurant in New York. They tried to get him to put his little store in that. Now they are using the gold as a bait, and luring him up here. They'll rob and kill him in the end, and the cruel part is, he's not greedy, he doesn't want it for himself, but for me. That's what breaks my heart. Surely you're mistaken, Berner, they can't be so bad as that. Bad. I tell you they're vile. The man's a worm, and the woman, she's a devil incarnate. She's so strong and so violent in her tempers that when she gets drinking, well, it's just awful. I should know it, I lived with them for 3 years. Where? In New York. I came from the old country to them. They worked me in the restaurant at first. Then, after a bit, I got employment in a shirtwaist factory. I was quick and handy, and I worked early and late. I attended a night school. I read till my eyes ached. They said I was clever. The teacher wanted me to train and be a teacher too. But what was the good of thinking of it? I had my living to get, so I stayed at the factory and worked and worked. Then when I had saved a few dollars, I sent for grandfather, and he came and we lived in the tenement and were very happy for a while. But the Winklersteins never gave us any peace. They knew he had a little money laid away, and they itched to get their hands on it. The man was always telling us of get-rich-quick schemes, and she threatened me in horrible ways. But I wasn't afraid in New York. Up here it's different. It's all so shadowy and sinister. I could feel her shudder. Oh, Berner, I said, can't I help you? She shook her head sadly. No, you can't, you have enough trouble of your own. Besides, it doesn't matter about me. I didn't mean to tell you all this, but now, if you want to be a true friend, just go away and forget me. You don't want to have anything to do with me. Wait. I'll tell you something more. I'm called Berner Wilovic. That's my grandfather's name. My mother ran away from home. 2 years later she came back, with me. Soon after she died of consumption. She would never tell my father's name, but said he was a Christian, and of good family. My grandfather tried to find out. He would have killed the man. So, you see, I am nameless, a child of shame and sorrow. And you are a gentleman, and proud of your family. Now, see the kind of friend you've made. You don't want to make friends with such as I. I want to make friends with such as need my friendship. What is going to happen to you, Berna? Happen? God knows. It doesn't matter. Oh, I've always been in trouble. I'm used to it. I never had a really happy day in my life. I never expect to. I'll just go on to the end, enduring patiently, and getting what comfort I can out of things. It's what I was made for, I suppose. She shrugged her shoulders and shivered a little. Let me go now, my friend. It's cold up here, I'm chilled. Don't look so terribly downcast. I expect I'll come out all right. Something may happen. Cheer up. Maybe you'll see me a Klondike queen yet. I could see that her sudden brightness but hid a black abyss of bitterness and apprehension. What she had told me had somehow stricken me dumb. There seemed a stark sordidness in the situation that repelled me. She had arisen and was about to step over the fluke of the great anchor, when I aroused myself. Berna, I said, what you have told me wrings my heart. I can't tell you how terribly sorry I feel. Is there nothing I can do for you, nothing to show I am not a mere friend of words and phrases? Oh, I hate to let you go like this. The moon had gone behind a cloud. We were in a great shadow. She halted, so that, as we stood, we were touching each other. Her voice was full of pathetic resignation. What can you do? If we were going in together it might be different. When I met you at first I hoped, well, it doesn't matter what I hoped. But, believe me, I'll be all right. You won't forget me, will you? Forget you? No, Berna, I'll never forget you. It cuts me to the heart I can do nothing now, but we'll meet up there. We can't be divided for long. And you'll be all right, believe me too, little girl. Be good and sweet and true and everyone will love and help you. Ah, you must go. Well, God bless you, Berna. And I wish you happiness and success, dear friend of mine. Her voice trembled. Something seemed to choke her. She stood a moment as if reluctant to go. Suddenly a great impulse of tenderness and pity came over me, and before I knew it, my arms were around her. She struggled faintly, but her face was uplifted, her eyes star-like. Then, for a moment of bewildering ecstasy, her lips lay on mine, and I felt them faintly answer. Poor yielding lips. They were cold as ice. Chapter V. Never shall I forget the last I saw of her, a forlorn, pathetic figure in black, waving a farewell to me as I stood on the wharf. She wore, I remember, a low collar, and well do I mind the way it showed off the slim whiteness of her throat, well do I mind the high poise of her head, and the silken gloss of her hair. The grey eyes were clear and steady as she bade goodbye to me, and from where we stood apart, her face had all the pathetic sweetness of a Madonna. Well, she was going, and sad enough her going seemed to me. They were all for Daae, and the grim old Chilkoot, with its blizzard-beaten steeps, while we had chosen the less precipitous, but more drawn-out, Skagway Trail. Among them I saw the inseparable twins, the grim Hewson, the silent Mervyn, each quiet and watchful, as if storing up power for a tremendous effort. There was the large unwholesomeness of Madame Winklerstein, all jewelry, smiles and coarse badinage, and near her, her perfumed husband, squinting and smirking abominably. There was the old man, with his face of a Hebrew seer, his visionary eye now aglow with fanatical enthusiasm, his lips ever muttering, "Klondike, Klondike," and lastly, by his side, with a little wry smile on her lips, there was the white-faced girl. How my heart ached for her! But the time for sentiment was at an end. The clarion call to action rang out. Inflexibly the trail was mustering us. The hour was come for everyone to give of the best that was in him, even as he had never given it before. The reign of peace was over, the fight was on. On all sides were indescribable bustle, confusion and excitement, men shouting, swearing, rushing hither, thither, wrangling, anxious-eyed and distracted over their outfits. A mood of unsparing energy dominated them. Their only thought was to get away on the gold trail. A frantic eagerness impelled them, insistent, imperative. The trail called to them, and the light of the gold lust smoldered and flamed in their uneasy eyes. Already the spirit of the gold trail was awakening. Hundreds of scattered tents, a few frame buildings, mostly saloons, dance halls and gambling joints, an eager, excited mob crowding on the loose sidewalks, floundering knee-deep in the mire of the streets, struggling and squabbling and cursing over their outfits. That is all I remember of Skagway. The mountains, stark and bare to the bluff, seemed to overwhelm the flimsy town, and between them, like a giant funnel, a great wind was roaring. Lawlessness was rampant, but it did not touch us. The thugs lay in wait for the men with pokes from the inside. To the great Chichako army, they gave little heed. They were captained by one Smith, known as Soapy, whom I had the fortune to meet. He was a pleasant-appearing, sociable man, and no one would have taken him for a desperado, a killer of men. One picture of Skagway is still vivid in my memory. The scene is a saloon, and along with the prodigal, I am having a glass of beer. In a corner sits a befuddled old man, half asleep. He is long and lank, with a leathery face and a rusty goatee beard, as ragged, disreputable an old sinner as ever bellied up to a bar. Suddenly there is a sound of shooting. We rush out and there are two toughs blazing away at each other from the sheltering corners of an opposite building. "Hey, Dad. There's some shootin' going on," says the barkeeper. The old man rouses and cocks up a bleary, benevolent eye. "Shooting, did ye say? Pshaw. Them fellas don't know how to shoot. Old Dad'll show 'em how to shoot. He comes to the door, and lugging out a big rusty revolver, blazes away at one of the combatants. The man, with a howl of surprise and pain, limps away. The old man turns to the other fellow. Bang! We see splinters fly, and a man running for dear life. Told you I'd show 'em how to shoot, remarks old Dad to us. Thanks, I'll have a gin fizz for mine. The prodigal developed a wonderful executive ability about this time. He was a marvel of activity, seemed to think of everything and to glory in his responsibility as a leader. Always cheerful, always thoughtful, he was the brains of our party. He never abated in his efforts a moment, and was an example and a stimulus to us all. I say all, for we had added the jamwagon one to our number. It was the prodigal who discovered him. He was a tall, dissolute Englishman, gaunt, ragged and verminous, but with the earmarks of a gentleman. He seemed indifferent to everything but whiskey and only anxious to hide himself from his friends. I discovered he had once been an officer in a hussar regiment, but he was obviously reluctant to speak of his past. A lost soul in every sense of the word, the North was to him a refuge and an unrestricted stamping ground. So, partly in pity, partly in hope of winning back his manhood, we allowed him to join the party. Pack animals were in vast demand, for it was considered a pound of grub was the equal of a pound of gold. Old horses, fit but for the knacker's yard, and burdened till they could barely stand, were being goaded forward through the mud. Any kind of a dog was a prize, quickly stolen if left unwatched. Sheep being taken in for the butcher were driven forward with packs on their backs. Even was there an effort to make pack animals out of pigs, but they grunted, squealed and rolled their precious burdens in the mire. What crazy excitement, what urging and shouting, what desperate device to make a start. We were lucky in buying a yoke of oxen from a packer for $400. On the first day we hauled half of our outfit to Canyon City, and on the second we transferred the balance. This was our plan all through, though in bad places we had to make many relays. It was simple enough, yet, oh, the travail of it. Here is an extract from my diary of these days. Turn out at 4 a.m. breakfasted on flapjacks and coffee. Find one of our oxen dying. Dies at 7 o'clock. Harness remaining ox and start to remove goods up canyon. Find trail in awful condition, yet thousands are struggling to get through. Horses often fall in pools of water 10 to 15 feet deep, trying to haul loads over the boulders that render trail almost impassable. Drive with sleigh over places that at other times one would be afraid to walk over without any load. 2 feet of snow fell during the night, but it is now raining. Rains and snows alternately. At night bitterly cold. Hauled 5 loads up canyon today. Finished last trip near midnight and turned in, cold, wet and played out. The above is a fairly representative day, and of such days we were to have many ere we reached the water. Slowly, with infinite effort, with stress and strain to every step of the way, we moved our bulky outfit forward from camp to camp. All days were hard, all exasperating, all crammed with discomfort, yet, bit by bit, we forged ahead. The army before us and the army behind never faltered. Like a stream of black ants they were, between mountains that reared up swiftly to storm-smitten palisades of ice. In the darkness of night the army rested uneasily, yet at the first streak of dawn it was in motion. It was an endless procession, in which every man was for himself. I can see them now, bent under their burdens, straining at their hand sleighs, flogging their horses and oxen, their faces crimped and puckered with fatigue, the air acrid with their curses and heavy with their moans. Now a horse stumbles and slips into one of the sump holes by the trail side. No one can pass, the army is arrested. Frenzied fingers unhitch the poor frozen brute and drag it from the water. Men, frantic with rage, beat savagely at their beasts of burden to make up the precious time lost. There is no mercy, no humanity, no fellowship. All is blasphemy, fury and ruthless determination. It is the spirit of the Gold Trail. At the canyon head was a large camp, and there, very much in evidence, the gambling fraternity. Dozens of them with their little green tables were doing a roaring business. On one side of the canyon they had established a camp. It was evening and we three, the prodigal, Salvation Jim and myself, strolled over to where a 3-shell man was holding forth. "Hello," says the prodigal. "It's our old friend Jake. Jake skinned me out of 100 on the boat. Wonder how he's making out." It was Moshe, with his bald head, his crafty little eyes, his flat nose, his black beard. I saw Jim's face harden. He had always shown a bitter hatred of this man, and often I wondered why. We stood a little way off. The crowd thinned and filtered away until but one remained, one of the tall young men from Minnesota. We heard Moshe's rich voice. "Say, pard, bet $10 you can't place the bean. See? I put the little joker under here, right before your eyes. Now, where is it?" "Here," said the man, touching one of the shells. "Right you are, my hearty. Well, here's your 10. The man from Minnesota took the money and was going away. "Hold on," said Moshe, "how do I know you had the money to cover that bet?" The man laughed and took from his pocket a wad of bills an inch thick. "Guess that's enough, ain't it?" Quick as lightning Moshe had snatched the bills from him, and the man from Minnesota found himself gazing into the barrel of a 6-shooter. "This here's my money," said Moshe, "now you git." A moment only, a shot rang out. I saw the gun fall from Moshe's hand, and the roll of bills drop to the ground. Quickly the man from Minnesota recovered them and rushed off to tell his party. Then the men from Minnesota got their Winchesters, and the shooting began. From their camp the gamblers took refuge behind the boulders that strewed the sides of the canyon, and blazed away at their opponents. A regular battle followed, which lasted till the fall of night. As far as I heard, only one casualty resulted. A Swede, about half a mile down the trail, received a spent bullet in the cheek. He complained to the deputy marshal. That worthy, sitting on his horse, looked at him a moment. Then he spat comprehensively. "Can't do anything, Ole. But I'll tell you what. Next time there's bullets flying round this section of the country, don't go sticking your darned whiskers in the way. See?" That night I said to Jim, "How did you do it?" He laughed and showed me a hole in his coat pocket which a bullet had burned. You see, having been in the game myself, I knew what was coming and acted accordine. Good job you didn't hit him worse. Wait a while, Sonny, wait a while. There's something mighty familiar about Jake Mosher. He's mighty like a certain Sam Mosley I'm interested in. I've just written a letter outside to see, and if it's him, well, I'm saved. I'm a good Christian, but, God help him. And who was Sam Mosley, Jim? Sam Mosley. Sam Mosley was the skunk that busted up my home and stole my wife. Blast him. 1am Jamwagon was the general name given to an Englishman on the trail. Chapter 6. Day after day, each man of us poured out on the trail the last heel tap of his strength, and the coming of night found us utterly played out. Salvation Jim was full of device and resource, the prodigal, a dynamo of eager energy, but it was the Jamwagon who proved his mettle in a magnificent and relentless way. Whether it was from a sense of gratitude, or to offset the cravings that assailed him, I know not, but he crammed the days with merciless exertion. A curious man was the Jamwagon, Brian Wanless his name, a world tramp, a derelict of the seven seas. His story, if ever written, would be a human document of moving and poignant interest. He must once have been a magnificent fellow, and even now, with strength and willpower impaired, he was a man among men, full of quick courage and of a haughty temper. It was ever a word and a blow with him, and a fight to the desperate finish. He was insular, imperious and aggressive, and he was always looking for trouble. Though taciturn and morose with men, the Jamwagon showed a tireless affection for animals. From the first he took charge of our ox, but it was for horses his fondness was most expressed, so that on the trail, where there was so much cruelty, he was constantly on the verge of combat. "That's a great man," said the prodigal to me, "a fighter from heel to head. There's one he can't fight, though, and that's Old Man Booze." But on the trail every man was a fighter. It was fight or fall, for the trail would brook no weaklings. Good or bad, a man must be a man in the primal sense, dominant, savage and enduring. The trail was implacable. From the start it cried for strong men, it weeded out its weaklings. I had seen these fellows on the ship feed their vanity with foolish fancies, kindled to ardors of hope. I had seen debauch regnant among them, now I was to see them crushed, cowed, overwhelmed, realizing each, according to his kind, the menace and antagonism of the way. I was to see the weak falter and fall by the trail side. I was to see the faint-hearted quail and turn back. But I was to see the strong, the brave, grow grim, grow elemental in their desperate strength, and tightening up their belts, go forward unflinchingly to the bitter end. Thus it was the trail chose her own. Thus it was, from passion, despair and defeat, the spirit of the trail was born. The spirit of the gold trail, how shall I describe it? It was based on that primal instinct of self-preservation that underlies our thin veneer of humanity. It was rebellion, anarchy, it was ruthless, aggressive, primitive. It was the man of the Stone Age in modern garb waging his fierce, incessant warfare with the forces of nature. Spurred on by the fever of the gold lust, goaded by the fear of losing in the race, maddened by the difficulties and obstacles of the way, men became demons of cruelty and aggression, ruthlessly thrusting aside and trampling down the weaker ones who thwarted their progress. Of pity, humanity, love, there was none, only the gold lust, triumphant and repellent. It was the survival of the fittest, the most tenacious, the most brutal. Yet there was something grandly terrible about it all. It was a barbaric invasion, an army, each man fighting for his own hand under the banner of gold. It was conquest. Every day, as I watched that human torrent, I realized how vast, how irresistible it was. It was epic, it was historical. Many pitiful things I saw, men with haggard, hopeless faces, throwing their outfits into the snow and turning back broken-hearted, men staggering blindly on, exhausted to despair, then dropping wearily by the trail side in the bitter cold and sinister gloom, weaklings, every one. Many terrible things I saw, men cursing each other, cursing the trail, cursing their God, and in the echo of their curses, grinding their teeth and stumbling on. Then they would vent their fury and spite on the poor dumb animals. Oh, what cruelty there was! The life of the brute was as nothing, it was the tribute of the trail, it was a sacrifice on the altar of human greed. Long before dawn the trail awakened and the air was full of breakfast smells, chiefly that of burnt porridge, for pots were seldom scraped, neither were dishes washed. Soon the long-drawn-out army was on the march, jaded animals straining at their loads, their drivers reviling and beating them. All the men were bearded, and many of them wore parkas. As many of the women had discarded petticoats, it was often difficult at a short distance to tell the sex of a person. There were tents built on sleighs, with faces of women and children peering out from behind. It was a wonderful procession, all classes, all nationalities, greybeards and striplings, parsons and prostitutes, rich and poor, filing past in their thousands, drawn desperately on by the golden magnet. One day we were making a trip with a load of our stuff when, just ahead, there was a check in the march, so I and the jam wagon went forward to investigate. It was our old friend Bullhammer in difficulties. He had rather a fine horse, and in passing a sump hole, his sled had skidded and slipped downhill into the water. Now he was palabering the animal unmercifully, acting like a crazy man, shouting in a frenzy of rage. The horse was making the most gallant efforts I ever saw, but, with every fresh attempt, its strength weakened. Time and again it came down on its knees, which were raw and bleeding. It was shining with sweat so that there was not a dry hair on its body, and if ever a dumb brute's eyes spoke of agony and fear, that horse's did. But Bullhammer grew every moment more infuriated, wrenching its mouth and beating it over the head with a club. It was a sickening sight and, used as I was to the inhumanity of the trail, I would have interfered had not the jam wagon jumped in. He was deadly pale and his eyes burned. "You infernal brute! If you strike that horse another blow, I'll break your club over your shoulders." Bullhammer turned on him. Surprise paralyzed the man, rage choked him. They were both big husky fellows, and they drew up face to face. Then Bullhammer spoke. "Curse you, anyway. Don't interfere with me. I'll beat bloody hell out of the horse if I like, and you won't say one word, see?" With that he struck the horse another vicious blow on the head. There was a quick scuffle. The club was wrenched from Bullhammer's hand. I saw it come down twice. The man sprawled on his back, while over him stood the jam wagon, looking very grim. The horse slipped quietly back into the water. "You ugly blackguard! I've a good mind to beat you within an ace of your life. But you're not worth it. Ah, you cur!" He gave Bullhammer a kick. The man got on his feet. He was a coward, but his pig eyes squinted in impotent rage. He looked at his horse lying shivering in the icy water. "Get the horse out yourself, then, curse you. Do what you please with him. But, mark you, I'll get even with you for this, I'll get even." He shook his fist and, with an ugly oath, went away. The block in the traffic was relieved. The trail was again in motion. When we got abreast of the submerged horse, we hitched on the ox and hastily pulled it out, and, the jam wagon proving to have no little veterinary skill, in a few days it was fit to work again. Another week had gone and we were still on the trail, between the head of the canyon and the summit of the pass. Day after day was the same round of unflinching effort, under conditions that would daunt any but the stoutest hearts. The trail was in a terrible condition, sometimes well nigh impassable, and many a time, but for the invincible spirit of the prodigal, would I have turned back. He had a way of laughing at misfortune and heartening one when things seemed to have passed the limit of all endurance. Here is another day selected from my diary. Rose at 4:30 a.m. and started for summit with load. Trail all filled in with snow, and had dreadful time shoveling it out. Load upsets number of times. Got to summit at 3 o'clock. Ox almost played out. Snowing and blowing fearfully on summit. Ox tired, tries to lie down every few yards. Bitterly cold and have hard time trying to keep hands and feet from freezing. Keep on going to make Balsam City. Arrived there about 10 o'clock at night. Clothing frozen stiff. Snow from 7 to 100 feet deep. No wood within a quarter-mile and then only soft balsam. Had to go for wood. Almost impossible to start fire. Was near midnight when I had fire going well and supper cooked. 18 hours on the trail without a square meal. The way of the Klondike is hard, hard. And yet I believe, compared with others, we were getting along finely. Every day, as the difficulties of the trail increased, I saw more and more instances of suffering and privation, and to many the name of the White Pass was the death knell of hope. I could see their faces blanch as they gazed upward at that white immensity. I could see them tighten their pack straps, clench their teeth and begin the ascent, could see them straining every muscle as they climbed, the grim lines harden round their mouths, their eyes full of hopeless misery and despair. I could see them panting at every step, ghastly with fatigue, lurching and stumbling on under their heavy packs. These were the weaker ones, who, sooner or later, gave up the struggle. Then there were the strong, ruthless ones, who had left humanity at home, who flogged their staggering skin and bone pack animals till they dropped, then, with a curse, left them to die. Far, far above us the monster mountains nuzzled among the clouds till cloud and mountain were hard to tell apart. These were giant heights heaved up to the stars, where blizzards were cradled and the storm winds born, stupendous horrific familiars of the tempest and the thunder. I was conscious of their absolute sublimity. It was like height piled on height as one would pile up sacks of flour. As Jim remarked, say, wouldn't it give you crick in the neck just gazing at them their mountains? How ant-like seemed the black army crawling up the icy pass, clinging to its slippery face in the blinding buffet of snow and rain. Men dropped from its ranks uncared for and unpitied. Heedless of those that fell, the gap closed up, the march went on. The great army crawled up and over the summit. Far behind could we see them, hundreds, thousands, a countless host, all with Klondike on their lips and the lust of the gold lure in their hearts. It was the great stampede. Klondike or bust was the slogan. It was ever on the lips of those bearded men. Klondike or bust, the strong man, with infinite patience, righted his overturned sleigh, and in the face of the blinding blizzard, pushed on through the clogging snow. Klondike or bust, the weary, trail-worn one raised himself from the hole where he had fallen, and stiff, cold, racked with pain, gritted his teeth doggedly and staggered on a few feet more. Klondike or bust, the fanatic of the trail, crazed with the gold lust, performed mad feats of endurance, till nature rebelled, and raving and howling, he was carried away to die. "'Member Joe," someone would say, as a pack horse came down the trail with, strapped on it, a dead, rigid shape. Joe used to be plumb full of fun, always joshin' or taking some guy off. Well, that's Joe. Two weary, woebegone men were pulling a hand sleigh down from the summit. On it was lashed a man. He was in a high fever, raving, delirious. Half crazed with suffering themselves, his partners plodded on unheedingly. I recognized in them the bank clerk and the professor, and I hailed them. From black hollows their eyes stared at me unrememberingly, and I saw how emaciated were their faces. Spinal meningitis, they said laconically, and they were taking him down to the hospital. I took a look and saw in that mask of terror and agony the familiar face of the woodcarver. He gazed at me eagerly, wildly. "I'm rich," he cried, "rich. I've found it, the gold, in millions, millions. Now I'm going outside to spend it. No more cold and suffering and poverty. I'm going down there to live, thank God, to live." Poor Globstock. He died down there. He was buried in a nameless grave. To this day I fancy his old mother waits for his return. He was her sole support, the one thing she lived for, a good, gentle son, a man of sweet simplicity and loving kindness. Yet he lies under the shadow of those hard-visaged mountains in a nameless grave. The trail must have its tribute. Chapter 7. It was at Balsam City, and things were going badly. Marx and Bullhammer had formed a partnership with the half-breed, the professor and the bank clerk, and the arrangement was proving a regrettable one for the latter too. It was all due to Marx. At the best of times, he was a cross-grained, domineering bully, and on the trail, which would have worn to a wire edge the temper of an angel, his yellow streak became an eyesore. He developed a chronic grouch, and it was not long before he had the two weaker men towing the mark. He had a way of speaking of those who had gone up against him in the past and were running yet, of shooting scrapes and deadly knife work in which he had displayed a spirit of cold-blooded ferocity. Both the professor and the bank clerk were men of peace and very impressionable. Consequently, they conceived for Marx a shuddering respect, not unmixed with fear, and were ready to stand on their heads at his bidding. On the half-breed, however, his intimidation did not work. While the other two trembled at his frown, and waited on him hand and foot, the man of Indian blood ignored him, and his face was expressionless. Whereby he incurred the intense dislike of Marx. Things were going from bad to worse. The man's aggressions were daily becoming more unbearable. He treated the others like Dagos, and on every occasion he tried to pick a quarrel with the half-breed, but the latter, entrenching himself behind his Indian phlegm, regarded him stolidly. Marx mistook this for cowardice and took to calling the half-breed nasty names, particularly reflecting on the good character of his mother. Still the half-breed took no notice, yet there was a contempt in his manner that stung more than words. This was the state of affairs when one evening the prodigal and I paid them a visit. Marx had been drinking all day, and had made life a little hell for the others. When we arrived he was rotten ripe for a quarrel. Then the prodigal suggested a game of poker, so four of them, himself, Marx, Bullhammer and the half-breed, sat in. At first they made a 10-cent limit, which soon they raised to 25. Then, at last, there was no limit but the roof. A bottle passed from mouth to mouth and several big jackpots were made. Bullhammer and the prodigal were about breaking even. Marx was losing heavily, while steadily the half-breed was adding to his pile of chips. Through one of those freaks of chance the two men seemed to buck one another continually. Time after time they would raise and raise each other, till at last Marx would call, and always his opponent had the cards. It was exasperating, maddening, especially as several times Marx himself was called on a bluff. The very fiend of ill luck seemed to have gotten into him, and as the game proceeded, Marx grew more flushed and excited. He cursed audibly. He always had good cards, but always somehow the other just managed to beat him. He became explosively angry and abusive. The half-breed offered to retire from the game, but Marx would not hear of it. "Come on, you nigger," he shouted. "Don't sneak away. Give me a chance to get my money back." So they sat down once more, and a hand was dealt. The half-breed called for cards, but Marx did not draw. Then the betting began. After the second round the others dropped out, and Marx and the half-breed were left. The half-breed was inimitably cool, his face was a perfect mask. Marx, too, had suddenly grown very calm. They started to boost each other. Both seemed to have plenty of money, and at first they raised in 10s and 20s. Then at last $50 at a clip. It was getting exciting. You could hear a pin drop. Bullhammer and the prodigal watched very quietly. Sweat stood on Marx's forehead, though the half-breed was utterly calm. The jackpot held about $300. Then Marx could stand it no longer. "I'll bet 100, he cried, "and see you." He triumphantly threw down a straight. "There, now," he snarled, "beat that, you stinking malamute." There was a perceptible pause. I felt sorry for the half-breed. He could not afford to lose all that money, but his face showed no shade of emotion. He threw down his cards and there arose from us all a roar of incredulous surprise. For the half-breed had thrown down a royal flush in diamonds. Marx rose. He was now livid with passion. "You cheating swine," he cried, "you crooked devil." Quickly he struck the other on the face, a blow that drew blood. I thought for a moment the half-breed would return the blow. Into his eyes there came a look of cold and deadly fury. But, no. Quickly bending down, he scooped up the money and left the tent. We stared at each other. "Marvelous luck," said the prodigal. "Marvelous hell," shouted Marx. "Don't tell me it's luck. He's a sharper, a dirty thief. But I'll get even. He's got to fight now. He'll fight with guns and I'll kill the son of a dog." He was drinking from the bottle in big gulps, fanning himself into an ungovernable fury with fiery objurgations. At last he went out, and again swearing he would kill the half-breed, he made for another tent, from which a sound of revelry was coming. Vaguely fearing trouble, the prodigal and I did not go to bed, but sat talking. Suddenly I saw him listen intently. Hissed. "Did you hear that?" I seemed to hear a sound like the fierce yelling of a wild animal. We hurried out. It was Marx running towards us. He was crazy with liquor, and in one hand he flourished a gun. There was foam on his lips and he screamed as he ran. Then we saw him stop before the tent occupied by the half-breed, and throw open the flap. "Come out, you dirty tin horn, you crook, you Indian bastard, come out and fight." He rushed in and came out again, dragging the half-breed at arm's length. They were tussling together, and we flung ourselves on them and separated them. I was holding Marx, when suddenly he hurled me off, and flourishing a revolver, fired one chamber, crying, "Stand back, all of you, stand back. Let me shoot at him. He's my meat." We stepped back pretty briskly, for Marx had cut loose. In fact, we ducked for shelter, all but the half-breed, who stood straight and still. Marx took aim at the man waiting there so coolly. He fired, and a tide of red stained the other man's shirt, near the shoulder. Then something happened. The half-breed's arm rose quickly. A six-shooter spat twice. He turned to us. "I didn't want to do it, boys, but you see he drove me to it. I'm sorry. He drove me to it." Marx lay in a huddled, quivering heap. He was shot through the heart and quite dead. Chapter 8. We were camping in Paradise Valley. Before us and behind us the great Chichako army labored along with infinite travail. We had suffered, but the trail of the land was near its end. And what an end! With every mile the misery and difficulty of the way seemed to increase. Then we came to the trail of rotting horses. Dead animals we had seen all along the trail in great numbers, but the sight as we came on this particular place beggared description. There were thousands of them. One night we dragged away 6 of them before we could find room to put up the tent. There they lay, sprawling horribly, their ribs protruding through their hides, their eyes putrid in the sunshine. It was like a battlefield, hauntingly hideous. And every day was adding to their numbers. The trail ran over great boulders covered with icy slush, through which the weary brutes sank to their bellies. Struggling desperately, down they would come between 2 boulders. Then their legs would snap like pipe stems, and there usually they were left to die. One would see, jammed in the cleft of a rock, the stump of a hoof, or sticking up sharply, the jagged splinter of a leg, while far down the bluff lay the animal to which it belonged. One would see the poor dead brutes lying head and tail for 100 yards at a stretch. One would see them deserted and desperate, wandering round foraging for food. They would come to the camp at night whinnying pitifully, and with a look of terrible entreaty on their starved faces. Then one would take pity on them, and shoot them. I remember stumbling across a big, heavy horse one night in the gloom. It was swaying from side to side, and as I drew near I saw its throat was hideously cut. It looked at me with such agony in its eyes that I put my handkerchief over its face, and, with the blow of an axe, ended its misery. The most spirited of the horses were the first to fall. They broke their hearts in gallant effort. Goaded to desperation, sometimes they would destroy themselves, throw themselves frantically over the bluff. Oh, it was horrible. Horrible. Our own horse proved a ready victim. To tell the truth, no one but the jamwagon was particularly sorry. If there was a sump hole in sight, that horse was sure to flounder into it. Sometimes twice in one day we had to unhitch the ox and pull him out. There was a place dug out of the snow alongside the trail, which was being used as a knacker's yard, and here we took him with a broken leg and put a bullet in his brain. While we waited, there were 6 others brought in to be shot. It was a Sunday and we were in the tent, indescribably glad of a day's rest. The jamwagon was mending a bit of harness, the prodigal was playing solitaire. Salvation Jim had just returned from a trip to Skagway, where he had hoped to find a letter from the outside regarding one Jake Mosher. His usually hale and kindly face was drawn and troubled. Wearily he removed his snow-sodden clothes. "I always did say there was God's curse on this Klondike gold," he said, "now I'm sure of it. There's a hoodoo on it. What it's going to cost, what hearts it's going to break, what homes it's going to wreck, no man'll ever know. God only knows what it's cost already. But this last is the worst yet." "What's the matter, Jim?" I said. "What last?" "Why, haven't you heard?" "Well, there's just been a snowslide on the Chilcoot, several hundred people buried." I stared aghast. Living as we did in daily danger of snowslides, this disaster struck us with terror. "You don't say," said the prodigal. "Where?" "Oh, somewheres near Lindeman. Hundreds of poor sinners cut off without a chance to repent." He was going to improve on the occasion when the prodigal cut in. "Poor devils. I guess we must know some of them too." He turned to me. "I wonder if your little Polack friend's all right." Indeed, my thoughts had just flown to Berna. Among the exigencies of the trail, when we had to fix our minds on the trouble of the moment, and every moment had its trouble, there was little time for reflection. Nevertheless, I had found at all times visions of her flitting before me, thoughts of her coming to me when I least expected them. Pity, tenderness and a good deal of anxiety were in my mind. Often I wondered if ever I would see her again. A feeling of joy and a great longing would sweep over me in the hope. At these words then of the prodigal, it seemed as if all my scattered sentiments crystallized into one, and a vast desire that was almost pain came over me. I suppose I was silent, grave, and it must have been some intuition of my thoughts that made the prodigal say to me, "Say, old man, if you would like to take a run over the Dye Trail, I guess I can spare you for a day or so." "Yes, indeed, I'd like to see the trail." "Oh, yes, we've observed your enthusiastic interest in trails. Why don't you marry the girl?" "Well, cut along, old chap. Don't be gone too long." So next morning, traveling as lightly as possible, I started for Bennett. How good it seemed to get off unimpeded by an outfit, and I sped past the weary mob, struggling along on the last lap of their journey. I had been in some expectation of the trail bettering itself, but indeed it appeared at every step to grow more hopelessly terrible. It was knee-deep in snowy slush, and below that seemed to be literally paved with dead horses. I only waited long enough at Bennett to have breakfast. A pie nailed to a tent pole indicated a restaurant, and there, for $1, I had a good meal of beans and bacon, coffee and flapjacks. It was yet early morning when I started for Lindeman. The air was clear and cold, ideal mushing weather, and already parties were beginning to struggle into Bennett, looking very weary and jaded. On the trail a man did a day's work by 9 in the morning, another by 4 in the afternoon, and a third by nightfall. You were lucky to get off at that. I was jogging along past the advance guard of the oncoming army, when who should I see but Mervyn and Hewson. They looked thoroughly seasoned, and had made record time with a large outfit. In contrast to the worn, weary-eyed men with faces pinched and puckered, they looked insolently fit and full of fight. They had heard of the snowslide but could give me no particulars. I inquired for Berner and the old man. They were somewhere behind, between Chilcoot and Lindeman. Yes, they were probably buried under the slide. Goodbye. I hurried forward, full of apprehension. A black stream of cheechakos were surging across Lindeman. Then I realized the greatness of the other advancing army, and the vastness of the impulse that was urging these indomitable atoms to the north. It was blowing quite hard and many had put up sails on their sleds with good effect. I saw a Jew driving an ox, to which he had 4 small sleds harnessed. On each of these he had hoisted a small sail. Suddenly the ox looked round and saw the sails. Here was something that did not come within the scope of his experience. With a bellow of fear, he stampeded, pursued by a yelling Hebrew, while from the chain of sleds articles scattered in all directions. When last I saw them in the far distance, Jew and ox were still going. Why was I so anxious about Berner? I did not know, but with every mile my anxiety increased. A dim unreasoning fear possessed me. I imagined that if anything happened to her I would forever blame myself. I saw her lying white and cold as the snow itself, her face peaceful in death. Why had I not thought more of her? I had not appreciated her enough, her precious sweetness and her tenderness. If only she was spared, I would show her what a good friend I could be. I would protect her and be near her in case of need. But then how foolish to think anything could have happened to her. The chances were 1 in 100. Nevertheless, I hurried forward. I met the twins. They had just escaped the slide, they told me, and had not yet recovered from the shock. A little way back on the trail it was. I would see men digging out the bodies. They had dug out 17 that morning. Some were crushed as flat as pancakes. Again, with a pain at my heart, I asked after Berner and her grandfather. Twin number 1 said they were both buried under the slide. I gasped and was seized with sudden faintness. No, said twin number 2, the old man is missing, but the girl has escaped and is nearly crazy with grief. Goodbye. Once more I hurried on. Gangs of men were shoveling for the dead. Every now and then a shovel would strike a hand or a skull. Then a shout would be raised and the poor misshapen body turned out. Again I put my inquiries. A busy digger paused in his work. He was a sottish-looking fellow, and there was something of the glare of a gull in his eyes. Yes, that must have been the old guy with the whiskers they dug out early on from the lower end of the slide. Relative, name of Winkelstein, took charge of him. Took him to the tent yonder. Won't let anyone go near. He pointed to a tent on the hillside, and it was with a heavy heart I went forward. The poor old man, so gentle, so dignified, with his dream of a golden treasure that might bring happiness to others. It was cruel, cruel. Say, what do ye want here? Get to hell out of this. The words came with a snarl. I looked up in surprise. There at the door of the tent, all a bristle like a gutter-bred cur, was Winkelstein. Chapter 9. I stared at the man a moment, for little had I expected so gracious a reception. Mush on, there, he repeated truculently, you're not wanted round here. Mush. Pretty darned smart. I felt myself grow suddenly, savagely angry. I measured the man for a moment and determined I could handle him. I want, I said soberly, to see the body of my old friend. You do you? Well, you darned well won't. Besides, there ain't no body here. You're a liar, I observed. But it's no use wasting words on you. I'm going on anyhow. With that I gripped him suddenly and threw him sideways with some force. One of the tent ropes took away his feet violently, and there on the snow he sprawled, glowering at me with evil eyes. Now, said I, I've got a gun, and if you try any monkey business, I'll fix you so quick you won't know what's happened. The bluff worked. He gathered himself up and followed me into the tent, looking the picture of malevolent impotence. On the ground lay a longish object covered with a blanket. With a strange feeling of reluctant horror I lifted the covering. Beneath it lay the body of the old man. He was lying on his back, and had not been squeezed out of all human semblance like so many of the others. Nevertheless, he was ghastly enough, with his bluish face and wide bulging eyes. What had worn his fingers to the bone so? He must have made a desperate struggle with his bare hands to dig himself out. I will never forget those torn, nailless fingers. I felt around his waist. Ha! The money belt was gone. Winkelstein, I said, turning suddenly on the little Jew, this man had $2,000 on him. What have you done with it? He started violently. A look of fear came into his eyes. It died away, and his face was convulsed with rage. He did not, he screamed, he didn't have a red cent. He's no more than an old pauper I was taking in to play the fiddle. He owes me, curse him. And who are you anyways, you blasted meddler, that accuses a decent man of being a body robber? I was this dead man's friend. I'm still his granddaughter's friend. I'm going to see justice done. This man had $2,000 in a gold belt round his waist. It belongs to the girl now. You've got to give it up, Winkelstein, or prove it, he spluttered. You're a liar, she's a liar, you're all a pack of liars, trying to blackmail a decent man. He had no money, I say. He had no money, and if ever he said so, he's a liar. Oh, you vile wretch! I cried. It's you that's lying. I've a mind to choke your dirty throat. But I'll hound you till I make you cough up that money. Where's Berna? Suddenly he had become quietly malicious. Find her, he jibed, find her for yourself. And take yourself out of my sight as quickly as you please. I saw he had me over a barrel, so, with a parting threat, I left him. A tent nearby was being run as a restaurant, and there I had a cup of coffee. Of the man who kept it, a fat, humorous cockney, I made enquiries regarding the girl. Yes, he knew her. She was living in yonder tent with Madame Winkelstein. They say she's tickin' on Hawful but old man, poor kid. I thanked him, gulped down my coffee, and made for the tent. The flap was down, but I rapped on the canvas, and presently the dark face of Madame appeared. When she saw me, it grew darker. What d'you want? She demanded. I want to see Berna, I said. Then you can't. Can't you hear her? Isn't that enough? Surely I could hear a very low, pitiful sound coming from the tent, something between a sob and a moan, like the wailing of an Indian woman over her dead, only infinitely subdued and anguished. I was shocked, awed, immeasurably grieved. Thank you, I said, I'm sorry. I don't want to intrude on her in her hour of affliction. I'll come again. All right, she laughed tauntingly, come again. I had failed. I thought of turning back, then I thought I might as well see what I could of the far-famed Chakut, so once more I struck out. The faces of the hundreds I met were the same faces I had passed by the thousand, stamped with the seal of the trail, seamed with lines of suffering, wan with fatigue, blank with despair. There was the same desperate hurry, the same indifference to calamity, the same grim stoical endurance. A snowstorm was raging on the summit of the Chakut and the snow was drifting, covering the thousands of caches to the depth of 10 and 15 feet. I stood on the summit of that nearly perpendicular ascent they call the Scales. Steps had been cut in the icy steep, and up these men were straining, each with a huge pack on his back. They could only go in single file. It was the famous human chain. At regular distances, platforms had been cut beside the trail, where the exhausted ones might leave the ranks and rest, but if a worn-out climber reeled and crawled into one of the shelters, quickly the line closed up and none gave him a glance. The men wore ice creepers, so that their feet would clutch the slippery surface. Many of them had staffs, and all were bent nigh double under their burdens. They did not speak, their lips were grimly sealed, their eyes fixed and stern. They bowed their heads to thwart the buffetings of the storm wind, but every way they turned it seemed to meet them. The snow lay thick on their shoulders and covered their breasts. On their beards the spiked icicles glistened. As they moved up step by step, it seemed as if their feet were made of lead, so heavily did they lift them. And the resting places by the trail were never empty. You saw them in the canyon at the trail top, staggering in the wind that seemed to blow every way at once. You saw them blindly groping for the caches they had made but yesterday and now fathoms deep under the snowdrift. You saw them descending swiftly, dizzily, leaning back on their staffs, for the down trail was like a slide. In a moment they were lost to sight, but tomorrow they would come again, and tomorrow, the men of the Chilkoot. The trail of travail, surely it was all epitomized in the tribulations of that stark ascent. From my eyrie on its blizzard-beaten crest I could see the human chain drag upward link by link, and every link a man. And as he climbed that pitiless treadmill, on each man's face there could be deciphered the palimpsest of his soul. Oh, what a drama it was, and what a stage! The trail of 98, high courage, frenzied fear, despotic greed, unflinching sacrifice. But over all, its hunger and its hope, its passion and its pain, triumphed the dauntless spirit of the pathfinder, the mighty pioneer. No, she said firmly, you can't see the girl. No, she said firmly, you can't see the girl. Then I knew. These silent, patient, toiling ones were the conquerors of the great white land, the men of the high north, the brotherhood of the Arctic wild. No saga will ever glorify their deeds, no epic make them immortal. Their names will be written in the snows that melt and vanish at the smile of spring, but in their works will they live, and their indomitable spirit will be as a beacon light, shining down the dim corridors of eternity. I slept at a bunkhouse that night, and next morning I again made a call at the tent within which lay Berna. Again Madame, in a gaudy wrapper, answered my call, but this time, to my surprise, she was quite pleasant. No, she said firmly, you can't see the girl. She's all prostrate. We've given her a sleeping powder and she's asleep now. But she's mighty sick. We've sent for a doctor. There was indeed nothing to be done. With a heavy heart I thanked her, expressed my regrets and went away. What had got into me, I wondered, that I was so distressed about the girl. I thought of her continually, with tenderness and longing. I had seen so little of her, yet that little had meant so much. I took a sad pleasure in recalling her to mind in varying aspects, always she appeared different to me somehow. I could get no definite idea of her, ever was there something baffling, mysterious, half-revealed. To me there was in her, beauty, charm, every ideal quality. Yet must my eyes have been anointed, for others passed her by without a second glance. Oh, I was young and foolish, maybe, but I had never before known a girl that appealed to me, and it was very, very sweet. So I went back to the restaurant and gave the fat cockney a note which he promised to deliver into her own hands. I wrote, "Dear Berna, I cannot tell you how deeply grieved I am over your grandfather's death, and how I sympathize with you in your sorrow. I came over from the other trail to see you, but you were too ill. Now I must go back at once. If I could only have said a word to comfort you. I feel terribly about it. Oh, Berna, dear, go back, go back. This is no country for you. If I can help you, Berna, let me know. If you come on to Bennett, then I will see you. Believe me again, dear, my heart aches for you. Be brave. Always affectionately yours, Athol Meldrum." Then once more I struck out for Bennett. Chapter X. Our last load was safely landed in Bennett and the trail of the land was over. We had packed an outfit of 4,000 pounds over a 37-mile trail and it had taken us nearly a month. For an average of 15 hours a day we had worked for all that was in us, yet, looking back, it seems to have been more a matter of dogged persistence and patience than desperate endeavor and endurance. There is no doubt that to the great majority, the trail spelled privation, misery and suffering, but they were of the poor, deluded multitude that never should have left their plows, their desks and their benches. Then there were others like ourselves to whom it meant hardship, more or less extreme, but who managed to struggle along fairly well. Lastly, there was a minority to whom it was little more than discomfort. They were the seasoned veterans of the trail to whom its trials were all in the day's work. It was as if the great white land was putting us to the test, was weeding out the fit from the unfit, was proving itself a land of the strong, a land for men. And indeed our party was well qualified to pass the test of the trail. The prodigal was full of irrepressible enthusiasm, and always loaded to the muzzle with ideas. Salvation Jim was a mine of foresight and resource, while the jam wagon proved himself an insatiable glutton for work. Altogether we fared better than the average party. We were camped on the narrow neck of water between Lindeman and Bennett, and as hay was $250 a ton, the first thing we did was to butcher the ox. The next was to see about building a boat. We thought of whipsawing our own boards, but the timber near us was poor or thinned out, so that in the end we bought lumber, paying for it 20 cents a foot. We were all very unexpert carpenters, however. By watching others, we managed to make a decent-looking boat. These were the busy days. At Bennett the two great Chichako armies converged, and there must have been 30,000 people camped round the lake. The night was ablaze with countless campfires, the day a buzz of busy toil. Everywhere you heard the racket of hammer and saw, beheld men in feverish haste over their boat building. There were many fine boats, but the crude makeshift effort of the amateur predominated. Some of them, indeed, had no more shape than a packing case, and not a few resembled a coffin. Anything that would float and keep out the water was a boat. Oh, it was good to think that from thenceforward, the swift, clear current would bear us to our goal. No more icy slush to the knee, no more putrid horse flesh underfoot, no more blinding blizzards and heart-breaking drift of snows. But the blue sky would canopy us, the gentle breezes fan us, the warm sun lock us in her arms. No more bitter freezings and sinister dawns and weary travail of mind and body. The hills would busk themselves in emerald green, the wild crocus come to gladden our eyes, the long nights glow with sunsets of theatric splendor. No wonder, in the glory of reaction, we exulted and labored on our boat with brimming hearts. And always before us gleamed the golden magnet, making us chafe and rage against the stubborn ice that stayed our progress. The days were full of breezy sunshine, and at all times the eager army watched the rotting ice with anxious eyes. In places it was fairly honeycombed now, in others corroded and splintered into silver spears. Here and there it heaved up and cracked across in gaping chasms, again it sagged down suddenly. There were sheets of surface water and stretches of greenish slush that froze faintly overnight. In large, flaming letters of red, the lake was dangerous, near to a break-up, a death trap, yet every day the reckless ones were going over it to be that much nearer the golden goal. In this game of taking desperate chances, many a wild player lost, many a foolhardy one never reached the shore. No one will ever know the number of victims claimed by these black unfathomable waters. It was the professor who opened our eyes to the danger of crossing the lake. He and the bank clerk quarreled over the wisdom of delay. The professor was positive it was quite safe. The ice was 4 feet thick. Go fast over the weak spots and you would be all right. He argued, fumed and ranted. They were losing precious time, time which might mean all the difference between failure and success. It was expedient to get ahead of the rabble. He, for one, was no craven. He had staked his all on this trip. He had studied the records of Arctic explorers. He thought he was no man's fool. If others were cowardly enough to hold back, he would go alone. The upshot of it was that one grey morning he took his share of the outfit and started off by himself. Said the bank clerk, half crying, "Poor old Pondersby. In spite of the words we had, we parted the best of friends." We shook hands and I wished him all good speed. I saw him twisting and wriggling among the patches of black and white ice. For a long time I watched him with a heavy heart. Yet he seemed to be getting along nicely, and I was beginning to think he was right and to call myself a fool. He was getting quite small in the distance, when suddenly he seemed to disappear. I got the glasses. There was a big hole in the ice, no sleigh, no Pondersby. Poor old fellow. There were many such cases of separation on the shores of Lake Bennett. Parties who had started out on that trail as devoted chums, finished it as lifelong enemies. Tempers were ground to a razor edge, words dropped crudely, anger flamed to meet anger. You could scarcely blame them. They did not realize that the trail demanded all that was in a man of gentleness, patience and forbearance. Poor human nature was strained and tested inexorably, and the most loving friends became the most deadly foes forevermore. One instance of this was the twins. "Say," said the prodigal, "you ought to see Romulus and Remus. They're scrapping like cat and dog. Seems they've had a bunch of trouble right along the line. You know how the trail brings out the yellow streak in a man. Well, they are both fiery as hads, so after a particularly warm evening they swore that as soon as they got to Bennett, they'd divvy up the stuff and each go off by his lonesome. Somehow, they patched it up when they reached here and got busy on their boat. Now it seems they've quarreled worse than ever. Romulus is telling Remus his real name and vice versa. They're raking up old grievances of their childhood days, and the end of it is they've once more decided to half-tip the outfit. They're mad enough to kill each other. They've even decided to cut their boat in two. It was truly so. We went and watched them. Each had a bitter determination on his face. They were sawing the boat through the middle. Afterwards, I believe, they patched up their ends and made a successful trip to Dawson. The ice was going fast. Strangers were still coming in over the trail with awful tales of its horrors. Bennett was all excitement and seething life. Thousands of ungainly boats, rafts and scows were waiting to be launched. Already craft were beginning to come through from Lindeman, rushing down the fierce torrent between the two lakes. From where we were camped we saw them pass. There were ugly rapids and a fang-like rock, against which many a luckless craft was piled up. It was the most fascinating thing in the world to watch these daring Argonauts rush the rapids, to speculate whether or not they would get through. The stroke of an oar, a few feet to right or left, meant unspeakable calamity. Poor souls! Their faces of utter despair as they landed dripping from the water and saw their precious goods disappearing in the angry foam would have moved a heart of stone. As one man said, in the bitterness of his heart, "Oh, boys, what a funny God we've got." There was a man who came sailing through the passage with a fine boat and a rich outfit. He had lugged it over the trail at the cost of infinite toil and weariness. Now his heart was full of hope. Suddenly he was in the whirl of the current, then all at once loomed up the cruel rock. His face blanched with horror. Frantically he tried to avoid it. No use. Crash! And his frail boat splintered like matchwood. But this man was a fighter. He set his jaw. Once more he went back over that deadly trail. He bought, at great expense, a new outfit and had packers hustle it over the trail. He procured a new boat. Once more he sailed through the narrow canyon. His face was set and grim. Suddenly, like some iron nemesis, once more loomed up the fatal rock. He struggled gallantly, but again the current seemed to grip him and throw him on that deadly fang. With another sickening crash he saw his goods sink in the seething waters. Did he give up? No. A third time he struggled, weary, heartbroken, over that trail. He had little left now, and with that little he bought his third outfit, a poor, pathetic shadow of the former ones, but enough for a desperate man. Once more he packed it over the trail, now a perfect avernus of horror. He reached the river, and in a third poor little boat, again he sailed down the passage. There was the swift leaping current, the ugly tusk of rock staked with wreckage. A moment, a few feet, a turn of the oar blade, and he would have been past. But, no. The rock seemed to fascinate him as the eyes of a snake fascinate a bird. He stared at it fearfully, a look of terror and despair. Then for the third time, with a hideous crash, his frail boat was piled up in a pitiful ruin. He was beaten now. He climbed on the bank, and there, with a last look at the ugly snarl of waters, and the jagged upthrust of that evil rock, he put a bullet smashing through his brain. The ice was loose and broken. We were all ready to start in a few days. The mighty camp was in a ferment of excitement. Everyone seemed elated beyond words. On, once more, to El Dorado. It was near midnight, but the sky, where the sun had dipped below the mountain rim, was a sea of translucent green, weirdly and wildly harmonious with the desolation of the land. On the bleak lake one could hear the lap of waves, while the high, rocky shore to the left was a black wall of shadow. I stood by the beach near our boat, all alone in the wan light, and tried to think calmly of the strange things that had happened to me. Surely there was something of romance left in this old world yet if one would only go to seek it. Here I was, sun-browned, strong, healthy, having come through many trials and still on the edge of adventure, when I might, but for my own headstrong perversity, have yet been vegetating on the hills of Glenshill. A great exultation welled up in me, the voice of youth and ambition, the lust to conquer. I would succeed, I would wrest from the vast, lonely, mysterious north some of its treasure. I would be a conqueror. Silent and abstracted, I looked into the brooding disk of sheeny sky, my eyes dream-troubled. Then I felt a ghostly hand touch my arm, and with a great start of surprise, I turned. Berna. Chapter 11. The girl was wearing a thin black shawl around her shoulders, but in the icy wind blowing from the lake, she trembled like a wand. Her face was pale, waxen, almost spiritual in its expression, and she looked at me with just the most pitiably sweet smile in the world. "I'm sorry I startled you, but I wanted to thank you for your letter and for your sympathy." It was the same clear voice, with the throb of tender feeling in it. "You see, I'm all alone now." The voice faltered, but went on bravely. "I've got no one that cares about me anymore, and I've been sick, so sick I wonder I lived. I knew you'd forgotten me, and I don't blame you. But I've never forgotten you, and I wanted to see you just once more." She was speaking quite calmly and unemotionally. "Berna," I cried, "don't say that. Your reproach hurts me so. Indeed I did try to find you, but it's such a vast camp. There are so many thousands of people here. Time and again I inquired, but no one seemed to know. Then I thought you must surely have gone back, and it's been such a busy time, building our boat and getting ready. No, Berna, I didn't forget. Many's a night I've lain awake thinking of you, wondering, longing to see you again, but haven't you forgotten a little? I saw the sensitive lips smile almost bitterly. No. Not even a little. Oh. I'm sorry, Berna. I'm sorry I've looked after you so badly. I'll never forgive myself. You've been terribly sick, too. What a little white wisp you are. You look as if a breeze would blow you away. You shouldn't be out this night, girl. Put my coat around you, come now. I wrapped her in it and saw with gladness her shivering cease. As I buttoned it at her throat I marveled at the thinness of her, and at the delicacy of her face. In the opal light of the luminous sky her great grey eyes were lustrous. Berna, I said again, why did you come in here, why? You should have gone back. Gone back, she repeated, indeed I would have, oh, so gladly. But you don't understand, they wouldn't let me. After they had got all his money, and they did get it, though they swear he had nothing, they made me come on with them. They said I owed them for his burial, and for the care and attention they gave me when I was sick. They said I must come on with them and work for them. I protested, I struggled. But what's the use? I can't do anything against them anymore. I'm weak, and I'm terribly afraid of her. She shuddered, then a look of fear came into her eyes. I put my hand on her arm and drew her close to me. I just slipped away tonight. She thinks I'm asleep in the tent. She watches me like a cat, and will scarce let me speak to anyone. She's so big and strong, and I'm so slight and weak. She would kill me in one of her rages. Then she tells everyone I'm no good, an ingrate, everything that's bad. Once when I threatened to run away, she said she would accuse me of stealing and have me put in gaol. That's the kind of woman she is. This is terrible, Berna. What have you been doing all the time? Oh, I've been working for them. They've been running a little restaurant and I've waited on table. I saw you several times, but you were always too busy or too far away in dreams to see me, and I couldn't get a chance to speak. But we're going down the lake tomorrow, so I thought I would just slip away and say goodbye. Not goodbye, I faltered, not goodbye. Her tone was measured, her eyes closed almost. Yes, I'm afraid I must say it. When we get down there, it's goodbye, goodbye. The less you have to do with me, the better. What do you mean? Well, I mean this. These people are not decent. They're vile. I must go with them, I cannot get away. Already, though I'm as pure as your sister would be, already my being with them has smirched me in everybody's eyes. I can see it by the way the men look at me. No, go your way and leave me to whatever fate is in store for me. Never. I said harshly. What do you take me for, Berna. My friend, you know, after his death, when I was so sick, I wanted to die. Then I got your letter, and I felt I must see you again, for I thought a lot of you. No man's ever been so kind to me as you have. They've all been the other sort. I used to think of you a good deal, and I wanted to do some little thing to show you I was really grateful. On the boat I used to notice you because you were so quiet and abstracted. Then you were grandfather's roommate and gentle and kind to him. You looked different from the others, too. Your eyes were good. Oh, come, Berna, never mind that. Yes, I mean it. I just wanted to tell you the things a poor girl thought of you. But now it's all nearly over. We've neither of us got to think of each other anymore, and I just wanted to give you this, to remind you sometimes of Berna. It was a poor little locket and it contained a lock of her silken hair. It's worth nothing, I know, but just keep it for me. Indeed I will, Berna, keep it always, and wear it for you. But I can't let you go like this. See here, girl, is there nothing I can do? Nothing. Surely there must be some way. Berna, Berna, look at me, listen to me. Is there? What can I do? Tell me, my girl. She seemed to sway to me gently. Indeed I did not intend it, but somehow she was in my arms. She felt so slight and frail a thing, I feared to hurt her. Then I felt her bosom heaving greatly, and I knew she was crying. For a little I let her cry, but presently I lifted up the white face that lay on my shoulder. It was wet with tears. Again and again I kissed her. She lay passively in my arms. Never did she try to escape nor hide her face, but seemed to give herself up to me. Her tears were salt upon my lips, yet her own lips were cold, and she did not answer to my kisses. At last she spoke. Her voice was like a little sigh. Oh, if it could only be. What, Berna? Tell me what? If you could only take me away from them, protect me, care for me. Oh, if you could only marry me, make me your wife. I would be the best wife in the world to you, I would work my fingers to the bone for you, I would starve and suffer for you, and walk the world barefoot for your sake. Oh, my dear, pity me. It seemed as if a sudden light had flashed upon my brain, stunning me, bewildering me. I thought of the princess of my dreams. I thought of Gary and of Mother. Could I take her to them? Berna, I said sternly, look at me. She obeyed. Berna, tell me, by all you regard as pure and holy, do you love me? She was silent and averted her eyes. No, Berna, I said, you don't, you're afraid. It's not the sort of love you've dreamed of. It's not your ideal. It would be gratitude and affection, love of a kind, but never that great dazzling light, that passion that would raise to heaven or drag to hell. How do I know? Perhaps that would come in time. I care a great deal for you. I think of you always. I would be a true, devoted wife. Yes, I know, Berna, but you don't love me, see, dear. It's so different. You might care and care till doomsday, but it wouldn't be the other thing, it wouldn't be love as I have conceived of it, dreamed of it. Listen, Berna. Here's where our difference in race comes in. You would rush blindly into this. You would not consider, test and prove yourself. It's the most serious matter in life to me, something to be looked at from every side, to be weighed and balanced. As I said this, my conscience was whispering fiercely, "Oh, fool! Coward! Paltering, despicable coward! This girl throws herself on you, on your honor, chivalry, manhood, and you screen yourself behind a barrier of convention." However, I went on, you might come to love me in time, but we must wait a while, little girl. Surely that is reasonable. I care for you a great deal, but I don't know if I love you in the great way people should love. Can't we wait a little, Berna? I'll look after you, dear, won't that do? She disengaged herself from me, sighing woefully. Yes, I suppose that'll do. Oh, I'll never forgive myself for saying that to you. I shouldn't, but I was so desperate. You don't know what it meant to me. Please forget it, won't you? No, Berna, I'll never forget it, and I'll always bless you for having said it. Believe me, dear, it will all come right. Things aren't so bad. You're just scared, little one. I'll watch no one harms you, and love will come to both of us in good time, that love that means life and death, hate and adoration, rapture and pain, the greatest thing in the world. Oh, my dear, trust me. We have known each other such a brief space. Let us wait a little longer, just a little longer. Yes, that's right, a little longer. Her voice was faint and toneless. She disengaged herself. Now, good night, they may have missed me. Almost before I could realize it, she had disappeared amid the tents, leaving me there in the gloom with my heart full of doubt, self-reproach and pain. Oh, despicable, paltering coward. Chapter 12. Spring in the Yukon. Majestic mountains crowned with immemorial snow. The mad midnight melodies of birds. From the kindly stars to the leaves of grass that glimmer in the wind, a world pregnant with joy, a land jewel bright and virgin sweet. After the obsession of the long night, spring leaps into being with a sudden sun-thrilled joy, a radiant uplift. The shy emerald mantles the valleys and fledges the heights. The pussy willows tremble by lake and stream. The wild crocus brims the hollows with a haze of violet, trailing his last ragged pennants of snow on the hills. Winter makes his sullen retreat. Perhaps I am oversensitive, but I have ecstasied moments when to me it seems the grass is greener, the sky bluer than they are to most. I surrender my heart to wonder and joy. I am in tune with the triumphant cadence of things. I am an atom of praise. I live, therefore I exult. Only in hyperbole could I express that golden spring, as we set sail on the sunlit waters of Lake Bennett. Never had I felt so glad. And indeed it was a vastly merry mob that sailed with us, straining their eyes once more to the El Dorado of their dreams. Bottled-up spirits effervesced wildly, hearts beat bravely, hopes were high. The bitter land trail was forgotten. The clear, bright water leaped laughingly at the bow, the gallant breeze was blowing behind. The strong men bared their breasts and drank of it deeply. Yes, they were the strong, the fit, suffered by the North to survive, stiffened and braced and seasoned, the chosen of the test, the proven of the trail. Songs of jubilation rang in the night air, men, eager-eyed and watchful, roared snatches of melody as they toiled at sweep and oar, banjos, mandolins, fiddles, flutes, mingled in maddest confusion. Once more the great invading army of the Chichikos moved forward tumultuously, but now with mirth and rejoicing. The great calm night was never dark, the great deep lakes infinitely serene, the great mountains majestically solemn. In the lighted sky the pale ghost moon seemed ever apologizing for itself. The world was a grand harmonious symphony that even the advancing tide of the Argonauts could not mar. Yet, under all the mirth and gaiety, you could feel, tense, ruthless and dominant, the spirit of the trail. In that invincible onrush of human effort, as the oars bent with their strokes of might, as the sail bellied before the breeze, as the eager wave leapt at the bow, you could feel the passion that quickened their hearts and steeled their arms. Klondike or bust. Once more the slogan rang on bearded lips, once more the gold lust smoldered in their eyes. The old primal lust resurged, to win at any cost, to thrust down those in the way, to fight fiercely, brutally, even as wolf dogs fight. This was the code, the terrible code of the Gold Trail. The basic passions upleapt, envy and hate and fear triumphed, and with ever-increasing excitement the great fleet of the gold hunters strained onward to the Valley of the Treasure. Of all who had started out with us but a few had got this far. Of these Mervyn and Hewson were far in front, victors of the trail, qualified to rank with the men of the high north, the sourdoughs of the Yukon Valley. Somewhere in the fleet were the bank clerk, the half-breed and bullhammer, while 3 days' start ahead were the Winklersteins. "These Jews have the only system," commented the prodigal. "They ran the Elite restaurant in Bennett and got action on their beans and flour and bacon. The madam cooked, the old man did the chores and the girl waited on table. They've roped in a bunch of money, and now they've lit out for Dawson in a nice, tight little scow with their outfits turned into wads of the long green. I kept a keen lookout for them and every day I hoped we would overtake their scow, for constantly I thought of Berna. Her little face, so wistfully tender, haunted me, and over in my mind I kept recalling our last meeting. At times I blamed myself for letting her go so easily, and then again I was thankful that I had not allowed my heart to run away with my head. For I was beginning to wonder if I had not given her my heart, given it easily, willingly and without reserve. And in truth at the idea I felt a strange thrill of joy. The girl seemed to me all that was fair, lovable and sweet. We were now skimming over Tagish Lake. With grey head bared to the breeze and a hymn stave on his lips, Salvation Jim steered in the strong sunlight. His face was full of cheer, his eyes alight with kindly hope. Leaning over the side, the prodigal was dragging a spoon bait to catch the monster trout that lived in those depths. The jam wagon, as if disgusted at our enforced idleness, slumbered at the bow. As he slept I noticed his fine nostrils, his thin, bitter lips, his bare brawny arms, tattooed with strange devices. How clean he kept his teeth and nails. There was the stamp of the thoroughbred all over him. In what strange parts of the world had he run amok? What fair, gracious women mourned for him in faraway England? Ah, those enchanted days, the sky spaces abrim with light, the gargantuan mountains, the eager army of adventurers, undismayed at the gloomy vastness. We came to Windy Arm, rugged, desolate and despairful. Down it, with menace and terror on its wings, rushes the furious wind, driving boats and scows crashing on an iron shore. In the night we heard shouts, we saw wreckage piled up on the beach, but we pulled away. For 12 weary hours we pulled at the oars, and in the end our danger was past. We came to Lake Tagish, a dead calm, a blazing sun, a seething mist of mosquitoes. We sweltered in the heat, we strained, with blistered hands, at the oars, we cursed and toiled like 1,000 others of that grotesque fleet. There were boats of every shape, square, oblong, circular, three-cornered, flat, round, anything that would float. They were made mostly of boards, laboriously hand-sawn in the woods, and from a ½ to 4 inches thick. Black pitch smeared the seams of the raw lumber. They traveled sideways as well as in any other fashion. And in such crazy craft were thousands of amateur boatmen, sailing serenely along, taking danger with sang-froid, and at night, over their campfires, hilariously telling of their hairbreadth escapes. We entered the 50-mile river. We were in a giant valley. Tier after tier of benchland rose to sentinel mountains of austerest grandeur. There at the bottom the little river twisted like a silver wire, and down it rode the eager army. They shattered the silence into wildest echo, they roused the bears out of their frozen sleep, the forest flamed from their careless fires. The river was our beast of burden now, a tireless, gentle beast. Serenely and smoothly it bore us onward, yet there was a note of menace in its song. They had told us of the canyon and of the rapids, and as we pulled at the oars and battled with the mosquitoes, we wondered when the danger was coming, how we would fare through it when it came. Then one evening as we were sweeping down the placid river, the current suddenly quickened. The banks were sliding past at a strange speed. Swiftly we whirled around a bend, and there we were right on top of the dreadful canyon. Straight ahead was what seemed to be a solid wall of rock. The river looked to have no outlet, but as we drew nearer we saw that there was a narrow chasm in the stony face, and at this the water was rearing and charging with an angry roar. The current was gripping us angrily now, there was no chance to draw back. At his post stood the jam wagon with the keen, alert look of the man who loves danger. A thrill of excitement ran through us all. With set faces we prepared for the fight. I was in the bow. All at once I saw directly in front a scow struggling to make the shore. In her there were 3 people, 2 women and a man. I saw the man jump out with a rope and try to snub the scow to a tree. 3 times he failed, running along the bank and shouting frantically. I saw one of the women jump for the shore. Then at the same instant the rope parted, and the scow, with the remaining women, went swirling on into the canyon. Chapter 13. All this I saw, and so fascinated was I that I forgot our own peril. I heard a shrill scream of fear. I saw the solitary woman crouch down in the bottom of the scow, burying her face in her hands. I saw the scow rise, hover, and then plunge downward into the angry maw of the canyon. The river hurried us on helplessly. We were in the canyon now. The air grew dark. On each side, so close it seemed we could almost touch them with our oars, were black, ancient walls, towering up dizzily. The river seemed to leap and buck, its middle arching 4 feet higher than its sides, a veritable hogback of water. It bounded on in great billows, green, hillocky and terribly swift, like a liquid toboggan slide. We plunged forward, heaved aloft, and the black, moss-stained walls brindled past us. About midway in the canyon is a huge basin, like the old crater of a volcano, sloping upwards to the pine-fringed skyline. Here was a giant eddy, and here, circling round and round, was the runaway scow. The forsaken woman was still crouching on it. The light was quite wan, and we were half blinded by the flying spray, but I clung to my place at the bow and watched intently. "Keep clear of that scow," I heard someone shout. "Avoid the eddy." It was almost too late. The ill-fated scow spun round and swooped down on us. In a moment we would have been struck and overturned, but I saw Jim and the jam wagon give a desperate strain at the oars. I saw the scow swirling past, just 2 feet from us. I looked again, then with a wild panic of horror I saw that the crouching figure was that of Berna. I remember jumping, it must have been 5 feet, and I landed half in, half out of the water. I remember clinging a moment, then pulling myself aboard. I heard shouts from the others as the current swept them into the canyon. I remember looking round and cursing because both sweeps had been lost overboard, and lastly I remember bending over Berna and shouting in her ear, "All right, I'm with you." If an angel had dropped from high heaven to her rescue, I don't believe the girl could have been more impressed. For a moment she stared at me unbelievingly. I was kneeling by her and she put her hands on my shoulders as if to prove to herself that I was real. Then, with a half sob, half cry of joy, she clasped her arms tightly around me. Something in her look, something in the touch of her slender, clinging form made my heart exult. Once again I shouted in her ear, "It's all right, don't be frightened. We'll pull through, all right." Once more we had whirled off into the main current, once more we were in that roaring torrent, with its fearsome dips and rises, its columned walls corroded with age and filled with the gloom of eternal twilight. The water smashed and battered us, whirled us along relentlessly, lashed us in heavy sprays, yet with closed eyes and thudding hearts we waited. Then suddenly the light grew strong again. The primeval walls were gone. We were sweeping along smoothly, and on either side of us the valley sloped in green plateaus up to the smiling sky. I unlocked my arms and peered down to where her face lay half hidden on my breast. Thank God, I was able to reach you. Yes, thank God, she answered faintly. Oh, I thought it was all over. I nearly died with fear. It was terrible. Thank God for you. But she had scarce spoken when I realized, with a vast shock, that the danger was far from over. We were hurrying along helplessly in that fierce current, and already I heard the roar of the Squaw Rapids. Ahead, I could see them dancing, boiling, foaming, blood-red in the sunset glow. Be brave, Berna, I had to shout again, we'll be all right. Trust me, dear. She, too, was staring ahead with dilated eyes of fear. Yet at my words she became wonderfully calm, and in her face there was a great, glad look that made my heart rejoice. She nestled to my side. Once more she waited. We took the rapids broadside on, but the scow was light and very strong. Like a cork in a mill stream we tossed and spun around. The vicious, mauling wolf pack of the river heaved us into the air, and worried us as we fell. Drenched, deafened, stunned with fierce, nerve-shattering blows, every moment we thought to go under. We were in a cauldron of fire. The roar of doom was in our ears. Giant hands with claws of foam were clutching, buffeting us. Shrieks of fury assailed us, as demon tossed us to demon. Was there no end to it? Thud, crash, roar, sickening us to our hearts, lurching, leaping, beaten, battered, then all at once came a calm. We must be past. We opened our eyes. We were again sweeping round a bend in the river in the shadow of a high bluff. If we could only make the bank, but, no. The current hurled us along once more. I saw it sweep under a rocky face of the hillside, and then I knew that the worst was coming. For there, about 200 yards away, were the dreaded White Horse Rapids. Close your eyes, Berna, I cried. Lie down on the bottom. Pray as you never prayed before. We were on them now. The rocky banks close until they nearly meet. They form a narrow gateway of rock, and through those close-set jaws the raging river has to pass. Leaping, crashing over its boulder-strewn bed, gaining in terrible impetus at every leap, it gathers speed for its last desperate burst for freedom. Then with a great roar it charges the gap. But there, right in the way, is a giant boulder. Water meets rock in a crash of terrific onset. The river is beaten, broken, thrown back on itself, and with a baffled roar rises high in the air in a raging hell of spume and tempest. For a moment the chasm is a battleground of the elements, a fierce, titanic struggle. Then the river, wrenching free, falls into the basin below. Lie down, Berna, and hold on to me. We both dropped down in the bottom of the scow, and she clasped me so tightly I marveled at the strength of her. I felt her wet cheek pressed to mine, her lips clinging to my lips. Now, dear, just a moment and it will all be over. Once again the angry thunder of the waters. The scow took them nose on, riding gallantly. Again we were tossed like a feather in a whirlwind, pitchforked from wrath to wrath. Once more, swinging, swerving, straining, we pelted on. On pinnacles of terror our hearts poised nakedly. The waters danced a fiery saraband, each wave was a demon lashing at us as we passed, or again they were like fear-maddened horses with whipping manes of flame. We clutched each other convulsively. Would it never, never end, then? It seemed the last had come. Up, up we went. We seemed to hover uncertainly, tilted, hair poised over a yawning gulf. Were we going to upset? Mental agony screamed in me. But, no. We righted. Dizzily we dipped over, steeply we plunged down. Oh! It was terrible. We were in a hornet's nest of angry waters and they were stinging us to death. We were in a hollow cavern roofed over with slabs of seething foam. The fiery horses were trampling us under their myriad hoofs. I gave up all hope. I felt the girl faint in my arms. How long it seemed. I wished for the end. The flying hammers of hell were pounding us, oh, God. Oh, God. Then, swamped from bow to stern, half turned over, wrecked and broken, we swept into the peaceful basin of the river below. Chapter 14 On the flats around the White Horse Rapids was a great larch of wild flowers. The shooting stars gladdened the glade with gold, the bluebells brimmed the woodland hollow with amethyst, the fireweed splashed the hills with the pink of coral. Daintily swinging, like clustered pearls, were the petals of the orchid. In glorious profusion were begonias, violets, and Iceland poppies, and all was in a setting of the keenest emerald. But over the others dominated the wild rose, dancing everywhere and flinging its perfume to the joyful breeze. Boats and scows were lined up for miles along the river shore. On the banks water-soaked outfits lay drying in the sun. We, too, had shipped much water in our passage, and a few days would be needed to dry out again. So it was that I found some hours of idleness and was able to see a good deal of Berna. Madame Winkelstein I found surprisingly gracious. She smiled on me, and in her teeth, like white quartz, the creviced gold gleamed. She had a smooth, flattering way with her that disarmed enmity. Winkelstein, too, had conveniently forgotten our last interview, and extended to me the paw of spurious friendship. I was free to see Berna as much as I chose. Thus it came about that we rambled among the woods and hills, picking wild flowers and glad almost with the joy of children. In these few days I noted a vast change in the girl. Her cheeks, pale as the petals of the wild orchid, seemed to steal the tints of the briar rose, and her eyes beaconed with the radiance of sun-waked skies. It was as if in the poor child a long-stifled capacity for joy was glowing into being. One golden day, with her cheeks softly flushed, her eyes shining, she turned to me. "Oh, I could be so happy if I only had a chance, if I only had the chance other girls have. It would take so little to make me the happiest girl in the world, just to have a home, a plain, simple home where all was sunshine and peace, just to have the commonest comforts, to be carefree, to love and be loved. That would be enough." She sighed and went on, "Then if I might have books, a little music, flowers, oh, it seems like a dream of heaven, as well might I sigh for a palace." "No palace could be too fair for you, Berna, no prince too noble. Some day, your prince will come, and you will give him that great love I told you of once." Swiftly a shadow came into the bright eyes, the sweet mouth curved pathetically. "Not even a beggar will seek me, a poor nameless girl traveling in the train of dishonor, and again, I will never love." "Yes, you will indeed, girl, infinitely, supremely. I know you, Berna, you'll love as few women do. Your dearest will be all your world, his smile your heaven, his frown your death. Love was at the fashioning of you, dear, and kissed your lips and sent you forth, saying, 'There goeth my handmaiden.' I thought for a while ere I went on. You cared for your grandfather, you gave him your whole heart, a love full of self-sacrifice, of renunciation. Now he is gone, you will love again, but the next will be to the last as wine is to water. And the day will come when you will love grandly. Yours will be a great, consuming passion that knows no limit, no assuagement. It will be your glory and your shame. For him will your friends be foes, your light darkness. You will go through fire and water for your beloved Sake, your parched lips will call his name, your frail hands cling to him in the shadow of death. Oh, I know, I know. Love has set you apart. You will immolate yourself on his altars. You will dare, defy and die for him. I'm sorry for you, Berna." Her face hung down, her lips quivered. As for me, I was surprised at my words and scarce knew what I was saying. At last she spoke. "If ever I loved like that, the man I loved must be a king among men, a hero, almost a god. Perhaps, Berna, perhaps, but not needfully. He may be a grim man with a face of power and passion, a virile, dominant brute, but, well, I think he will be more of a god. Let's change the subject." I found she had all the sad sophistication of the lowly-born, yet with it an invincible sense of purity, a delicate horror of the physical phases of love. She was a finely motived creature with impossible ideals, but out of her stark knowledge of life she was naively outspoken. Once I asked of her, "Berna, if you had to choose between death and dishonor, which would you prefer?" "Death, of course," she answered promptly. "Death's a pretty hard proposition," I commented. "No, it's easy, physical death, compared with the other, compared with moral death. She was very emphatic and angry with me for my hazarded demur. In an atmosphere of disillusionment and moral miasma, she clung undauntedly to her ideals. Never was such a brave spirit, so determined in goodness, so upright in purity, and I blessed her for her unfaltering words. May such sentiments as yours, I prayed, be ever mine. In doubt, despair, defeat, O life, take not away from me my faith in the pure heart of woman. Often I watched her thoughtfully, her slim, well-poised figure, her grey eyes that were fuller of soul than any eyes I have ever seen, her brown hair wherein the sunshine loved to pick out threads of gold, her delicate features with their fine patrician quality. We were dreamers twain, but while my outlook was gay with hope, hers was dark with despair. Since the episode of the scow I had never ventured to kiss her, but had treated her with a curious reserve, respect and courtesy. Indeed, I was diagnosing my case, wondering if I loved her, affirming, doubting on a very seesaw of indetermination. When with her I felt for her an intense fondness and at times an almost irresponsible tenderness. My eyes rested longingly on her, noting with tremulous joy the curves and shading of her face, and finding in its very defects, beauties. When I was away from her, oh, the easeless longing that was almost pain, the fanciful elaboration of our last talk, the hint of her graces in bird and flower and tree. I wanted her wildly, and the thought of a world empty of her was monstrous. I wondered how in the past we had both existed and how I had lived, carelessly, happy and serenely indifferent. I tried to think of a time when she should no longer have power to make my heart quicken with joy or contract with fear, and the thought of such a state was insufferable pain. Was I in love? Poor, fatuous fool! I wanted her more than everything else in all the world, yet I hesitated and asked myself the question. Hundreds of boats and scows were running the rapids, and we watched them with an untiring fascination. That was the most exciting spectacle in the whole world. The issue was life or death, ruin or salvation, and from dawn till dark, and with every few minutes of the day, was the breathless climax repeated. The faces of the actors were sick with dread and anxiety. It was curious to study the various expressions of the human countenance unmasked and confronted with gibbering fear. Yes, it was a vivid drama, a drama of cheers and tears, always thrilling and often tragic. Every day were bodies dragged ashore. The rapids demanded their tribute. The men of the trail must pay the toll. Sullen and bloated the river disgorged its prey, and the dead, without prayer or pause, were thrown into nameless graves. On our first day at the rapids we met the half-breed. He was on the point of starting downstream. Where was the bank clerk? Oh, yes, they had upset coming through. When last he had seen little Pinkclove he was struggling in the water. However, they expected to get the body every hour. He had paid 2 men to find and bury it. He had no time to wait. We did not blame him. In those wild days of headstrong hurry and gold delirium human life meant little. Another floater, one would say, and carelessly turn away. A callousness to death that was almost medieval was in the air, and the friends of the dead hurried on, the richer by a partner's outfit. It was all new, strange, sinister to me, this unveiling of life's naked selfishness and lust. Next morning they found the body, a poor, shapeless, sodden thing with such a crumpled skull. My thoughts went back to the sweet-faced girl who had wept so bitterly at his going. Even then, maybe, she was thinking of him, fondly dreaming of his return, seeing the glow of triumph in his boyish eyes. She would wait and hope, then she would wait and despair, then there would be another white-faced woman saying, "He went to the Klondike, and never came back. We don't know what became of him." Verily, the way of the gold trail was cruel. Berna was with me when they buried him. Poor boy, she repeated. Yes, poor little beggar. He was so quiet and gentle. He was no man for the trail. It's a funny world. The coffin was a box of unplaned boards loosely nailed together, and the men were for putting him into a grave on top of another coffin. I protested, so sullenly they proceeded to dig a new grave. Berna looked very unhappy, and when she saw that crude, shapeless pine coffin she broke down and cried bitterly. At last she dried her tears and with a happier look in her eyes bade me wait a little until she returned. Soon again she came back, carrying some folds of black sateen over her arm. As she ripped at this with a pair of scissors, I noticed there was a deep frilling to it. Also a bright blush came into her cheek at the curious glance I gave to the somewhat skimpy lines of her skirt. But the next instant she was busy stretching and tacking the black material over the coffin. The men had completed the new grave. It was only 3 feet deep, but the water coming in had prevented them from digging further. As we laid the coffin in the hole it looked quite decent now in its black covering. It floated on the water, but after some clods had been thrown down, it sank with many gurglings. It was as if the dead man protested against his bitter burial. We watched the grave diggers throw a few more shovels full of earth over the place, then go off whistling. Poor little Berna! She cried steadily. At last she said, "Let's get some flowers." So out of briar roses she fashioned a cross and a wreath, and we laid them reverently on the muddy heap that marked the bank clerk's grave. Oh, the pitiful mockery of it. Chapter 15. Soon I knew that Berna and I must part, and but 2 nights later it came. It was near midnight, yet in no ways dark, and everywhere the camp was astir. We were sitting by the river, I remember, a little way from the boats. Where the sun had set, the sky was a luminous veil of ravishing green, and in the elusive light her face seemed wanly sweet and dreamlike. A sad spirit rustled amid the shivering willows and a great sadness had come over the girl. All the happiness of the past few days seemed to have ebbed away from her and left her empty of hope. As she sat there, silent and with hands clasped, it was as if the shadows that for a little had lifted, now enshrouded her with a greater gloom. "Tell me your trouble, Berna." She shook her head, her eyes wide as if trying to read the future. Nothing. Her voice was almost a whisper. Yes, there is, I know. Tell me, won't you? Again she shook her head. What's the matter, little chum? It's nothing, it's only my foolishness. If I tell you, it wouldn't help me any. And then, it doesn't matter. You wouldn't care. Why should you care? She turned away from me and seemed absorbed in bitter thought. Care? Why, yes, I would care, I do care. You know I would do anything in the world to help you. You know I would be unhappy if you were unhappy. You know, then it would only worry you. She was regarding me anxiously. Now you must tell me, Berna. It will worry me indeed if you don't. Once more she refused. I pleaded with her gently. I coaxed, I entreated. She was very reluctant, yet at last she yielded. Well, if I must, she said, but it's all so sordid, so mean, I hate myself, I despise myself that I should have to tell it. She kneaded a tiny handkerchief nervously in her fingers. You know how nice Madame Winkelstein's been to me lately, bought me new clothes, given me trinkets. Well, there's a reason, she's got her eye on a man for me. I gave an exclamation of surprise. Yes, you know she's let us go together, it's all to draw him on. Oh, couldn't you see it? Didn't you suspect something? You don't know how bitterly they hate you. I bit my lip. Who's the man? Jack Locasto. I started. Have you heard of him? She asked. He's got $1 million claim on Bonanza. Had I heard of him? Who had not heard of Black Jack, his spectacular poker plays, his meteoric rise, his theatric display? Of course he's married, she went on, but that doesn't matter up here. There's such a thing as a Klondike marriage, and they say he behaves well to his discarded Miss. Berna, angry and aghast, I had stopped her. Never let me hear you utter that word. Even to say it seems pollution. She laughed harshly, bitterly. What's this whole life but pollution? Well, anyway, he wants me. But you wouldn't, surely you wouldn't. She turned on me fiercely. What do you take me for? Surely you know me better than that. Oh, you almost make me hate you. Suddenly she pressed the little handkerchief to her eyes. She fell to sobbing convulsively. Vainly I tried to soothe her, whispering, "Oh, my dear, tell me all about it. I'm sorry, girl, I'm sorry." She ceased crying. She went on in her fierce, excited way. He came to the restaurant in Bennett. He used to watch me a lot. His eyes were always following me. I was afraid. I trembled when I served him. He liked to see me tremble, it gave him a feeling of power. Then he took to giving me presents, a diamond ring, a heart-shaped locket, costly gifts. I wanted to return them, but she wouldn't let me, took them from me, put them away. Then he and she had long talks. I know it was all about me. That was why I came to you that night and begged you to marry me, to save me from him. Now it's gone from bad to worse. The net's closing round me in spite of my flutterings. But he can't get you against your will, I cried. No. No. But he'll never give up. He'll try so long as I resist him. I'm nice to him just to humor him and gain time. I can't tell you how much I fear him. They say he always gets his way with women. He's masterly and relentless. There's a cold, sneering command in his smile. You hate him but you obey him. He's an immoral monster, Berna. He spares neither time nor money to gratify his whims where a woman is concerned. And he has no pity. I know. He's intensely masculine, handsome in a vivid, gypsy sort of way, big, strong and compelling, but a callous libertine. Yes, he's all that. And can you wonder then my heart is full of fear, that I am distracted, that I asked you what I did. He is relentless and of all women he wants me. He would break me on the wheel of dishonor. Oh, God! Her face grew almost tragic in its despair. And everything's against me, they're all helping him. I haven't a single friend, not one to stand by me, to aid me. Once I thought of you, and you failed me. Can you wonder I'm nearly crazy with the terror of it? Can you wonder I was desperate enough to ask you to save me? I'm all alone, friendless, a poor, weak girl. No, I'm wrong. I've one friend, death, and I'll die, I swear it, before I let him get me. Her words came forth in a torrent, half choked by sobs. It was hard to get her calmed. Never had I thought her capable of such force, such passion. I was terribly distressed and at a loss how to comfort her. Hush, Berna, I pleaded, please don't say such things. Remember you have a friend in me, one that would do anything in his power to help you. She looked at me a moment. How can you help me? I held both of her hands firmly, looking into her eyes. By marrying you. Will you marry me, dear? Will you be my wife? No. I started. Berna. No. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man left in the world, she cried vehemently. Why? I tried to be calm. Why? Why, you don't love me, you don't care for me. Yes, I do, Berna. I do indeed, girl. Care for you. Well, I care so much that I beg you to marry me. Yes, but you don't love me right, not in your great, grand way. Not in the way you told me of. Oh, I know, it's part pity, part friendship. It would be different if I cared in the same way, if I didn't care so very much more. You do, Berna, you love me like that. How do I know? How can I tell? How can any of us tell? No, dear, I said, love has no limits, no bounds, it is always holding something in reserve. There are yet heights beyond the heights, that mock our climbing, never perfection, no great love but might have been eclipsed by a greater. There's a master key to every heart, and we poor fools delude ourselves with the idea we are opening all the doors. We are on sufferance, we are only understudies in the love drama, but fortunately the star seldom appears on the scene. However, this I know, I rose to my feet. Since the moment I set eyes on you, I loved you. Long before I ever met you, I loved you. I was just waiting for you, waiting. At first I could not understand, I did not know what it meant, but now I do, beyond the peradventure of a doubt. There never was any but you, never will be any but you. Since the beginning of time it was all planned that I should love you. And you, how do you care? She stood up to hear my words. She would not let me touch her, but there was a great light in her eyes. Then she spoke and her voice was vibrant with passion, all indifference gone from it. Oh, you blind! You coward! Couldn't you see? Couldn't you feel? That day on the scow it came to me, love. It was such as I had never dreamed of, rapture, ecstasy, anguish. Do you know what I wished as we went through the rapids? I wished that it might be the end, that in such a supreme moment we might go down clinging together, and that in death I might hold you in my arms. Oh, if you'd only been like that afterwards, met love open-armed with love. But, no. You slipped back to friendship. I feel as if there were a barrier of ice between us now. I will try never to care for you any more. Now leave me, for I never want to see you again. Yes, you will, you must, Berna. I'd sell my immortal soul to win that love from you, my dearest, I'd crawl around the world to kiss your shadow. If you called to me I would come from the ends of the earth, through storm and darkness, to your side. I love you so, I love you so. I crushed her to me, I kissed her madly, yet she was cold. Have you nothing more to say than fine words? She asked. Marry me, I repeated. Now. I hesitated again. The suddenness of it was like a cold douche. God knows, I burned for the girl, yet somehow convention clamped me. Now if you wish I faltered, but better when we get to Dawson. Better when I've made good up there. Give me 1 year, Berna, 1 year and then, 1 year. The sudden gleam of hope vanished from her eyes. For the third time I was failing her, yet my cursed prudence overrode me. Oh, it will pass swiftly, dear. You will be quite safe. I will be near you and watch over you. I reassured her, anxiously explaining how much better it would be if we waited a little. 1 year, she repeated, and it seemed to me her voice was toneless. Then she turned to me in a sudden spate of passion, her face pleading, furrowed, wretchedly sad. Oh, my dear, I love you better than the whole world, but I hoped you would care enough for me to marry me now. It would have been best, believe me, I thought you would rise to the occasion, but you've failed me. Well, be it so, we'll wait 1 year. Yes, believe me, trust me, dear, it will be all right. I'll work for you, slave for you, think only of you, and in 12 short months, I'll give my whole life to make you happy. Will you, dear? Well, it doesn't matter now. I've loved you. All that night I wrestled with myself. I felt I ought to marry her at once to shield her from the dangers that encompassed her. She was like a lamb among a pack of wolves. I juggled with my conscience. I was young and marriage to me seemed such a terribly all-important step. Yet in the end my better nature triumphed, and ere the camp was astir I arose. I was going to marry Berna that day. A feeling of relief came over me. How had it ever seemed possible to delay? I was elated beyond measure. I hurried to tell her, I pictured her joy. I was almost breathless. Love words trembled on my tongue tip. It seemed to me I could not bear to wait a moment. Then as I reached the place where they had rested I gazed unbelievingly. A sickening sense of loss and failure crushed me. For the scow was gone. Chapter 16. It was 3 days before we made a start again, and to me each day was like a year. I chafed bitterly at the delay. Would those sacks of flour never dry? Longingly I gazed down the big, blue Yukon and cursed the current that was every moment carrying her farther from me. Why her sudden departure? I had no doubt it was enforced. I dreaded danger. Then in a while I grew calmer. I was foolish to worry. She was safe enough. We would meet in Dawson. At last we were under way. Once more we sped down that devious river, now swirling under the shadow of a steep bank, now steering around a sand spit. The scenery was hideous to me, bluffs of clay with pines peeping over their rims, willow-fringed flats, swamps of niggerhead, ugly drab hills in endless monotony. How full of kinks and hooks was the river! How vicious with snags! How treacherous with eddies! It was beginning to bulk in my thoughts almost like an obsession. Then one day Lake Labarge burst on my delighted eyes. The trail was nearing its end. Once more with swelling sail we drove before the wind. Once more we were in a fleet of Argonaut boats, and now, with the goal in sight, each man redoubled his efforts. Perhaps the rich ground would all be gone ere we reached the valley. Maddening thought after what we had endured. We must get on. There was not a man in all that fleet but imagined that fortune awaited him with open arms. They talked exultantly. Their eyes shone with the gold lust. They strained at sweep and oar. To be beaten at the last. Oh, it was inconceivable. A tigerish eagerness filled them, a panic of fear and cupidity spurred them on. Labarge was a dream lake, mirroring noble mountains in its depths, for soon after we made it, a dead calm fell. But we had no eyes for its beauty. The golden magnet was drawing us too strongly now. We cursed that exquisite serenity that made us sweat at the oars, We cursed the wind that never would arise, the currents that always were against us. In that breathless tranquility myriads of mosquitoes assailed us, blinded us, covered our food as we ate, made our lives a perfect hell of misery. Yet the trail was nearing its finish. What a relief it was when a sudden storm came up. White caps tossed around us, and the wind drove us on a precipitous shore, so that we nearly came to a sorry end. But it was over at last, and we swept on into the 30-mile river. A furious, hurling stream was this, that matched our mad, impatient mood, but it was staked with hidden dangers. We gripped our weary oars. Keenly alert we had to be, steering and watching for rocks that would have ripped us from bow to stern. There was a famously terrible one, on which scows smashed like eggshells under a hammer, and we missed it by a bare hand's breadth. I felt sick to think of our bitterness had we piled up on it. That was an evil, ugly river, full of capricious turns and eddies, and the bluffs were high and steep. Hutalinqua, Big Salmon, Little Salmon, these are names to me now. All I can remember is long days of toil at the oar, fighting the growing obsession of mosquitoes, ever pressing on to the Golden Valley. The ceaseless strain was beginning to tell on us. We suffered from rheumatism, we barked with cold. Oh, we were weary, yet the trail was nearing its end. One sunlit Sabbath evening I remember well. We were drifting along and we came on a lovely glade where a creek joined the river. It was a green, velvety, sparkling place, and by the creek were two men whipsawing lumber. We hailed them jauntily and asked them if they had found prospects. Were they getting out lumber for sluice boxes? One of the men came forward. He was very tired, very quiet, very solemn. No, he said, we are sawing out a coffin for our dead. Then we saw a limp shape in their boat and we hurried on, awed and abashed. The river was mud color now, swirling in great eddies or convulsed from below with sudden upheavals. Drifting on that oily current one seemed to be quite motionless, and only the gliding banks assured us of progress. The country seemed terrible to me, sinister, guilty, God-forsaken. At the horizon, jagged mountains stabbed viciously at the sky. The river overwhelmed me. Sometimes it was a stream of blood, running into the eye of the setting sun, beautiful, yet weird and menacing. It broadened, deepened, and every day countless streams swelled its volume. Islands waded in it greenly. Always we heard it singing, a seething, hissing noise supposed to be the pebbles shuffling on the bottom. The days were insufferably hot and mosquito-cursed, the nights chilly, damp and mosquito-haunted. I suffered agonies from neuralgia. Never mind, it would soon be over. We were on our last lap. The trail was near its end. Yes, it was indeed the home stretch. Suddenly sweeping round a bend we raised a shout of joy. There was that great livid scar on the mountain face, the slide and clustered below it like shells on the seashore, an army of tents. It was the gold-born city. Trembling with eagerness we pulled ashore. Our troubles were over. At last we had gained our El Dorado, thank God, thank God. A number of loafers were coming to meet us. They were strangely calm. "How about the gold?" said the prodigal. "Lots of ground left to stake." One of them looked at us contemptuously. He chewed a moment ere he spoke. "You cheechakers better git right home. There ain't a foot of ground to stake. Everything in sight was staked last fall. The rest is all mud. There's nothing doing and there's 10 men for every job. The whole thing's a fake. You cheechakers better git right home. Yes, after all our travail, all our torment, we had better go right home." Already many were preparing to do so. Yet what of that great oncoming horde of which we were but the vanguard? What of the eager army, the host of the Chichikos? For hundreds of miles were lake and river white with their grotesque boats. Beyond them again were thousands and thousands of others struggling on through mosquito-cursed morasses, bent under their inexorable burdens. Reckless, indomitable, hope-inspired, they climbed the passes and shot the rapids, they drowned in the rivers, they rotted in the swamps. Nothing could stay them. The golden magnet was drawing them on, the spell of the gold lust was in their hearts. And this was the end. For this they had mortgaged homes and broken hearts. For this they had faced danger and borne suffering, to be told to return. The land was choosing its own. All along it had weeded out the weaklings. Now let the faint-hearted go back. This land was only for the strong. Yet it was sad, so much weariness, and at the end disenchantment and failure. Verily the ways of the Gold Trail were cruel. Book 3. The camp. For once you've panned the speckled sand and seen the bonny dust, its peerless brightness blinds you like a spell, it's little else you care about, you go because you must, and you feel that you could follow it to hell. You'd follow it in hunger, and you'd follow it in cold, you'd follow it in solitude and pain, and when you're stiff and battened down let someone whisper gold your leaf to rise and follow it again. The Prospector. Chapter I will always remember my first day in the gold camp. We were well in front of the Argonaut army, but already thousands were in advance of us. The flat at the mouth of Bonanza was a congestion of cabins, shacks and tents clustered the hillside, scattered on the heights and massed again on the slope sweeping down to the Klondike. An intense vitality charged the air. The camp was alive, arum, vibrant with fierce, dynamic energy. In effect the town was but one street stretching alongside the waterfront. It was amazingly packed with men from side to side, from end to end. They lounged in the doorways of oddly assorted buildings, and jostled each other on the dislocated sidewalks. Stores of all kinds, saloons, gambling joints flourished without number, and in one block alone there were half a dozen dance halls. Yet all seemed plethrically prosperous. Many of the business houses were installed in tents. That huge canvas erection was a mining exchange, that great log barn a dance hall. dwarfish log cabins impudently nestled up to pretentious three-story hotels. The effect was oddly staccato. All was grotesque, makeshift, haphazard. Back of the main street lay the red light quarter, and behind it again a swamp of niggerheads, the breeding place of fever and mosquito. The crowd that vitalized the street was strikingly cosmopolitan. Mostly big, bearded fellows they were, with here the full-blooded face of the saloon man, and there the quick, pallid mask of the gambler. Women too I saw in plenty, bold, free, predacious creatures, a rustle of silk and a reek of perfume. Till midnight I wandered up and down the long street, but there was no darkness, no lull in its clamorous life. I was looking for Berna. My heart hungered for her, my eyes ached for her, my mind was so full of her there seemed no room for another single thought. But it was like looking for a needle in a straw stack to find her in that seething multitude. I knew no one, and it seemed futile to inquire regarding her. These keen-eyed men with eager talk of claims and pay dirt could not help me. There seemed to be nothing for it but to wait. So with spirits steadily sinking zerowards I waited. We found, indeed, that there was little ground left to stake. The mining laws were in some confusion, and were often changing. Several creeks were closed to location, but always new strikes were being made and stampedes started. So, after a session of debate, we decided to reserve our rights to stake till a good chance offered. It was a bitter awakening. Like all the rest we had expected to get ground that was gold from the grassroots down. But there was work to be had, and we would not let ourselves be disheartened. The jamwagon had already deserted us. He was off up on El Dorado somewhere, shoveling dirt into a sluice box for $10 a day. I made up my mind I would follow him. Jim also would get to work, while the prodigal, we agreed, would look after all our interests, and stake or buy a good claim. Thus we planned, sitting in our little tent near the beach. We were in a congeries of tents. The beach was fast whitening with them. If one was in a hurry it was hard to avoid tripping over ropes and pegs. As each succeeding party arrived they had to go further afield to find camping ground. And they were arriving in thousands daily. The shore for a mile was lined 5 deep with boats. Scows had been hauled high and dry on the gravel, and there the owners were living. 1,000 stoves were eloquent of beans and bacon. I met a man taking home a prize, a porterhouse steak. He was carrying it over his arm like a towel, paper was so scarce. The camp was a hive of energy, a hum of occupation. But how many, after they had paraded that mile-long street with its mud, its seething foam of life, its blare of gramophones and its blaze of dance halls, ached for their Southland homes again. You could read the disappointment in their sun-tanned faces. Yet they were the eager navigators of the lakes, the reckless amateurs of the rivers. This was a something different from the trail. It was as if, after all their efforts, they had butted up against a stone wall. There was nothing doing, no ground left, and only hard work, the hardest on earth. Moreover, the country was at the mercy of a gang of corrupt officials who were using the public offices for their own enrichment. Franchises were being given to the favorites of those in power, concessions sold, liquor permits granted, and abuses of every kind practiced on the free miner. All was venality, injustice and exaction. "Go home," said the man in the street, "the mining laws are rotten. All kinds of ground is tied up. Even if you get hold of something good, them damn robber government sharks will flim-flam you out of it. There's no square deal here. They tax you to mine, they tax you to cut a tree, they tax you to sell a fish, pretty soon they'll be taxing you to breathe. Go home." And many went, many of the trails most indomitable. They could face hardship and danger, the blizzards, the rapids, nature savage and ravening, but when it came to graft and the duplicity of their fellow men, they were discouraged, discomfited. "Say, boys, I guess I've done a slick piece of work," said the prodigal with some satisfaction, as he entered the tent. "I've bought 3 whole outfits on the beach. Got them for 25%. Less than the cost price in Seattle. I'll pull out 100%. On the deal. Now's the time to get in and buy from the quitters. They so soured at the whole frame up they're ready to pull their freights at any moment. All they want's to get away. They want to put a few thousand miles between them and this garbage dump of creation. They never want to hear the name of Yukon again except as a cuss word. I'm going to keep on buying outfits. You boys see if I don't clean up a bunch of money. It's too bad to take advantage of them," I suggested. "Too bad nothing. That's business, your necessity, my opportunity. Oh, you'd never make a money-getter, my boy, this side of the millennium, and you Scotch too." "That's nothing," said Jim. "Wait till I tell you of the deal I made today. You recollect I packed a flat iron among my stuff, and you boys joshed me about it, said I was boss. But I figured out, there's camp meetings and socials up there, and a nice, dinky, white shirt once in a way goes pretty good. Anyway, thinks I, if there ain't no one else to dress for in that wilderness, I'll dress for the Almighty. So I sticks to my old flat iron." He looked at us with a twinkle in his eye and then went on. "Well, it seems there's only 3 more flat irons in camp, and all the hot spots wanting boiled shirts done up, and all the painted Jezebels hollerin' to have their lingerie fixed, and the wash ladies just going round crazy for flat irons. Well, I didn't want to sell mine, but the old colored lady that runs the Bong Tong Laundry, and a sister in the Lord, came to me with tears in her eyes, and at last I was prevailed on to separate from it." "How much, Jim?" "Well, I didn't want to be too hard on the old girl, so I let her down easy." "How much?" "Well, you see there's only 3 or 4 of them flat irons in camp, so I asked $150, and quick's a flash, she took me into a store and paid me in gold dust." He flourished a little poke of dust in our laughing faces. "That's pretty good," I said. "Everything seems topsy-turvy up here." "Why, today I saw a man come in with a box of apples which the crowd begged him to open. He was selling those apples at $1 apiece, and the folks were just fighting to get them. It was so with everything. Extraordinary prices ruled. Eggs and candles had been sold for $1 each, and potatoes for $1 a pound, while on the trail in 97 horseshoe nails were selling at $1 a nail. Once more I roamed the long street with that awful restless agony in my heart. Where was she, my girl, so precious now it seemed I had lost her? Why does love mean so much to some, so little to others? Perhaps I am the victim of an intensity of temperament, but I craved for her, I visioned evils befalling her, I pierced my heart with dagger thrusts of fear for her. Oh, if I only knew she was safe and well! Every slim woman I saw in the distance looked to be her, and made my heart leap with emotion. Yet always I chewed on the rind of disappointment. There was never a sign of Berna. In the agitation and unrest of my mind I climbed the hill that overshadows the gold-born city. The dome they call it, and the face of it is vastly scarred, blanched as by a cosmic blow. There on its topmost height by a cairn of stone I stood at gaze, greatly awestruck. The view was a spacious one, and of an overwhelming grandeur. Below me lay the mighty Yukon, here like a silken ribbon, there broadening out to a pool of quicksilver. It seemed motionless, dead, like a piece of tinfoil lying on a sable shroud. The great valley was preternaturally still, and pall-like as if steeped in the colors of the long, long night. The land so vast, so silent, so lifeless, was round in its contours, full of fat creases and bold curves. The mountains were like sleeping giants, here was the swell of a woman's breast, there the sweep of a man's thigh. And beyond that huddle of sprawling titans, far, far beyond, as if it were an enclosing stockade, was the jagged outline of the Rockies. Quite suddenly they seemed to stand up against the blazing sky, monstrous, horrific, smiting the senses like a blow. Their primordial faces were hacked and hewed fantastically, and there they posed in their immemorial isolation, virgin peaks, inviolate valleys, impregnably desolate and savagely sublime. And beyond their stormy crests, surely a world was consuming in the kilns of chaos. Was ever anything so insufferably bright as the incandescent glow that brimmed those jagged clefts? That fierce crimson, was it not the hue of a cooling crucible, that deep vermilion the rich glory of a rose's heart? Did not that tawny orange mind you of ripe wheat fields and the exquisite intrusion of poppies? That pure, clear gold, was it not a bank of primroses new washed in April rain? What was that luminous opal but a lagoon, a pearly lagoon, with floating in it islands of amber, their beaches crisped with ruby foam? And, over all the riot of color, that shimmering chrysoprase so tenderly luminous, might it not fitly veil the splendors of paradise? I looked to where gulped the mouth of Bonanza, cavernously wide and filled with the purple smoke of many fires. There was the Golden Valley, silent for centuries, now strident with human cries, vehement with human strife. There was the timbered basin of the Klondike bleakly rising to mountains eloquent of death. It was dominating, appalling, this vastness without end, this unappeasable loneliness. Glad was I to turn again to where, like white pebbles on a beach, gleamed the tents of the gold-born city. Somewhere amid that confusion of canvas, that muddle of cabins, was Berna, maybe lying in some wide-eyed vigil of fear, maybe staining with hopeless tears her restless pillow. Somewhere down there, oh, I must find her. I returned to the town. I was tramping its long street once more, that street with its hundreds of canvas signs. It was a city of signs. Every place of business seemed to have its fluttering banner, and beneath these banners moved the ever-restless throng. There were men from the mines in their flannel shirts and corduroys, their Stetsons and high boots. There were men from the trail in sweaters and mackinaws, German socks and caps with ear flaps. But all were bronzed and bearded, fleshless and clean-limbed. I marveled at the seriousness of their faces, till I remembered that here was no problem of a languorous sunland, but one of grim emergency. It was a man's game up here in the north, a man's game in a man's land, where the sunlight of the long, long day is ever haunted by the shadow of the long, long night. Oh, if I could only find her! The land was a great symphony, she the haunting theme of it. I bought a copy of the Nugget and went into the sourdough restaurant to read it. As I lingered there sipping my coffee and perusing the paper indifferently, a paragraph caught my eye and made my heart glow with sudden hope. Chapter 2. Here was the item: Jack Locasto loses $19,000. One of the largest gambling plays that ever occurred in Dawson came off last night in the Malamute Saloon. Jack Locasto of El Dorado, well known as one of the Klondike's wealthiest claim owners, Claude Terry and Charlie Hall were the chief actors in the game, which cost the first named the sum of $19,000. Locasto came to Dawson from his claim yesterday. It is said that before leaving the Forks he lost a sum ranging in the neighborhood of $5,000. Last night he began playing in the Malamute with Hall and Terry in an effort, it is supposed, to recoup his losses at the Forks. The play continued nearly all night, and at the wind-up, Locasto, as stated above, was loser to the amount of $19,000. This is probably the largest individual loss ever sustained at one sitting in the history of Klondike poker playing. Jack Locasto. Why had I not thought of him before? Surely if anyone knew of the girl's whereabouts, it would be he. I determined I would ask him at once. So I hastily finished my coffee and inquired of the emasculated-looking waiter where I might find the Klondike King. "Oh, Black Jack," he said, "well, at the Green Bay Tree, or the Tivoli, or the Monte Carlo. But there's a big poker game on and he's liable to be in it." Once more I paraded the seething street. It was long after midnight, but the wondrous glow, still burning in the northern sky, filled the land with strange enchantment. In spite of the hour the town seemed to be more alive than ever. Parties with pack-laden mules were starting off for the creeks, traveling at night to avoid the heat and mosquitoes. Men with lean brown faces trudged sturdily along carrying extraordinary loads on their stalwart shoulders. A stove, blankets, cooking utensils, axe and shovel usually formed but a part of their varied accoutrement. Constables of the mounted police were patrolling the streets. In the drab confusion their scarlet tunics were a piercing note of color. They walked very stiffly, with grim mouths and eyes sternly vigilant under the brims of their Stetsons. Women were everywhere, smoking cigarettes, laughing, chaffing, strolling in and out of the wide-open saloons. Their cheeks were rouged, their eyelashes painted, their eyes bright with wine. They gazed at the men like sleek animals, with looks that were wanton and alluring. A libertine spirit was in the air, a madcap freedom, an effluence of disdainful sin. I found myself by the stockade that surrounded the police reservation. On every hand I saw traces of a recent overflow of the river that had transformed the street into a navigable canal. Now in places there were mud holes in which horses would flounder to their bellies. One of the police constables, a tall, slim Englishman with a refined manner, proved to me a friend in need. "Yes," he said, in answer to my query, "I think I can find your man. He's downtown somewhere with some of the big sporting guns. Come on, we'll run him to earth." As we walked along we compared notes, and he talked of himself in a frank, friendly way. "You're not long out from the old country." "Thought not. Left there myself about 4 years ago. I joined the force in Regina. It's altogether different outside patrol work, a free life on the open prairie. Here they keep one chairing round barracks most of the time. I've been for 6 months now on the town station. I'm not sorry, though. It's all devilish interesting. Wouldn't have missed it for a farm. When I write the people at home about it they think I'm yawning, stringing them, as they say here. The governor's a clergyman. Sent me to Harrow, and wanted to make a bishop out of me. But I'm restless, never could study, don't seem to fit in, don't you know." I recognized his type, the clean, frank, breezy Englishman that has helped to make an empire. He went on, "Yes, how the old dad would stare if I could only have him in Dawson for a day. He'd never be able to get things just in focus anymore. He would be knocked clean off the pivot on which he's revolved these 30 years. Seems to me everyone's traveling on a pivot in the old country. It's no use trying to hammer it into their heads there are more points of view than one. If you don't just see things as they see them, you're troubled with astigmatism. Come, let's go in here." He pushed his way through a crowded doorway and I followed. It was the ordinary type of combined saloon and gambling joint. In one corner was a very ornate bar, and all around the capacious room were gambling devices of every kind. There were crap tables, Wheel of Fortune, the Klondike game, Keno, stud poker, roulette and faro outfits. The place was chock-a-block with rough-looking men, either looking on or playing the games. The men who were running the tables wore shades of green over their eyes, and their strident cries of "Come on, boys," pierced the smoky air. In a corner, presiding over a stud poker game, I was surprised to see our old friend Moshe. He was dealing with one hand, holding the pack delicately and sending the cards with a dexterous flip to each player. Miners were buying chips from a man at the bar, who with a pair of gold scales was weighing out dust in payment. My companion pointed to an inner room with a closed door. "The Klondike Kings are in there, hard at it. They've been playing now for 24 hours, and goodness knows when they'll let up." At that moment a peremptory bell rang from the room and a waiter hurried up. "There they are," said my friend, as the door opened. "There's Black Jack and Stillwater Willie and Claude Terry and Charlie Haw." Eagerly I looked in. The men were wearied, their faces haggard and ghastly pale. Quickly and coolly they fingered the cards, but in their hollow eyes burned the fever of the game, a game where golden eagles were the chips and $1,000 jackpots were unremarkable. No doubt they had lost and won greatly, but they gave no sign. What did it matter? In the dumps waiting to be cleaned up were hundreds of thousands more, while in the ground were millions, millions. All but Locasto were medium-sized men. Stillwater Willie was in evening dress. He wore a red tie in which glittered a huge diamond pin, and yellow tan boots covered with mud. How did he get his name? I asked. "Well, you see, they say he was the only one that funked the White Horse Rapids. He's a high flyer, all right." The other two were less striking. Haw was a sandy-haired man with shifty, uneasy eyes, Terry of a bulldog type, stocky and powerful. But it was Locasto who gripped and riveted my attention. He was a massive man, heavy of limb and brutal in strength. There was a great spread to his shoulders and a conscious power in his every movement. He had a square, heavy chin, a grim, sneering mouth, a falcon nose, black eyes that were as cold as the water in a deserted shaft. His hair was raven dark, and his skin betrayed the Mexican strain in his blood. Above the others he towered, strikingly masterful, and I felt somehow the power that emanated from the man, the brute force, the remorseless purpose. Then the waiter returned with a tray of drinks and the door was closed. "Well, you've seen him now," said Chester of the police. "Your only plan, if you want to speak to him, is to wait till the game breaks up. When poker interferes with your business, to the devil with your business. They won't be interrupted." "Well, old man, if you can't be good, be careful, and if you want me any time, ring up the town station. Bye, bye." He sauntered off. For a time I strolled from game to game, watching the expressions on the faces of the players, and trying to take an interest in the play. Yet my mind was ever on the closed door and my ear strained to hear the click of chips. I heard the hoarse murmurs of their voices, an occasional oath or a yawn of fatigue. How I wished they would come out. Women went to the door, peered in cautiously, and beat a hasty retreat to the tune of reverberated curses. The big guns were busy, even the ladies must await their pleasure. Oh, the weariness of that waiting! In my longing for Berna I had worked myself up into a state that bordered on distraction. It seemed as if a cloud was in my brain, obsessing me at all times. I felt I must question this man, though it raised my gorge even to speak of her in his presence. In that atmosphere of corruption the thought of the girl was intolerably sweet, as of a ray of sunshine penetrating a noisome dungeon. It was in the young morn when the game broke up. The outside air was clear as washed gold, within it was foul and fetid as a drunkard's breath. Men with pinched and pallid faces came out and inhaled the breeze, which was buoyant as champagne. Beneath the perfect blue of the spring sky the river seemed a shimmer of violet, and the banks dipped down with the green of chrysoprase. Already a boy was sweeping up the dirty, nicotine-frescoed sawdust from the floor. It was his perquisite, and from the gold he panned out he ultimately made enough to put him through college. Then the inner door opened and Black Jack appeared. Chapter 3 He was wan and weary. Around his somber eyes were chocolate-colored hollows. His thick raven hair was disordered. He had lost heavily, and, bidding a curt goodbye to the others, he strode off. In a moment I had followed and overtaken him. Mr. Locasto. He turned and gave me a stare from his brooding eyes. They were vacant as those of a dope fiend, vacant with fatigue. Jack Locasto's my name, he answered carelessly. I walked alongside him. Well, sir, I said, my name's Meldrum, Athol Meldrum. Oh, I don't care what the devil your name is, he broke in petulantly. Don't bother me just now. I'm tired. So am I said, infernally tired, but it won't hurt you to listen to my name. Well, Mr. Athol Meldrum, good day. His voice was cold, his manner galling in its indifference, and a sudden anger glowed in me. Hold on, I said, just a moment. You can very easily do me an immense favor. Listen to me. Well, what do you want? He demanded roughly. Work. No, I said, I just want a scrap of information. I came into the country with some Jews the name of Winklerstein. I've lost track of them and I think you may be able to tell me where they are. He was all attention now. He turned half round and scrutinized me with deliberate intensity. Then, like a flash, his rough manner changed. He was the polished gentleman, the San Francisco club lounger, the man of the world. He rasped the stubble on his chin, his eyes were bland, his voice smooth as cream. Winklerstein, he echoed reflectively. Winklerstein, seems to me I do remember the name, but for the life of me I can't recall where. He was watching me like a cat, and pretending to think hard. Was there a girl with them? Yes, I said eagerly, a young girl. A young girl, ah. He seemed to reflect hard again. Well, my friend, I'm afraid I can't help you. I remember noticing the party on the way in, but what became of them I can't think. I don't usually bother about that kind of people. Well, good night, or good morning rather. This is my hotel. He had half entered when he paused and turned to me. His face was urbane, his voice suave to sweetness, but it seemed to me there was a subtle mockery in his tone. I say, if I should hear anything of them, I'll let you know. Your name? Athel Meldrum. All right, I'll let you know. Goodbye. He was gone and I had failed. I cursed myself for a fool. The man had baffled me. Nay, even I had hurt myself by giving him an inkling of my search. Berna seemed further away from me than ever. Home I went, discouraged and despairful. Then I began to argue with myself. He must know where they were, and if he really had designs on the girl and was keeping her in hiding, my interview with him would alarm him. He would take the first opportunity of warning the Winklersteins. When would he do it? That very night in all likelihood. So I reasoned, and I resolved to watch. I stationed myself in a saloon from where I could command a view of his hotel, and there I waited. I think I must have watched the place for 3 hours, but I know it was a weariful business, and I was heartsick of it. Doggedly I stuck to my post. I was beginning to think he must have evaded me, when suddenly coming forth alone from the hotel I saw my man. It was about midnight, neither light nor dark, but rather an absence of either quality, and the northern sky was wan and ominous. In the crowded street I saw Locasto's hat overtopping all others, so that I had no difficulty in shadowing him. Once he stopped to speak to a woman, once to light a cigar, then he suddenly turned up a side street that ran through the red light district. He was walking swiftly and he took a path that skirted the swamp behind the town. I had no doubt of his mission. My heart began to beat with excitement. The little path led up the hill, clothed with fresh foliage and dotted with cabins. Once I saw him pause and look round. I had barely time to dodge behind some bushes, and feared for a moment he had seen me. But no. On he went again faster than ever. I knew now I had divined his errand. He was at too great pains to cover his tracks. The trail had plunged among a maze of slender cottonwoods, and twisted so that I was sore troubled to keep him in view. Always he increased his gait and I followed breathlessly. There were few cabins hereabouts, it was a lonely place to be so near to town, very quiet and thickly screened from sight. Suddenly he seemed to disappear, and, fearing my pursuit was going to be futile, I rushed forward. I came to a dead stop. There was no one to be seen. He had vanished completely. The trail climbed steeply up, twisty as a corkscrew. These cursed poplars, how densely they grew! Blindly I blundered forward. Then I came to a place where the trail forked. Panting for breath I hesitated which way to take, and it was in that moment of hesitation that a heavy hand was laid on my shoulder. "Where away, my young friend?" It was Locasto. His face was Mephistophelian, his voice edged with irony. I was startled, I admit, but I tried to put a good face on it. "Hello," I said, "I'm just taking a stroll." His black eyes pierced me, his black brows met savagely. The heavy jaw shot forward, and for a moment the man, menacing and terrible, seemed to tower above me. "You lie." Like explosive steam came the words, and wolf-like his lips parted, showing his powerful teeth. "You lie," he reiterated. "You followed me. Didn't I see you from the hotel? Didn't I determine to decoy you away? Oh, you fool! You fool! Who are you that would pit your weakness against my strength, your simplicity against my cunning? You would try to cross me, would you? You would champion damsels in distress? You pretty fool, you simpleton, you meddler!" Suddenly, without warning, he struck me square on the face, a blinding, staggering blow that brought me to my knees as falls a pole-axed steer. I was stunned, swaying weakly, trying vainly to get on my feet. I stretched out my clenched hands to him. Then he struck me again, a bitter, felling blow. I was completely at his mercy now, and he showed me none. He was like a fiend. Rage seemed to rend him. Time and again he kicked me, brutally, relentlessly, on the ribs, on the chest, on the head. Was the man going to do me to death? I shielded my head. I moaned in agony. Would he never stop? Then I became unconscious, knowing that he was still kicking me, and wondering if I would ever open my eyes again. Chapter 4: Long live the Cold Feet Tribe. Long live the Soreheads. It was the prodigal who spoke. This outfit buying's got gold mining beaten to a standstill. Here I've been 3 weeks in the Berg and got over $10,000 worth of grub cashed away. Every pound of it will net me 100% profit. I'm beginning to look on myself as a second John D. Rockefeller. "You're a confounded robber," I said. "You're working a cinch game. What's your first name?" "Isaac." He turned the bacon he was frying and smiled gaily. "Snort away all you like, old sport. So long as I get them on, you can call me any old name you please." He was very sprightly and elate, but I was in no sort of mood to share in his buoyancy. Physically I had fully recovered from my terrible manhandling, but in spirit I still writhed at the outrage of it. And the worst was I could do nothing. The law could not help me, for there were no witnesses to the assault. I could never cope with this man in bodily strength. Why was I not a stalwart? If I had been as tall and strong as Gary, for instance. True, I might shoot, but there the police would take a hand in the game, and I would lose out badly. There seemed to be nothing for it but to wait and pray for some means of retaliation. Yet how bitterly I brooded over the business. At times there was even black murder in my heart. I planned schemes of revenge, grinding my teeth in impotent rage the while, and my feelings were complicated by that awful gnawing hunger for Berna that never left me. It was a perfect agony of heart, a panic fear, a craving so intense that at times I felt I would go distracted with the pain of it. Perhaps I am a poor sort of being. I have often wondered. I either feel intensely, or I am quite indifferent. I am a prey to my emotions, a martyr to my moods. Apart from my great love for Berna, it seemed to me as if nothing mattered. All through these stormy years it was like that, nothing else mattered. And now that I am nearing the end of my life, I can see that nothing else has ever mattered. Everything that happened appealed to me in its relation to her. It seemed to me as if I saw all the world through the medium of my love for her, and that all beauty, all truth, all good was but a setting for this girl of mine. "Come on," said Jim, "let's go for a walk in the town." The modern Gomorrah he called it, and he was never tired of expatiating on its iniquity. "See that man there," he said, pointing to a grey-haired pedestrian, who was talking to an emphatic blonde. "That man's a lawyer. He's got a lovely home in Los Angeles, and 3 of the sweetest girls you ever saw. A young fellow needed to have his credentials okayed by the Purity Committee before he came butting round that man's home. Now he's off to buy wine for Daisy of the deadline." The grey-haired man had turned into a saloon with his companion. "Yes, that's Dawson for you. We're so far from home. The good old moralities don't apply here. The hoary old Yukon won't tell on us. We've been a Sunday school superintendent for 10 years. For 50 more we've passed up the forbidden fruit. Everyone else is helping themselves. Wonder what it tastes like. Wine is flowing like water. Money's the cheapest thing in sight. Cut loose, drink up. The orchestra's a-going. Get your partners for a nice juicy 2-step. Come on, boys." He was particularly bitter, and it really seemed in that general lesion of the moral fiber that civilization was only a makeshift, a veneer of hypocrisy. "Why should we marvel," I said, "at man's brutality, when but an eon ago we all were apes?" Just then we met the jam wagon. He had mushed in from the creeks that very day. Physically he looked supreme. He was bearer brown, lean, muscular, and as full of suppressed energy as an unsprung bear trap. Financially he was well ballasted. Mentally and morally he was in the state of a volcano before an eruption. You could see in the quick breathing, in the restlessness of this man, a pent-up energy that clamored to exhaust itself in violence and debauch. His fierce blue eyes were wild and roving, his lips twitched nervously. He was an atavism, of the race of those white-bodied, ferocious sea kings that drank deep and died in the din of battle. He must live in the white light of excitement, or sink in the gloom of despair. I could see his fine nostrils quiver like those of a charger that scents the smoke of battle, and I realized that he should have been a soldier still, a leader of forlorn hopes, a partner of desperate hazards. As we walked along, Jim did most of the talking in his favorite morality vein. The jam wagon puffed silently at his briar pipe, while I, very listless and downhearted, thought largely of my own troubles. Then, in the middle of the block, where most of the music halls were situated, suddenly we met Locasto. When I saw him my heart gave a painful leap, and I think my face must have gone as white as paper. I had thought much over this meeting, and had dreaded it. There are things which no man can overlook, and, if it meant death to me, I must again try conclusions with the brute. He was accompanied by a little bald-headed Jew named Speetstein, and we were almost abreast of them when I stepped forward and arrested them. My teeth were clenched, I was all a-quiver with passion, my heart beat violently. For a moment I stood there, confronting him in speechless excitement. He was dressed in that miner's costume in which he always looked so striking. From his big Stetson to his high boots he was typically the big, strong man of Alaska, the conqueror of the wild. But his mouth was grim as granite, and his black eyes hard and repellent as those of a toad. "Oh, you coward!" I cried. "You vile, filthy coward!" He was looking down on me from his imperious height, very coolly, very cynically. "Who are you?" he drawled. "I don't know you." "Liar as well as coward," I panted. "Liar to your teeth." "Brute, coward, liar, here, get out of my way," he snarled. "I've got to teach you a lesson." Once more before I could guard he landed on me with that terrible right arm swing, and down I went as if a sledgehammer had struck me. But instantly I was on my feet, a thing of blind passion, of desperate fight. I made one rush to throw myself on this human tower of brawn and muscle, when someone pinioned me from behind. It was Jim. "Easy, boy," he was saying, "you can't fight this big fellow." Speetstein was looking on curiously. With wonderful quickness a crowd had collected, all avidly eager for a fight. Above them towered the fierce, domineering figure of Locasto. There was a breathless pause, then, at the psychological moment, the jamwagon intervened. The smoldering fire in his eye had brightened into a fierce joy, his twitching mouth was now grim and stern as a prison door. For days he had been fighting a dim intangible foe. Here at last was something human and definite. He advanced to Locasto. "Why don't you strike someone nearer your own size?" he demanded. His voice was tense, yet ever so quiet. Locasto flashed at him a look of surprise, measuring him from head to foot. "You're a brute," went on the jamwagon evenly, "a cowardly brute." Black Jack's face grew dark and terrible. His eyes glinted sparks of fire. "See here, Englishman," he said, "this isn't your scrap. What are you butting in about?" "It isn't," said the jamwagon, and I could see the flame of fight brighten joyously in him. "It isn't, but I'll soon make it mine. There." Quick as a flash he dealt the other a blow on the cheek, an open-handed blow that stung like a whiplash. "Now, fight me, you coward." There and then Locasto seemed about to spring on his challenger. With hands clenched and teeth bared, he half bent as if for a charge. Then, suddenly, he straightened up. "All right," he said softly, Speetstein, can we have the opera house? Yes, I guess so. We can clear away the benches. Then tell the crowd to come along, we'll give them a free show. I think there must have been 500 men around that ring. A big Australian pugilist was umpire. Someone suggested gloves, but Locasto would not hear of it. No, he said, I want to mark the son of a dog so his mother will never know him again. He had become frankly brutal, and prepared for the fray exultantly. Both men fought in their underclothing. Stripped down, the jamwagon was seen to be much the smaller man, not only in height, but in breadth and weight. Yet he was a beautiful figure of a fighter, clean, well-poised, firm-limbed, with a body that seemed to taper from the shoulders down. His fair hair glistened, his eyes were wary and cool, his lips set tightly. In the person of this living adversary he was fighting an unseen one vastly more dread and terrific. Locasto looked almost too massive. His muscles bulged out. The veins in his forearms were cord-like. His great chest seemed as broad as a door. His legs were statuesque in their size and strength. In that camp of strong men probably he was the most powerful. And nowhere in the world could a fight have been awaited with greater zest. These men, miners, gamblers, adventurers of all kinds, pushed and struggled for a place. A great joy surged through them at the thought of the approaching combat. Keen-eyed, hard-breathing, a thrill with expectation, the crowd packed closer and closer. Outside, people were clamoring for admission. They climbed on the stage, and into the boxes. They hung over the galleries. All told, there must have been 1,000 of them. As the two men stood up it was like the lithe Greek athlete compared with the brawny Roman gladiator. 3-1 on Locasto, someone shouted. Then a great hush came over the house, so that it might have been empty and deserted. Time was called. The fight began. Chapter V. With one tiger rush Locasto threw himself on his man. There was no preliminary fiddling here, they were out for blood, and the sooner they wallowed in it the better. Right and left he struck with mighty swings that would have felled an ox, but the jamwagon was too quick for him. Twice he ducked in time to avoid a furious blow, and, before Locasto could recover, he had hopped out of reach. The big man's fist swished through the empty air. He almost overbalanced with the force of his effort, but he swung round quickly, and there was the jamwagon, cool and watchful, awaiting his next attack. Locasto's face grew fiendish in its sinister wrath. He shot forth a foul imprecation, and once more he hurled himself resistlessly on his foe. This time I thought my champion must go down, but no. With a dexterity that seemed marvelous, he dodged, ducked and sidestepped, and once more Locasto's blows went wide and short. Jeers began to go up from the throng. Even Money on the little fellow sang out a voice with the flat twang of a banjo. Locasto glared round on the crowd. He was accustomed to lord it over these men, and the jeers goaded him like banderillas goad a bull. Again and again he repeated his tremendous rushes, only to find his powerful arms winnowing the empty air, only to see his agile antagonist smiling at him in mockery from the center of the ring. Not one of his sledgehammer smashes reached their mark, and the round closed without a blow having landed. From the mob of onlookers a chorus of derisive cheers went up. The little man with the banjo voice was holding up a poke of dust. Even money on the little one. A hum of eager conversation broke forth. I was at the ringside. At the beginning I had been in an agony of fear for the jam wagon. Looking at the two men, it seemed as if he could hardly hope to escape terrible punishment at the hands of one so massively powerful, and every blow inflicted on him would have been like one inflicted on myself. But now I took heart and looked forward with less anxiety. Again time was called, and Locasto sprang up, seemingly quite refreshed by his rest. Once more he plunged after his man, but now I could see his rushes were more under control, his smashing blows better timed, his fierce jabs more shrewdly delivered. Again I began to quake for the jam wagon, but he showed a wonderful quickness in his footwork, darting in and out, his hands swinging at his sides, a smile of mockery on his lips. He was deft as a dancing master, he twinkled like a gleam of light, and amid that savage thresh of blows he was as cool as if he were boxing in the school gymnasium. "Who is he?" those at the ringside began to whisper. Time and again it seemed as if he were cornered, but in a marvelous way he wormed himself free. I held my breath as he evaded blow after blow, some of which seemed to miss him by a mere hair's breadth. He was taking chances, I thought, so narrowly did he permit the blows to miss him. I was all keyed up, on edge with excitement, eager for my man to strike, to show he was not a mere ring tactician. But the jam wagon bided his time. And so the round ended, and it was evident that the crowd was of the same opinion as myself. "Why don't he mix up a little?" said one. "Give him time," said another. "He's all right, there's some class to that work." Locasto came up for the third round looking sobered, subdued, grimly determined. Evidently he had made up his mind to force his opponent out of his evasive tactics. He was wary as a cat. He went cautiously. Yet again he assumed the aggressive, gradually working the jam wagon into a corner. A collision was inevitable. There was no means of escape for my friend. That huge bulk, with its swinging, flail-like arms, menaced him hopelessly. Suddenly Locasto closed in. He swooped down on the jam wagon. He had him. He shortened his right arm for a jab like the crash of a pile driver. The arm shot out, but once again the jam wagon was not there. He ducked quickly, and Locasto's great fist brushed his hair. Then, like lightning, the two came to a clinch. Now, thought I, it's all off with the jam wagon. I saw Locasto's eyes dilate with ferocious joy. He had the other in his giant arms, he could crush him in a mighty hug, the hug of a grizzly, crush him like an eggshell. But, quick as the snap of a trap, The jamwagon had pinioned his arms at the elbow, so that he was helpless. For a moment he held him, then, suddenly releasing his arms, he caught him round the body, shook him with a mighty side heave, gave him the cross buttock, and, before he could strike a single blow, threw him in the air and dashed him to the ground. "Time," called the umpire. It was all done so quickly it was hard for the eye to follow, but a mighty cheer went up from the house. 2-1 on the little fellow, called the banjo voice. Suddenly Locasto rose to his feet. He was shamed, angered beyond all expression. Heaving and panting, he lurched to his corner, and in his eyes there was a look that boded ill for his adversary. Time again. With the lightness of a panther the jamwagon sprang into the center of the ring. More than halfway he met Locasto, and now his intention seemed to be to draw his man on rather than to avoid him. I watched his every movement with a sense of thrilling fascination. He had resumed his serpentine movements, advancing and retreating with shadow-like quickness, feinting, sidestepping, pawing the air till he had his man baffled and bewildered. Yet he never struck a blow. All this seemed to be getting on Locasto's nerves. He was going steadily enough, trying by every means in his power to get the other man to mix it up. He shouted the foulest abuse at him. "Stand up like a man, you son of a dog, and fight." The smile left the jamwagon's lips, and he settled down to business. I saw him edging up to Locasto. He feinted wildly, then, stepping in closely, he swung a right and left to Black Jack's face. A moment later he was 6 feet away, with a bitter smile on his lips. With a fierce bellow of rage Locasto, forgetting all his caution, charged him. He smashed his heavy right with all its might for the other's face, but, quick as the quiver of a bowstring, the jamwagon sidestepped and the blow missed. Then the jamwagon shifted and brought his left, full weight, crash on Locasto's mouth. At that fierce triumphant blow there was the first dazzling blood gleam, and the crowd screeched with excitement. In a wild whirlwind of fury Locasto hurled himself on the jamwagon, his arms going like windmills. Any one of these blows, delivered in a vital spot, would have meant death, but his opponent was equal to this blind assault. Dodging, ducking, sidestepping, blocking, he foiled the other at every turn, and, just before the round ended, drove his left into the pit of the big man's stomach, with a thwack that resounded throughout the building. Once more time was called. The jamwagon was bleeding about the knuckles. Several of Locasto's teeth had been loosened, and he spat blood frequently. Otherwise he looked as fit as ever. He pursued his man with savage determination, and seemed resolved to get in a deadly body blow that would end the fight. It was pretty to see the jamwagon work. He was sprightly as a ballet dancer, as, weaving in and out, he dodged the other's blows. His arms swung at his sides, and he threw his head about in a manner insufferably mocking and tantalizing. Then he took to landing light body blows, that grew more frequent till he seemed to be beating a regular tattoo on Locasto's ribs. He was springy as a panther, elusive as an eel. As for Locasto, his face was sober now, strained, anxious, and he seemed to be waiting with menacing eyes to get in that vital smash that meant the end. The jam wagon began to put more force into his arms. He drove in a short arm left to the stomach, then brought his right up to the other's chin. Locasto swung a deadly knockout blow at the jam wagon, which just grazed his jaw, and the jam wagon retaliated with 2 lightning rights and a nervous left, all on the big man's face. Then he sprang back, for he was excited now. In and out he wove. Once more he landed a hard left on Locasto's heaving stomach, and then, rushing in, he rained blow after blow on his antagonist. It was a furious mix-up, a whirling storm of blows, brutal, savage and murderous. No 2 men could keep up such a gait. They came into a clinch, but this time the jam wagon broke away, giving the deadly kidney blow as they parted. When time was called, both men were panting hard, bruised and covered with blood. How the house howled with delight! All the primordial brute in these men was glowing in their hearts. Nothing but blood could appease it. Their throats were parched, their eyes wild. Round 6. Locasto sprang into the center of the ring. His face was hideously disfigured. Only in that battered, blood-stained mask could I recognize the black eyes gleaming deadly hatred. Rushing for the jam wagon, he hurled him across the ring. Again charging, he overbore him to the floor, but failed to hold him. Then in the jam wagon there awoke the ancient spirit of the berserker. He cared no more for punishment. He was insensible to pain. He was the sea pirate again, mad with the lust of battle. Like a fiend he tore himself loose, and went after his man, rushing him with a swift, battering hail of blows around the ring. Like a tiger he was, and the violent lunges of Locasto only infuriated him the more. Now they were in a furious mix-up, and suddenly Locasto, seizing him savagely, tried to whip him smashing to the floor. Then the wonderful agility of the Englishman was displayed. In a distance of less than a 2-foot drop he turned completely like a cat. Leaping up, he was free, and, getting a waist hold with a Cornish heave, he bore Locasto to the floor. Quickly he changed to a crotch lock, and, lastly, holding Locasto's legs, he brought him to a bridge and worked his weight up on his body. Black Jack, with a mighty heave, broke away and again regained his feet. This seemed to enrage the jam wagon the more, for he tore after his man like a maddened bull. Getting a hold with incredible strength, he lifted him straight up in the air and hurled him to the ground with sickening force. Locasto lay there. His eyes were closed. He did not move. Several men rushed forward. "He's all right," said a medical-looking individual, "just stunned. I guess you can call the fight over." The jam wagon slowly put on his clothes. Once more, in the person of Locasto, he had successfully grappled with Old Man Booze. He was badly bruised about the body, but not seriously hurt in any way. Shudderingly I looked down at Locasto's face, beaten to a pulp, his body livid from head to foot. And then, as they bore him off to the hospital, I realized I was revenged. "Did you know that man Speetstein was charging $1 for admission?" queried the prodigal. "No. That's right. That darned little Jew netted nearly $1,000. Chapter 6 "Let me introduce you," said the prodigal, "to my friend the poet." "Glad to meet you," said the poet cheerfully, extending a damp hand. "Just been having a dishwashing bee. Excuse my dishabille." He wore a pale blue undershirt, white flannel trousers girt round the waist with a red silk handkerchief, very gaudy moccasins, and a rakish Panama hat with a band of chocolate and gold. "Take a seat, won't you?" Through his gold-rimmed spectacles his eyes shone benevolently as he indicated an easy-looking chair. I took it. It promptly collapsed under me. "Ah, excuse me," he said, "you're not onto the combination of that chair. I'll fix it." He performed some operation on it which made it less unstable, and I sat down gingerly. I was in a little log cabin on the hill overlooking the town. Through the bottle window the light came dimly. The walls showed the bark of logs and tufts of intersecting moss. In the corner was a bunk over which lay a bearskin robe, and on the little oblong stove a pot of beans was simmering. The poet finished his dishwashing and joined us, pulling on an old tuxedo jacket. "Phew. Glad that job's over. You know, I guess I'm fastidious, but I can't bear to use a plate for more than 3 meals without passing a wet rag over it. That's the worst of having refined ideas, they make life so complex. However, I mustn't complain. There's a monastic simplicity about this joint that endears it to me. And now, having immolated myself on the altar of cleanliness, I will solace my soul with a little music." He took down a banjo from the wall and, striking a few chords, began to sing. His songs seemed to be original, even improvisations, and he sang them with a certain quaintness and point that made them very piquant. I remember one of the choruses. It went like this: "In the land of pale blue snow where it's 99 below, and the polar bears are dancing on the plain, in the shadow of the pole, oh, my heart, my life, my soul, I will meet thee when the iceworms nest again." Every now and then he would pause to make some lively comment. "You've never heard of the blue snow, Chichako? The rabbits have blue fur, and the ptarmigan's feathers are a bright azure. You've never had an iceworm cocktail. We must remedy that. Great dope. Nothing like iceworm oil for salads. Oh, I forgot, didn't give you my card." I took it. It was engraved thus: Ollie Gabudala, Poetic Expert. Turning it over, I read, Graduate of the University of Hard Knocks. All kinds of verse made to order with efficiency and dispatch. Satisfaction guaranteed or money returned. A trial solicited. In memoriam odes a specialty. ballads, rondeau and sonnets at modest prices. Try our lines of love lyrics. Leave orders at the Comet Saloon. I stared at him curiously. He was smoking a cigarette and watching me with shrewd, observant eyes. He was a blonde, blue-eyed, cherubic youth, with a whimsical mouth that seemed to alternate between seriousness and fun. He laughed merrily at my look of dismay. "Oh, you think it's a Josh, but it's not. I've been a ghost ever since I could push a pen. You know Will Wilderbush, the famous novelist? Well, Bill died 6 years ago from over-assiduous cultivation of John Barleycorn, and they hushed it up. But every year there's a new novel comes from his pen. It's ghosts. I was Bill number 3. Isn't it rummy?" I expressed my surprise. "Yes, it's a great joke, this book faking. Wouldn't Thackeray have lambasted the bestsellers? A fancy picture of a girl on the cover, something doing all the time, and a happy ending, that's the recipe. Or else be as voluptuous as velvet. Wait till my novel, 3 minutes, comes out. Order in advance." "Indeed I will," I said. He suddenly became grave. If I only could take the literary game seriously I might make good. But I'm too much of a farcer. Well, one day we'll see. Maybe the North will inspire me. Maybe I'll yet become the spokesman of the frozen silence, the avatar of the great white land. He strutted up and down, inflating his chest. "Have you framed up any dope lately?" asked the prodigal. "Why, yes, only this morning, while I was eating my beans and bacon, I dashed off a few lines. I always write best when I'm eating. Want to hear them?" He drew from his pocket an old envelope. They were written to the Order of Stillwater Willie. He wants to present them to one of the label sisters. You know, that fat lymphatic blonde, Birdie label. It is short and sweet. He wants to have it engraved on a gold-backed hand mirror he's giving her. I see within my true love's eyes the wide blue spaces of the skies. I see within my true love's face the rose and lily vie in grace. I hear within my true love's voice the songsters of the spring rejoice. Oh, why need I seek nature's charms? I hold my true love in my arms. How that hit her. There's such a lot of natural beauty about Birdie. Do you get much work? I asked. No, it's dull. Poetry's rather a drug on the market up here. It's just a sideline. For a living I clean shoes at the Elite barber shop. Who have lingered on the sunny slopes of Parnassus, and quenched my soul thirst at the Heliconian spring, gents' tons a specialty. Did you ever publish a book? I asked. Sure. Did you never read my rhymes of a rustler? One reviewer would say I was the clear dope, the genuine 18-carat, jeweled movement article. The next would aver I was the rankest dub that ever came down the pike. They said I'd imitated people I'd never read, people I'd never heard of, people I never dreamt existed. I was accused of imitating over 20 different writers. Then the pedants got after me, said I didn't conform to academic formulas, advised me to steep myself in tradition. They talked about form, about classic style and so on. As if it matters so long as you get down the thing itself so that folks can see it, and feel it go right home to their hearts. I can write in all the artificial verse forms, but they're moldy with age, back numbers. Forget them. Quit studying that old Greek dope, study life, modern life, palpitating with color, crying for expression. Life. Life. The sunshine of it was in my heart, and I just naturally tried to be its singer. I say, said the prodigal from the bunk where he was lounging, in a haze of cigarette smoke, read us that thing you did the other day, the Last Supper. The poet's eyes twinkled with pleasure. All right, he said. Then, in a clear voice, he repeated the following lines, the Last Supper. Marie Vors of the painted lips, and the mouth so mocking gay, a wanton you to the fingertips, that break men's hearts in play, a thing of dust I have striven for, honor and manhood given for, headlong for ruin driven for, and this is the last, you say, drinking your wine with dainty sips, Marie Vors of the painted lips. Marie Vors of the painted lips, long have you held your sway, I have laughed at your merry quips, now is my time to pay. What we sow we must reap again, when we laugh we must weep again, so tonight we will sleep again, nor wake till the judgment day. Tea's a prison wine that your palate sips, Marie Vors of the painted lips. Marie Vors of the painted lips, down on your knees and pray, pray your last ere the moment slips, pray ere the dark and the terror grips, and the bright world fades away, pray for the good unguessed of us, pray for the peace and rest of us. Here comes the shape in quest of us, now must we go away, you and I in the grave's eclipse, Marie Vors of the painted lips. Just as he finished there came a knock at the door, and a young man entered. He had the broad smiling face of a comedian, and the bulgy forehead of a Baptist missionary. The poet introduced him to me. The Yukon Yorick. Hello, chuckled the newcomer, how's the bunch? Don't let me stampede you. How do ye do, Horace? Glad to meet you. He called everybody Horace. Just come away from a meeting of my creditors. What's that? Have a slab of booze. Hardly that, old fellow, hardly that. Don't tempt me, Horace, don't tempt me. Remember I'm only a poor working girl. He seemed brimming over with jovial acceptance of life in all its phases. He lit a cigar. Say, boys, you know old Dingbats the lawyer? Ha, yes. Well, met him on Front Street just now. Says I, Horace, that was a pretty nifty spiel you gave us last night at the Zero Club. He looked at me all tickled up the spine. Ha, yes. He was pleased as punch. Say, Horace, I says, I'm on, but I won't give you away. I've got a book in my room with every word of that speech in it. He looked flabbergasted. So I have, ha, yes, the dictionary. He rolled his cigar unctuously in his mouth, with many chuckles and a histrionic eye. "No, don't tempt me, Horace. Remember, I'm only a poor working girl." "Thanks, I'll just sit down on this soapbox." Knew a man once, Jobcroft was his name, Charles Alfred Jobcroft, sat down on a custard pie at a pink tea, was so embarrassed he wouldn't get up. Just sat on till everyone else was gone. Everyone was wondering why he wouldn't budge, just sat tight. "I guess he cussed hard," ventured the prodigal. "Oh, Horace, spare me that. Remember, I'm only a poor working girl." "Hardly that, old fellow. Say, hit me with a slab of booze quick. Make things sparkle, boys, make things sparkle." He drank urbanely of the diluted alcohol that passed for whiskey. "Hit me easy, boys, hit me easy," he said, as they refilled his glass. "I can't hold my hooch so well as I could a few summers ago, and many hard falls. Talking about holding your hooch, the best I ever saw was a man called Podstreak, Arthur Frederick Podstreak. You couldn't get that man going. The way he could lap up the booze was a caution. He would drink one bunch of boys under the table, then leave them and go on to another. He would start in early in the morning and keep on going till the last thing at night. And he never got hilarious even, it didn't seem to faze him. He was as sober after the 20th drink as when he started. Gee! But he was a wonder." The others nodded their heads appreciatively. He was a fine, healthy-looking chap, too. The booze didn't seem to hurt him. Never saw such a constitution. I often watched him, for I suspected him of sloughing, but no. He always had a bigger drink than everyone else, always drank whiskey, always drank it neat, and always had a chaser of water after. I said to myself, "What's your system?" and I got to studying him hard. Then, one day, I found him out. What was it? Well, one day I noticed something. I noticed he always held his glass in a particular way when he drank, and at the same time he pressed his stomach in the region of the solar plexus. So that night I took him aside. "Look here, Podstreak," I said, "I'm next to you." I really wasn't, but the bluff worked. He grew white. "For heaven's sake, don't give me away," he cried, "the boys'll lynch me." "All right," I said, "if you'll promise to quit." Then he made a full confession, and showed me how he did it. He had an elastic rubber bag under his shirt, and a tube going up his arm and down his sleeve, ending in a white nozzle inside his cuff. When he went to empty his glass of whiskey, he simply pressed some air out of the rubber bag, put the nozzle in the glass, and let it suck up all the whiskey. At night he used to empty all the liquor out of the bag and sell it to a saloon keeper. Oh, he was a phony piece of work. "I've been a total abstainer, in private, for 7 years," he told me. "Yes," I said, "and you'll become one in public for another 7. And he did. Several men had dropped in to swell this bohemian circle. Some had brought bottles. There was a painter who had been hung a muse back, an ex-champion amateur pugilist, a silver-tongued orator, a man who had supped for Mansfield, and half a dozen others. The little cabin was crowded, the air hazy with smoke, the conversation animated. But mostly it was a monologue by the inimitable Yorick. Suddenly the conversation turned to the immorality of the town. "Now, I have a theory," said the poet, "that the regeneration of Dawson is at hand. You know good is the daughter of evil, virtue the offspring of vice. You know how virtuous a man feels after a jag. You've got to sin to feel really good. Consequently, sin must be good to be the means of good, to be the raw material of good, to be virtue in the making, mustn't it? The dance halls are a good foil to the gospel halls. If we were all virtuous, there would be no virtue in virtue, and if we were all bad no one would be bad. And because there's so much bad in this old burg of ours, it makes the good seem unnaturally good." The poet had the floor. A friend of mine had a beautiful pond of water lilies. They painted the water exultantly and were a triumphant challenge to the soul. Folks came from far and near to see them. Then, one winter, my friend thought he would clean out his pond, so he had all the nasty, slimy mud scraped away till you could see the silver gravel glimmering on the bottom. But the lilies, with all their haunting loveliness, never came back. "Well, what are you driving at, you old dreamer?" "Oh, just this. In the nasty mud and slime of Dawson I saw a lily girl. She lives in a cabin by the slide along with a Jewish couple. I only caught a glimpse of her twice. They are unspeakable, but she is fair and sweet and pure. I would stake my life on her goodness. She looks like a young Madonna." He was interrupted by a shout of cynical laughter. "Oh, get off your foot. A Madonna in Dawson, rah! Rah!" He shut up abashed, but I had my clue. I waited until the last noisy roisterer had gone. "In the cabin by the slide?" I asked. He started, looked at me searchingly. "You know her? She means a good deal to me." "Oh, I understand. Yes, that long, queer cabin highest up the hill. Thanks, old chap. All right, good luck." He accompanied me to the door, staring at the marvel of the glamorous northern midnight. "Oh, for a medium to express it all. Your pedantic poetry isn't big enough, prose isn't big enough. What we want is something between the two, something that will interpret life, and stir the great heart of the people. Good night." Chapter 7. Very softly I approached the cabin, for a fear of encountering her guardians was in my heart. It was in rather a lonely place, perched at the base of that vast mountain abrasion they call the Slide, a long, low cabin, quiet and dark, and surrounded by rugged boulders. Carefully I reconnoitered, and soon, to my infinite joy, I saw the Jewish couple come forth and make their way townward. The girl was alone. How madly beat my heart! It was a glooming kind of a night, and the cabin looked woefully bleak and solitary. No light came through the windows, no sound through the moss-chinked walls. I drew near. Why this wild commotion of my being? What was it? Anxiety, joy, dread. I was poised on the pinnacle of hope that overhangs the abyss of despair. Fearfully I paused. I was racked with suspense, conscious of a longing so poignant that the thought of disappointment became insufferable pain. So violent was my emotion that a feeling almost of nausea overcame me. I knew now that I cared for this girl more than I had ever thought to care for women. I knew that she was dearer to me than all the world else. I knew that my love for her would live as long as life is long. I knocked at the door. No answer. Berna, I cried in a faltering whisper. Came the reply, who is there? Love, love, dear, love is waiting. Then, at my words, the door was opened, and the girl was before me. I think she had been lying down, for her soft hair was a little ruffled, but her eyes were far too bright for sleep. She stood gazing at me, and a little fluttering hand went up to her heart as if to still its beating. Oh, my dear, I knew you were coming. A great radiance of joy seemed to descend on her. You knew. I knew, yes, I knew. Something told me you were come at last. And I've waited, how I've waited. I've dreamed, but it's not a dream now, is it, dear? It's you. Yes, it's me. I've tried so hard to find you. Oh, my dear, my dear. I seized the sweet, soft hand and covered it with kisses. At that moment I could have kissed the shadow of that little hand, I could have fallen before her in speechless adoration, I could have made my heart a footstool for her feet, I could have given her, oh, so gladly, my paltry life to save her from a moment's sorrow. I loved her so, I loved her so. High and low I've sought you, beloved. Morning, noon and night you've been in my brain, my heart, my soul. I've loved you every moment of my life. It's been desire feeding despair, and, oh, the agony of it. Thank God, I've found you, dear. Thank God. Thank God. O love, look down on us and choir your harmonies. Transported was I, speaking with whirling words of sweetest madness, tremulous, uplifted with rapture, scarce conscious of my wild, impassioned metaphors. It was she, most precious of all creation, she, my beloved. And there, in the doorway, she poised, white as a lily, lustrous-eyed, and with hair soft as sunlit foam. O divinity of love, look down on us thy children, fold us in thy dove-soft wings, illumine us in thy white radiance, touch us with thy celestial hands. Bless us, love. How vastly alight were the grey eyes. How ineffably tender the sweet lips. A faint glow had come into her cheeks. Oh, it's you, really, really you at last, she cried again, and there was a tremor, the surface ripple of a sob in that clear voice. She fetched a deep sigh, and I thought I'd lost you forever. Wait a moment. I'll come out. Endlessly long the moment seemed, yet wondrously irradiate. The shadow had lifted from the world, the skies were alight with gladness, my heart was heaven aspiring in its ecstasy. Then, at last, she came. She had thrown a shawl around her shoulders, and coaxed her hair into charming waves and ripples. "Come, let us go up the trail a little distance. They won't be back for nearly an hour." She led the way along that narrow path, looking over her shoulder with a glorious smile, sometimes extending her hand back to me as one would with a child. Along the brow of the bluff the way wound dizzily, while far below the river swept in a giant eddy. For a long time we spoke no word. 'Twas as if our hearts were too full for utterance, our happiness too vast for expression. Yet, oh, the sweetness of that silence! The darkling gloom had silvered into lustrous light, the birds were beginning again their mad midnight melodies. Then, suddenly turning a bend in the narrow trail, a blaze of glory leapt upon our sight. "Look, Burner," I cried. The swelling river was a lake of saffron fire, the hills a throne of rosy garnet, the sky a dazzling panoply of rubies, girdled with flames of gold. We almost cringed, so gorgeous was its glow, so fierce its splendor. Then, when we had seated ourselves on the hillside, facing the conflagration, she turned to me. "And so you found me, dear. I knew you would, somehow. In my heart I knew you would not fail me. So I waited and waited. The time seemed pitilessly long. I only thought of you once, and that was always. It was cruel we left so suddenly, not even time to say goodbye. I can't tell you how bad I felt about it, but I could not help myself. They dragged me away. They began to be afraid of you, and he bade them leave at once. So in the early morning we started." I see, I see. I looked into the pools of her eyes, I sheathed her white hands in my brown ones, thrilling greatly at the contact of them. "Tell me about it, child. Has he bothered you?" "Oh, not so much. He thinks he has me safe enough, trapped, awaiting his pleasure. But he's taken up with some woman of the town just now. By and by he'll turn his attention to me. Terrible. Terrible. Burner, you wring my heart. How can you talk of such things in that matter-of-fact way? It maddens me." An odd, hard look ridged the corners of her mouth. "I don't know. Sometimes I'm surprised at myself how philosophical I'm getting. But, Burner, surely nothing in this world would ever make you yield." "Oh, it's horrible. Horrible." She leaned to me tenderly. She put my arms around her neck, she looked at me till I saw my face mirrored in her eyes. "Nothing in the world, dear, so long as I have you to love me and help me. If ever you fail me, well, then it wouldn't matter much what became of me." Even then I said, "It would be too awful for words. I would rather drag your body from that river than see you yield to him. He's a monster. His very touch is profanation. He could not look on a woman without cynical lust in his heart. I know, my boy, I know. Believe me and trust me. I would rather throw myself from the bluff here than let him put a hand on me. And so long as I have your love, dear, I'm safe enough. Don't fear. Oh, it's been terrible not seeing you. I've craved for you ceaselessly. I've never been out since we came here. They wouldn't let me. They kept in themselves. He bade them. He has them both under his thumb. But now, for some reason, he has relaxed. They're going to open a restaurant downtown, and I'm to wait on table. No, you're not. I cried, not if I have anything to say in the matter. Berna, I can't bear to think of you in that garbage heap of corruption down there. You must marry me, now. Now, she echoed, her eyes wide with surprise. Yes, right away, dear. There's nothing to prevent us. Berna, I love you, I want you, I need you. I'm just distracted, dear. I never know a moment's peace. I cannot take an interest in anything. When I speak to others, I'm thinking of you, you all the time. Oh, I can't bear it, dearest, have pity on me, marry me now. In an agony of suspense, I waited for her answer. For a long time she sat there, thoughtful and quiet, her eyes cast down. At last she raised them to me. You said 1 year. Yes, but I was sorry afterwards. I want you now. I can't wait. She looked at me gravely. Her voice was very soft, very tender. I think it better we should wait, dear. This is a blind, sudden desire on your part. I mustn't take advantage of it. You pity me, fear for me, and you have known so few other girls. It's generosity, chivalry, not love for poor little me. Oh, we mustn't, we mustn't. And then, you might change. Change. I'll never, never change, I pleaded. I'll always be yours, absolutely, wholly yours, little girl, body and soul, to make or to mar, forever and ever and ever. Well, it seems so sudden, so burning, so intense, your love, dear. I'm afraid, I'm afraid. Maybe it's not the kind that lasts. Maybe you'll tire. I'm not worth it, indeed I'm not. I'm only a poor ignorant girl. If there were others near, you would never think of me. Berna, I said, if you were among 1,000, and they were the most adorable in all the world, I would pass over them all and turn with joy and gratitude to you. Then, if I were an emperor on a throne, and you the humblest in all that throng, I would raise you up beside me and call you queen. Ah, no, she said sadly, you were wise once. I saw it afterwards. Better wait 1 year. Oh, my dearest, I reproached her, once you offered yourself to me under any conditions. Why have you changed? I don't know. I'm bitterly ashamed of that. Never speak of it again. She went on very quietly, full of gentle patience. You know, I've been thinking a great deal since then. In the long, long days and longer nights, when I waited here in misery, hoping always you would come to me, I had time to reflect, to wait your words. I remember them all, love that means life and death, that great dazzling light, that passion that would raise to heaven or drag to hell. You have awakened the woman in me, I must have a love like that. You have, my precious, you have, indeed. Well, then, let me have time to test it. This is June. Next June, if you have not made up your mind you were foolish, blind, hasty, I will give myself to you with all the love in the world. Perhaps you will change. She smiled a peculiar little smile. Never, never fear that. I will be waiting for you, longing for you, loving you more and more every day. I was bitterly cast down, crestfallen, numbed with the blow of her refusal. Just now she said, I would only be a drag on you. I believe in you. I have faith in you. I want to see you go out and mix in the battle of life. I know you will win. For my sake, dear, win. I would handicap you just now. There are all kinds of chances. Let us wait, boy, just a year. I saw the pathetic wisdom of her words. I know you fear something will happen to me. No. I think I will be quite safe. I can withstand him. After a while he will leave me alone. And if it should come to the worst I can call on you. You mustn't go too far away. I will die rather than let him lay a hand on me. Till next June, dear, not a day longer. We will both be the better for the wait. I bowed my head. Very well, I said huskily, and what will I do in the meantime? Do what you would have done otherwise. Do not let a woman divert the current of your life, let her swim with it. Go out on the creeks. Work. It will be better for you to go away. It will make it easier for me. Here we will both torture each other. I, too, will work and live quietly, and long for you. The time will pass quickly. You will come and see me sometimes. Yes, I answered. My voice choked with emotion. Now we must go home, she said. I'm afraid they will be back. She rose, and I followed her down the narrow trail. Once or twice she turned and gave me a bright, tender look. I worshipped her more than ever. Was there ever maid more sweet, more gentle, more quick with anxious love? Bless her, oh bless her, I sighed. Whatever comes, may she be happy. I adored her, but a great sadness filled my heart, and never a word I spoke. We reached the cabin, and on the threshold she paused. The others had not yet returned. She held out both hands to me, and her eyes were glittering with tears. Be brave, my dearest, it's all for my sake, if you love me. I love you, my darling, anything for your sake. I'll go tomorrow. We're betrothed now, aren't we, dearest? We're betrothed, my love. She swayed to me and seemed to fit into my arms as a sword fits into its sheath. My lips lay on hers, and I kissed her with a passionate joy. She took my face between her hands and gazed at me long and earnestly. I love you, she murmured, next June, my darling, next June. Then she gently slipped away from me, and I was gazing blankly at the closed door. Next June I heard a voice echo, and there, looking at me with a smile, was Locasto. Chapter 8. It comes like a violent jar to be awakened so rudely from a trance of love, to turn suddenly from the one you care for most in all the world, and behold the one you have best reason to hate. Nevertheless, it is not in human nature to descend rocket-wise from the ethereal heights of love. I was still in an exalted state of mind when I turned and confronted Locasto. Hate was far from my heart, and when I saw the man himself was regarding me with no particular unfriendliness, I was disposed to put aside for the moment all feelings of enmity. The generosity of the victor glowed within me. As he advanced to me his manner was almost urbane in its geniality. "You must forgive me," he said, not without dignity, "for overhearing you, but by chance I was passing and dropped upon you before I realized it." He extended his hand frankly. "I trust my congratulations on your good luck will not be entirely obnoxious. I know that my conduct in this affair cannot have impressed you in a very favorable light, but I am a badly beaten man. Can't you be generous and let bygones be bygones? Won't you?" I had not yet come down to earth. I was still soaring in the rarefied heights of love, and inclined to a general amnesty towards my enemies. As he stood there, quiet and compelling, there was an assumption of frankness and honesty about this man that it was hard to withstand. For the nonce I was persuaded of his sincerity, and weakly I surrendered my hand. His grip made me wince. "Yes, again I congratulate you. I know and admire her. They don't make them any better. She's pure gold. She's a little queen, and the man she cares for ought to be proud and happy. Now, I'm a man of the world, I'm cynical about women as a rule. I respect my mother and my sisters. Beyond that," he shrugged his shoulders expressively. "But this girl's different. I always felt in her presence as I used to feel 25 years ago when I was a youth, with all my ideals untarnished, my heart pure, and women wholly in my sight." He sighed. "You know, young man, I've never told it to a soul before, but I'd give all I'm worth, a clear million, to have those days back. I've never been happy since." He drew away quickly from the verge of sentiment. "Well, you mustn't mind me taking an interest in your sweetheart. I'm old enough to be her father, you know, and she touches me strangely. Now, don't distrust me. I want to be a friend to you both. I want to help you to be happy. Jack Locasto's not such a bad lot, as you'll find when you know him. Is there anything I can do for you? What are you going to do in this country?" "I don't quite know yet," I said. "I hope to stake a good claim when the chance comes. Meantime I'm going to get work on the creeks." "You are," he said thoughtfully. "Do you know anyone?" "No." "Well, I'll tell you what, I've got laymen working on my El Dorado claim. I'll give you a note to them if you like." I thanked him. "Oh, that's all right," he said. I'm sorry I played such a mean part in the past, and I'll do anything in my power to straighten things out. Believe me, I mean it. Your English friend gave me the worst drubbing of my life, but 3 days after I went round and shook hands with him. Fine fellow that. We opened a case of wine to celebrate the victory. Oh, we're good friends now. I always own up when I'm beaten, and I never bear ill will. If I can help you in any way, and hasten your marriage to that little girl there, well, you can just bank on Jack Locasto, that's all. I must say the man could be most conciliating when he chose. There was a gravity in his manner, a suave courtesy in his tone, the heritage of his Spanish forefathers, that convinced me almost in spite of my better judgment. No doubt he was magnetic, dominating, a master of men. I thought, there are two Locastus, the primordial one, the Indian, who had assaulted me, and the dignified genial one, the Spaniard, who was willing to own defeat and make amends. Why should I not take him as I found him? So, as he talked entertainingly to me, my fears were dissipated, my suspicions lulled. And when we parted we shook hands cordially. Don't forget, he said, if you want help bank on me. I mean it now, I mean it. 'Twas early in the bright and cool of the morning when we started for El Dorado, Jim and I. I had a letter from Locasto to Ribwood and Hoofman, the layman, and I showed it to Jim. He frowned. You don't mean to say you've pulled up with that devil, he said. Oh, he's not so bad, I expostulated. He came to me like a man and offered me his hand in friendship. Said he was ashamed of himself. What could I do? I've no reason to doubt his sincerity. Sincerity be danged. He's about as sincere as a tame rattlesnake. Put his letter in the creek. But no. I refused to listen to the old man. Well, go your own gait, he said, but don't say that I didn't warn you. We had crossed over the Klondike to its left limit, and were on a hillside trail beaten down by the feet of miners and packers. Cabins clustered on the flat, and from them plumes of violet smoke mounted into the golden air. Already the camp was astir. Men were chopping their wood, carrying their water. The long, long day was beginning. Following the trail, we struck up Bonanza, a small muddy stream in a narrow valley. Down in the creek bed we could see ever-increasing signs of an intense mining activity. On every claim were dozens of cabins, and many high cones of grayish muck. We saw men standing on raised platforms turning windlasses. We saw buckets come up filled with the same dark gray dirt, to be dumped over the edge of the platform. Sometimes, where the dump had gradually arisen around man and windlass, the platform in the center of that dark grayish cone was 20 feet high. Every mile the dumps grew more numerous, till some claims seemed covered with them. Looking down from the trail, they were like innumerable antiles blocking up the narrow channel, and around them swarmed the little ant-men in never-resting activity. The Golden Valley opened out to us in a vista of green curves, and the cleft of it was packed with tents, cabins, dumps and tailing piles, all bedded in a blue haze of wood fires. "Look at that great centipede striding across the valley," I said. "Yes," said Jim, "it's a long line of sluice boxes. See the water shinin' in the sun. Looks like some big golden-backed caterpillar." The little ants were shoveling into it from one of their heaps, and from that point it swirled on into the stream, a current of mud and stone. "Seems to me that stream would wash away all the gold," I said. "I know it's all caught in the riffles, but I think if that dump was mine I would want sluice boxes a mile long and about 1,600 riffles. But I guess they know what they are doing." About noon we descended into the creek bed and came to the forks. It was a little town, a Dawson in miniature, with all its sordid aspects infinitely accentuated. It had dance halls, gambling dens and many saloons, every convenience to ease the miner of the plethoric poke. There in the din and daze and dirt we tarried a while, then, after eating heartily, we struck up El Dorado. Here was the same feverish activity of gold-getting. Every claim was valued at millions, and men who had rarely owned enough to buy a decent coat were crying in the saloons because life was not long enough to allow them to spend their sudden wealth. Nevertheless, they were making a good stab at it. At the forks I enquired regarding Ribwood and Hoofman. "Going to work for them, are you?" "Well, they've got a blamed hard name. If you get a job elsewhere, don't turn it down." Jim left me. He would work on no claim of Locastos, he said. He had a friend, a layman, who was a good man, belonged to the army. He would try him. So we parted. Ribwood was a tall, gaunt Cornishman, with a narrow, jutting face and a gloomy air. Hoofman, a burly, beet-colored Australian with a bulging stomach. "Yes, we'll put you to work," said Hoofman, reading the letter. "Get your coat off and shovel in." So, right away, I found myself in the dump pile, jamming a shovel into the pay dirt and swinging it into a sluice box 5 feet higher than my head. Keeping at this hour after hour was no fun, and if ever a man desisted for a moment the hard eyes of Hoofman were upon him, and the gloomy Ribwood had snatched up a shovel and was throwing in the muck furiously. "Come on, boys," he would shout, "make the dirt fly. 'Tain't every part of the world you fellas can make your $10 a day." And it can be said that never laborer proved himself more worthy of his hire than the pick and shovel man of those early days. Few could stand it long without resting. They were lean as wolves, those men of the dump and drift, and their faces were gouged and grooved with relentless toil. Well, for 3 days I made the dirt fly, but towards quitting time, I must say, its flight was a very uncertain one. Again I suffered all the tortures of becoming toil-broken, the old aches and pains of the tunnel and the gravel pit. Towards evening every shovelful of dirt seemed to weigh as much as if it was solid gold. Indeed, the stuff seemed to get richer and richer as the day advanced, and during the last half hour I judged it must be nearly all nuggets. The constant hoisting into the overhead sluice box somehow worked muscles that had never gone into action before, and I ached elaborately. In the morning the pains were fiercest. How I groaned until the muscles became limber. I found myself using very rough language, groaning, gritting my teeth viciously. But I stayed with the work and held up my end, while the layman watched us sedulously, and seemed to grudge us even a moment to wipe the sweat out of our blinded eyes. I was glad, indeed, when, on the evening of the third day, Ribwood came to me and said, "I guess you'd better work up at the shaft tomorrow. We want a man to wheel muck." They had a shaft sunk on the hillside. They were down some 40 feet and were drifting in, wheeling the pay dirt down a series of planks placed on trestles to the dump. I gripped the handles of a wheelbarrow loaded to overspilling, and steered it down that long, unsteady gangway full of uneven joins and sudden angles. Time and again I ran off the track, but after the first day I became quite an expert at the business. My spirits rose. I was on the way of becoming a miner. Chapter 9. Turning the windlass over the shaft was a little, tough mud rat, who excited in me the liveliest sense of aversion. Pat Dugan was his name, but I will call him the Worm. The Worm was the foulest-mouthed specimen I have yet met. He had the lowest forehead I have ever seen in a white man, and such a sharp, ferrety little face. His reddish hair had the prison clip, and his little reddish eyes were alive with craft and cruelty. I noticed he always regarded me with a peculiarly evil grin, that wrinkled up his cheeks and revealed his hideously blackened teeth. From the first he gave me a creepy feeling, a disgust as if I were near some slimy reptile. Yet the Worm tried to make up to me. He would tell me stories blended of the horrible and the grotesque. One in particular I remember. "Yous want to know how I lost me last job? I'll tell yous. You see, it was like this. There was two blackmail guys that got into the country this spring, came by St. Michael's, Hindu's Day was. One of dem 6, and they looked sick. They was so loose and weary in der style, got a job from old man Gustafson down the shaft mucking up and filling the buckets. Well, there was that blackmail down in the deep hole one day when I comes along, and strikes old Gus for a job. So, seeing as the man on the windlass wanted to quit, he passed it up to me, and I took right hold and started in. Say, I was feeling powerful mean. I'd just finished up a 2 weeks drunk, and knew the booze wasn't working in me some. I was seeing all kinds of funny things. Why, as I was turning away at that ol' windlass there was red spiders crawling up me legs. But I was wise. I wouldn't look at dem, give dem the go-by. Den a yellow rat got gay wid me and did some stunts on me windlass. But still I wouldn't let on. Den there was some green snakes that wriggled over the platform like shiny streaks on the water. Sure, I didn't like that one bit, but I says, "There ain't no snakes in the darned country, Pat, and you knows it. It's just a touch of the horrors, that's all. Just pass 'em up, boy, don't take no notice of dem." Well, This went on till I begins to get all shaky and jumpy, and I was mighty glad when the time came to quit, and the boys down below gives me the holler to pull them up. So I started hoistin' with those snakes and spiders and rats just cavortin' round me like mad, when all to once who should I hoist out of the bowels of the earth but the very devil himself. His face was black. I could see the whites of his eyes, and he had a big dirty towel tied round his head. Well, say, it was the limit. At the sight of that ferocious monster coming after old Pat, I gives one yell, drops the crank handle of the windlass, and makes a flying leap down the dump. I hears an awful shriek, and the bucket and the devil goes down smash to the bottom of the shaft, 5 feet. But I kept on running. I was so scared. Well, how was I to know they had a black mule down there? He was a stiff when they got him up, but how was I to know? So I lost me job. On another occasion he told me, say, kid, yous didn't know as I was liable to fits, did yous? That's so, epilepsy the doctor tells me. That's what I am scared of. You see, it's like this, if one of dem fits should hit me when I'm hoistin' the boys out of the shaft, then it would be a pity. I would sure lose me job like the other time. He was the most degraded type of man I had yet met on my travels, a typical degenerate, dirty, drunken, diseased. He had 3 suits of underclothing, which he never washed. He would wear through all 3 in succession, and when the last got too dirty for words he would throw it under his trunk and sorrowfully go back to the first, keeping up this rotation, till all were worn out. One day Hoofman told me he wanted me to go down the shaft and work in the drift. Accordingly, next morning I and a huge Slav, by name Dooley Rylevike, were lowered down into the darkness. The Slav initiated me. Every foot of dirt had to be thawed out by means of wood fires. We built a fire at the far end of the drift every night, covering the face we were working. First we would lay kindling, then dry spruce lying lengthways, then a bank of green wood standing on end to keep in the heat and shed the dirt that sloughed down from the roof. In the morning our fire would be burned out, and enough pay dirt thawed to keep us picking all day. Down there I found it the hardest work of all. We had to be careful that the smoke had cleared from the drift before we ventured in, for frequently miners were asphyxiated. Indeed, the bad air never went entirely away. It made my eyes sore, my head ache. Yet, curiously enough, so long as you were below it did not affect you so much. It was when you stepped out of the bucket and struck the pure outer air that you reeled and became dizzy. It was blinding, too. Often at supper have my eyes been so blurred and sore I had to grope around uncertainly for the sugar bowl and the tin of cream. In the drift it was always cool. The dirt kept sloughing down on us, and we had really gone in too far for our own safety, but the layman cared little for that. At the end of the drift the roof was so low we were bent almost double, picking at the face in all kinds of cramped positions, and dragging after us the heavy bucket. To the big Slav it was all in the day's work, but to me it was hard, hard. The shaft was almost 40 feet deep. For the first 10 feet a ladder ran down it, then stopped suddenly as if the excavators had decided to abandon it. I often looked at this useless bit of ladder and wondered why it had been left unfinished. Every morning the worm hoisted us down into the darkness, and at night drew us up. Once he said to me, "Say, wouldn't it be de tough luck if I was to take a fit when I was hoistin' yous up? Such a nice bit of a boy, too, and I guess I'd lose my job over the head of it." I said, "Cut that out, or you'll have me so scared I won't go down." He grinned unpleasantly and said nothing more. Yet somehow he was getting on my nerves terribly. It was one evening we had banked our fires and were ready to be hoisted up. Dooley Rylevike went first, and I watched him blot out the bit of blue for a while. Then, slowly, down came the bucket for me. I got in. I was feeling uneasy all of a sudden, and devoutly wished I were anywhere else but in that hideous hole. I felt myself leave the ground and rise steadily. The walls of the shaft glided past me. Up, up I went. The bit of blue sky grew bigger, bigger. There was a star shining there. I watched it. I heard the creak, creak of the windlass crank. Somehow it seemed to have a sinister sound. It seemed to say, "Have a care, have a care, have a care." I was now 10 feet from the top. The bucket was rocking a little, so I put out my hand and grasped the lowest rung of the ladder to steady myself. Then, at that instant, it seemed the weight of the bucket pressing up against my feet was suddenly removed, and my arm was nigh jerked out of its socket. There I was hanging desperately on the lowest rung of the ladder, while, with a crash that made my heart sick, the bucket dashed to the bottom. At last, I realized, the worm had had his fit. Quickly I gripped with both hands. With a great effort I raised myself rung by rung on the ladder. I was panic-stricken, faint with fear, but some instinct had made me hold on desperately. Dizzily I hung all a shudder, half sobbing. A minute seemed like a year. Ah! There was the face of Dooley looking down on me. He saw me clinging there. He was anxiously shouting to me to come up. Mastering an overpowering nausea, I raised myself. At last I felt his strong arm around me, and here I swear it on a stack of Bibles that brutish Slav seemed to me like one of God's own angels. I was on firm ground once more. The worm was lying stiff and rigid. Without a word the stalwart Slav took him on his brawny shoulder. The creek was downhill but 50 yards. Ere we reached it the worm had begun to show signs of reviving consciousness. When we got to the edge of the icy water he was beginning to groan and open his eyes in a dazed way. "Leave me alone," he says to Rylevike, "you Slavonian swine, let me go." Not so the Slav. Holding the wriggling, writhing little man in his powerful arms he plunged him heels over head in the muddy current of the creek. "I guess I cured those fits anyway," he said grimly. Struggling, spluttering, blaspheming, the little man freed himself at last and staggered ashore. He cursed Rylevike most comprehensively. He had not yet seen me, and I heard him wailing, "Sure de boy's a stiff. Just me luck, I've lost me job." Chapter X. "You'd better quit," said the prodigal. It was the evening of my mishap, and he had arrived unexpectedly from town. "Yes, I mean to," I answered. "I wouldn't go down there again for a farm. I feel as weak as a sick baby. I couldn't stay another day." "Well, that goes," said he. "It just fits in with my plans. I'm getting Jim to come in, too. I've realized on that stuff I bought, made over 3,000 clear profit, and with it I've made a dicker for a property on the bench above Bonanza, Gold Hill they call it. I've a notion it's all right. Anyway, we'll tunnel in and see. You and Jim will have a quarter share each for your work, while I'll have an extra quarter for the capital I've put in. Is it a go?" I said it was. "Thought it would be. I've had the papers made out, you can sign right now." So I signed, and next day found us all three surveying our claim. We put up a tent, but the first thing to do was to build a cabin. Right away we began to level off the ground. The work was pleasant, and conducted in such friendship that the time passed most happily. Indeed, my only worry was about Berna. She had never ceased to be at the forefront of my mind. I schooled myself into the belief that she was all right, but, thank God, every moment was bringing her nearer to me. One morning, when we were out in the woods cutting timber for the cabin, I said to Jim, "Did you ever hear anything more about that man Mosley?" He stopped chopping, and lowered the axe he had poised aloft. "No, boy, I've had no mail at all." "Wait a while." He swung his axe with viciously forceful strokes. His cheery face had become so downcast that I bitterly blamed myself for my want of tact. However, the cloud soon passed. About 2 days after that the prodigal said to me, "I saw your little gutter-snipe friend today." "Indeed, where?" I asked, for I had often thought of the worm, thought of him with fear and loathing. "Well, sir, he was just getting the grandest dressing down I ever saw a man get. And do you know who was handing it to him? Locasto, no less." He lit a cigarette and inhaled the smoke. "I was just coming along the trail from the Forks when I suddenly heard voices in the bush. The big man was saying, 'Looky here, Pat, you know if I just liked to say half a dozen words I could land you in the penitentiary for the rest of your days.' Then the little man's wheedling voice, 'Well, I did me best, Jack. I know I bungled the job, but yous don't want to cast dem teings up to me. Dere's more dan me oughta be in de pen. Dere's no good in de pot calling de kettle black, is dere?' Then Black Jack flew off the handle. You know he's got a system of manhandling that's near the record in these parts. Well, he just landed on the little man. He got him down and started to lambaste the Judas out of him. He gave him the leather and then some. I guess he'd have done him to a finish hadn't I been Johnny on the spot. At sight of me he gives a curse, jumps on his horse and goes off at a canter. Well, I propped the little man against a tree, and then some fellows came along, and we got him some brandy. But he was badly done up. He kept saying, "Oh, the devil, the big devil, sure I'll give him his before I get too rough." Funny, wasn't it? Yes, it's strange, and for some time I pondered over the remarkable strangeness of it. "That reminds me," said Jim, "has anyone seen the jam wagon?" "Oh yes," answered the prodigal, "poor beggar. He's down and out. After the fight he went to pieces, everyone treating him, and so on. You remember Bullhammer?" "Yes." "Well, the last I saw of the jam wagon, he was cleaning cuspidas in Bullhammer's saloon. We had hauled the logs for the cabin, and the foundation was laid. Now we were building up the walls, placing between every log a thick wadding of moss. Every day saw our future home nearer completion. One evening I spied the saturnine Ribwood climbing the hill to our tent. He hailed me, "Say, you're just the man I want." "What for?" I asked. "Not to go down that shaft again." "No." "Say, we want a night watchman up at the claim to go on 4 hours a night at $1 an hour. You see, there's been a lot of sluice box robberies lately, and we're scared for our clean-up. We're running 2 10-hour shifts now and cleaning up every 3 days, but there's 4 hours every night the place is deserted, and Hoofman proposed we should get you to keep watch." "Yes," I said, "I'll run up every evening if the others don't object." They did not, so the next night, and for about a dozen after that, I spent the darkest hours watching on the claim where previously I had worked. There was never any real darkness down there in that narrow valley, but there was dusk of a kind that made everything gray and uncertain. It was a vague, nebulous atmosphere in which objects merged into each other confusedly. Bushes came down to within a few feet of where we were working, dense growing alder and birch that would have concealed a whole regiment of sluice robbers. It was the dimmest and most uncertain hour of the 4, and I was sitting at my post of guard. As the night was chilly I had brought along an old grey blanket, similar in color to the mound of the pay dirt. There had been quite a cavity dug in the dump during the day, and into this I crawled and wrapped myself in my blanket. From my position I could see the string of boxes containing the riffles. Over me brooded the vast silence of the night. By my side lay a loaded shotgun. "If the swine comes," said Ribwood, "let him have a clean-up of lead instead of gold." Lying there, I got to thinking of the robberies. They were remarkable. All had been done by an expert. In some cases the riffles had been extracted and the gold scooped out, in others a quantity of mercury had been poured in at the upper end of the boxes, and, as it passed down, the quick had gathered up the dust. Each time the robbers had cleaned up from $2,000 to $3,000, and all within the past month. There was some mysterious master crook in our midst, one who operated swiftly and surely, and left absolutely no clue of his identity. It was strange, I thought. What nerve, what cunning, what skill must this midnight thief be possessed of? What desperate chances was he taking? For, in the miner's eyes, cash stealing and sluice box robbing were in the same category, and the punishment was, well, a rope and the nearest tree of size. Among those strong, grim men justice would be stern and swift. I was very quiet for a while, watching dreamily the dark shadows of the dusk. Hissed. What was that? Surely the bushes were moving over there by the hillside. I strained my eyes. I was right, they were. I was all nerves and excitement now, my heart beating wildly, my eyes boring through the gloom. Very softly I put out my hand and grasped the shotgun. I watched and waited. A man was parting the bushes. Stealthily, very stealthily, he peered around. He hesitated, paused, peered again, crouched on all fours, crept forward a little. Everything was quiet as a grave. Down in the cabins the tired men slept peacefully, stillness and solitude. Cautiously the man, crawling like a snake, worked his way to the sluice boxes. None but a keen watcher could have seen him. Again and again he paused, peered around, listened intently. Very carefully, with my eyes fixed on him, I lifted the gun. Now he had gained the shadow of the nearest sluice box. He clung to the trestle work, clung so closely you could scarce tell him apart from it. He was like a rat, dark, furtive, sinister. Slowly I lifted the gun to my shoulder. I had him covered. I waited. Somehow I was loath to shoot. My nerves were a-quiver. Proof, more proof, I said. I saw him working busily, lying flat alongside the boxes. How crafty, how skillful he was. He was disconnecting the boxes. He would let the water run to the ground, then, there in the exposed riffles, would be his harvest. Would I shoot, now? Then, in the midnight hush, my gun blazed forth. With one scream the man tumbled down, carrying along with him the disconnected box. The water rushed over the ground in a deluge. I must capture him. There he lay in that pouring stream. Now I had him. In that torrent of icy water I grappled with my man. Over and over we rolled. He tried to gouge me. He was small, but oh, how strong. He held down his face. Fiercely I wrenched it up to the light. Heavens! It was the worm. I gave a cry of surprise, and my clutch on him must have weakened, for at that moment he gave a violent wrench, a cat-like twist, and tore himself free. Men were coming, were shouting, were running in from all directions. Catch him! I cried. Yonder he goes. But the little man was shooting forward like a deer. He was in the bushes now, bursting through everything, dodging and twisting up the hill. Right and left ran his pursuers, mistaking each other for the robber in the semi-gloom, yelling frantically, mad with the excitement of a manhunt. and in the midst of it all I lay in a pool of mud and water, with a sprained wrist and a bite on my leg. "Why didn't you hold him?" shouted Ribwood. "I couldn't," I answered. "I saved your clean up, and he got some of the lead. Besides, I know who he is." "You don't." "Who is he?" "Pat Dugan." "You don't say." "Well, I'm darned." "You're sure?" "Dead sure." "Swear it in court." "I will." "Well, that's all right. We'll get him. I'll go into town first thing in the morning and get out a warrant for him." He went, but the next evening back he returned, looking very surly and disgruntled. "Well, what about the warrant?" said Hoofman. "Didn't get it." "Didn't get, no, didn't get it," snapped Ribwood. "Look here, Hoofman, I met Locasto. Black Jack says Pat was cached away, dead to all the world, in the back room of the Omega Saloon all night. There's 2 loafers and the barkeeper to back him up. What can we do in the face of that? Say, young fella, I guess you mistook your man." "I guess I did not," I protested stoutly. They both looked at me for a moment and shrugged their shoulders. Chapter 11. Time went on and the cabin was quietly nearing completion. The roof of poles was in place. It only remained to cover it with moss and thawed out earth to make it our future home. I think these were the happiest days I spent in the North. We were such a united trio. Each was eager to do more than the other, and we vied in little acts of mutual consideration. Once again I congratulated myself on my partners. Jim, though sometimes bellicosely evangelical, was the soul of kindly goodness, cheerfulness and patience. It was refreshing to know among so many sin-calloused men one who always rang true, true as the gold in the pan. As for the prodigal, he was a prince. I often thought that God at the birth of him must have reached out to the sunshine and crammed a mighty handful of it into the boy. Surely it is better than all the riches in the world to have a temperament of eternal cheer. As for me, I have ever been at the mercy of my moods, easily elated, quickly cast down. I have always been abnormally sensitive, affected by sunshine and by shadows, vacillating, intense in my feelings. I was truly happy in those days, finding time in the long evenings to think of the scenes of stress and sorrow I had witnessed, reconstructing the past, and having importune me again and again the many characters in my life drama. Always and always I saw the girl, elusively sweet, almost unreal, a thing to enshrine in that ideal alcove of our hearts we keep for our saints. And God help us always to keep shining there a great light. Many others importuned me: Pinclove, Globstock, Pondersby, Marks, Old Willowick, all dead, Bullhammer, the Jamwagon, Mosher, the Winklersteins, plunged in the vortex of the gold-born city, and lastly, looming over all, dark and ominous, the handsome, bold, sinister face of Locasto. Well, maybe I would never see any of them again. Yet more and more my dream hours were jealously consecrated to Berna. How ineffably sweet were they! How full of delicious imaginings! How pregnant of high hope! Oh, I was born to love, I think, and I never loved but one. This story of my life is the story of Berna. It is a thing of words and words and words, yet every word is Berna, Berna. Feel the heartache behind it all. Read between the lines, Berna, Berna. Often in the evenings we went to the Forks, which was a lively place indeed. Here was all the recklessness and revel of Dawson on a smaller scale, and infinitely more gross. Here were the dance-hall girls, not the dazzling creatures in diamonds and Paris gowns, the belles of the Monte Carlo and the Tivoli, but drab self-convicted by their coarse, puffy faces. Here the men, fresh from their day's work, the mud of the claim hardly dry on their boot tops, were buying wine with nuggets they had filched from sluice box, dump and drift. There was wholesale robbery going on in the gold camp. On many claims where the owners were known to be unsuspicious, men would work for small wages because of the gold they were able to filch. On the other hand, many of the operators were paying their men in trade dust valued at $16 an ounce, yet so adulterated with black sand as to be really worth about 14. All these things contributed to the low morale of the camp. Easy come, easy go with money, a wild intoxication of success in the air, gold gouged in glittering heaps from the ground during the day, and at night squandered in a carnival of lust and sin. The prodigal was always snooping around and gleaning information from most mysterious sources. One evening he came to us. "Boys, get ready, quick. There's a rumor of a stampede for a new creek, Offer Creek they call it, away on the other side of the divide somewhere. A prospector went down 10 feet and got 50-cent dirt. We've got to get in on this. There's a mob coming from Dawson, but we'll get there before the rush." Quickly we got together blankets and a little grub, and, keeping out of sight, we crawled up the hill under cover of the brush. Soon we came to a place from which we could command a full view of the valley. Here we lay down, awaiting developments. It was at the hour of dusk. Scarfs of smoke wavered over the cabins down in the valley. On the far slope of El Dorado I saw a hawk soar upwards. Surely a man was moving amid the brush, 2 men, a dozen men, moving in single file very stealthily. I pointed them out. "It's the stampede," whispered Jim. "We've got to get onto the trail of that crowd. Travel like blazes. We can cut them off at the head of the valley." So we struck into the stampede gate, a wild, jolting, desperate pace, that made the wind pant in our lungs like bellows, and jarred our bones in their sockets. Through brush and scrub timber we burst. Thorny vines tore at us detainingly, swampy niggerheads impeded us, but the excitement of the stampede was in our blood, and we plunged down gulches, floundered over marshes, climbed steep ridges and crashed through dense masses of underwood. "Throw away your blankets, boys," said the prodigal. "Just keep a little grub." El Dorado was staked on a stampede. Maybe we're in on another El Dorado. We must connect with that bunch if we break our necks. It was hours after when we overtook them, about a dozen men, all in the maddest hurry, and casting behind them glances of furtive apprehension. When they saw us they were hugely surprised. Ribwood was one of the party. "Hello," he says roughly, "any more coming after you boys?" "Don't see them," said the prodigal breathlessly. "We spied you and cottoned on to what was up, so we made a fierce hike to get in on it. Gee, I'm all tuckered out." "All right, get in line. I guess there's lots for us all. You're in on a good thing, all right. Come along." So off we started again. The leader was going like one possessed. We blundered on behind. We were on the other side of the divide looking into another vast valley. What a magnificent country it was! What a great maneuvering ground it would make for an army! What splendid open spaces, and round smooth hills, and dimly blue valleys, and silvery winding creeks! It was veritably a park of the gods, and enclosing it was the monstrous, corrugated palisade of the Rockies. But there was small time to look around. On we went in the same mad, heart-breaking hurry, mile after mile, hour after hour. "This is going to be a banner creek, boys," the whisper ran down the line. "We're in luck. We'll all be Klondike Kings yet." Cheering, wasn't it? So on we went, hotter than ever, content to follow the man of iron who was guiding us to the virgin treasure. We had been pounding along all night, uphill and down dale. The sun rose, the dawn blossomed, the dew dried on the blueberry, it was morning. Still we kept up our fierce gait. Would our leader never come to his destination? By what roundabout route was he guiding us? The sun climbed up in the blue sky, the heat quivered, it was noon. We panted as we pelted on, parched and weary, faint and footsore. The excitement of the stampede had sustained us, and we scarcely had noted the flight of time. We had been walking for 14 hours, yet not a man faltered. I was ready to drop with fatigue, my feet were a mass of blisters, and every step was intolerable pain to me. But still our leader kept on. "I guess we'll fool those trying to follow us," snapped Ribwood grimly. Suddenly the prodigal said to me, "Say, you boys will have to go on without me. I'm all in. Go ahead, I'll follow after I'm rested up." He dropped in a limp heap on the ground and instantly fell asleep. Several of the others had dropped out too. They fell asleep where they gave up, utterly exhausted. We had now been going 16 hours, and still our leader kept on. "You're pretty tough for a youngster," growled one of them to me. "Keep it up, we're almost there." So I hobbled along painfully, though the desire to throw myself down was becoming imperative. Just ahead was Jim, sturdily holding his own. The others were reduced to a bare half-dozen. It was about 4 in the afternoon when we reached the creek. Up it our leader plunged, till he came to a place where a rude shaft had been dug. We gathered around him. He was a typical prospector, a child of hope, lean, swarthy, clear-eyed. "Here it is, boys," he said. "Here's my discovery stake. Now you fellows go up or down, anywhere you've a notion to, and put in your stakes. You all know what a lottery it is. Maybe you'll stake $1 million claim, maybe a blank. Mining's all a gamble. But go ahead, boys. I wish you luck." So we strung out, and, coming in rotation, Jim and I staked 7 and 8 below discovery. "7's a lucky number for me," said Jim. "I've a notion this claim's a good one." "I don't care," I said, "for all the gold in the world. What I want is sleep, sleep, rest and sleep." So I threw myself down on a bit of moss, and, covering my head with my coat to ward off the mosquitoes, in a few minutes I was dead to the world. Chapter 12. I was awakened by the prodigal. "Rouse up," he was saying, "you've slept right round the clock. We've got to get back to town and record those claims. Jim's gone 3 hours ago." It was 5 o'clock of a crystal Yukon morning, with the world clear-cut and fresh as at the dawn of things. I was sleep-stupid, sore, stiff in every joint. Racking pains made me groan at every movement, and the chill night air had brought on twinges of rheumatism. I looked at my location stake, beside which I had fallen. "I can't do it," I said, "my feet are out of business." "You must," he insisted. "Come, buck up, old man. Bathe your feet in the creek, and then you'll feel as fit as a fighting cock. We've got to get into town hot-foot. They've got a bunch of crooks at the gold office, and we're liable to lose our claims if we are late." "Have you staked, too?" "You bet. I've got 13 below. Hurry up. There's a wild bunch coming from town." I groaned grievously, yet felt mighty refreshed by a dip in the creek. Then we started off once more. Every few moments we would meet parties coming post-haste from town. They looked worn and jaded, but spread eagerly up and down. There must have been several hundred of them, all sustained by the mad excitement of the stampede. We did not take the circuitous route of the day before, but one that shortened the distance by some 10 miles. We traveled a wild country, crossing unknown creeks that have since proved gold-bearing, and climbing again the high ridge of the divide. Then once more we dropped down into the Bonanza Basin, and by nightfall we had reached our own cabin. We lay down for a few hours. It seemed my weary head had just touched the pillow when once more the inexorable prodigal awakened me. "Come on, kid, we've got to get to Dawson when the recording office opens." So once more we pelted down Bonanza. Fast as we had come, we found many of those who had followed us were ahead. The North is the land of the musher. In that pure, buoyant air a man can walk away from himself. Any one of us thought nothing of a 50-mile tramp, and one of 80 was scarcely considered notable. It was about 9 in the morning when we got to the gold office. Already a crowd of stampeders were waiting. Foremost in the crowd I saw Jim. The prodigal looked thoughtful, "Look here," he said, "I guess it's all right to push in with that bunch, but there's a slicker way of doing it for those that are next. Of course, it's not according to Hoyle. There's a little side door where you can get in ahead of the gang. See that fellow, $10 Jim they call him, well, they say he can work the Oracle for us." "No," I said, "you can pay him $10 if you like. I'll take my chance in the regulation way." So the prodigal slipped away from me, and presently I saw him admitted at the side entrance. Surely, thought I, there must be some mistake. The public would not stand for such things. There was quite a number ahead of me, and I knew I was in for a long wait. I will never forget it. For 3 days, with the exception of 2 brief sleep spells, I had been in a fierce helter-skelter of excitement, and I had eaten no very satisfying food. As I stood in that sullen crowd I swayed with weariness, and my legs were doubling under me. Invisible hands were dragging me down, throwing dust in my eyes, hypnotizing me with soporific gestures. I staggered forward and straightened up suddenly. On the outskirts of the crowd I saw the prodigal trying to locate me. When he saw me he waved a paper. "Come on, you goat," he shouted, "have a little sense. I'm all fixed up." I shook my head. An odd sense of fair play in me made me want to win the game squarely. I would wait my turn. Noon came. I saw Jim coming out, tired but triumphant. "All right," he megaphoned to me, "I'm through. Now I'll go and sleep my head off." How I envied him. I felt I, too, had a big bunch of sleep coming to me. I was moving forward slowly. Bit by bit I was wedging nearer the door. I watched man after man push past the coveted threshold. They were all miners, brawny, stubble-chinned fellows with grim, determined faces. I was certainly the youngest there. "What have you got?" asked a thick-set man on my right. "8 below," I answered. "Gee, you're lucky." "What'll you take for it?" asked a tall, keen-looking fellow on my left. 5,000. "Give you 2. "No." "Well, come round and see me tomorrow at the Dominion, and we'll talk it over. My name's Gunson." "Bring your papers." "All right." Something like dizziness seized me. 5,000. The crowd seemed to be composed of angels and the sunshine to have a new and brilliant quality of light and warmth. 5,000. Would I take it? If the claim was worth a cent it ought to be worth 50,000. I soared on rosy wings of optimism. I reveled in dreams. My claim. Mine. 8 below. Other men had bounded into affluence. Why not I? No longer did I notice the flight of time. I was ready to wait till doomsday. A new lease of strength came to me. I was near the wicket now. Only 2 were ahead of me. A clerk was recording their claims. One had 34 above, the other 52 below. The clerk looked flustered, fatigued. His dull eyes were pursy with midnight debauches, his flesh sagged. In contrast with the clean, hard, hawk-eyed miners, he looked blotched and unwholesome. Crossly he snatched from the other two their miners' certificates, made the entries in his book, and gave them their receipts. It was my turn now. I dashed forward eagerly. Then I stopped, for the man with the bleary eyes had shut the wicket in my face. 3 o'clock, he snapped. Couldn't you take mine? I faltered. I've been waiting now these 7 hours. Closing time, he ripped out still more tartly, come again tomorrow. There was a growling thunder from the crowd behind, and the weary, disappointed stampeders slouched away. Body and soul of me craved for sleep. Beyond an overwhelming desire for rest, I was conscious of nothing else. My eyelids were weighted with lead. I lagged along dejectedly. At the hotel I saw the prodigal. Get fixed up. No, too late. You'd better take advantage of the general corruption and the services of $10 Jim. I was disheartened, disgusted, desperate. I will, I said. Then, throwing myself on the bed, I launched on a dreamless sea of sleep. Chapter 13. Next morning bright and early found me at the side door, and the tall man admitted me. I slipped a $10 gold piece into his palm, and presently found myself waiting at the yet unopened wicket. Outside I could see the big crowd gathering for their weary wait. I felt a sneaking sense of meanness, but I did not have long to enjoy my despicable sensations. The recording clerk came to the wicket. He was very red-faced and watery-eyed. Involuntarily I turned my head away at the reek of his breath. I want to record 8 below on offer, I said. He looked at me curiously. He hesitated. What name? He asked. I gave it. He turned up his book. 8 below, you say? Why, that's already recorded. Can't be, I retorted. I just got down from there yesterday after planting my stakes. Can't help it. It's recorded by someone else, recorded early yesterday. Look here, I exclaimed, what kind of a game are you putting up on me? I tell you I was the first on the ground. I alone staked the claim. That's strange, he said. There must be some mistake. Anyway, you'll have to move on and let the others get up to the wicket. You're blocking the way. All I can do is to look into the matter for you, and I've got no time now. Come back tomorrow. Next, please. The next man pushed me aside, and there I stood, gaping and gasping. A man in the waiting line looked at me pityingly. It's no use, young fellow, you'd better make up your mind to lose that claim. They'll flim-flam you out of it somehow. They've sent someone out now to stake over you. If you kick, they'll say you didn't stake proper. But I have witnesses. It don't matter if you call the angel Gabriel to witness, they're going to grab your claim. Them government officials is the crookedest bunch that ever made fuel for hellfire. You won't get a square deal, they're going to get the fat anyhow. They've got the best claims spotted, and men posted to jump them at the first chance. Oh, they're feathering their nests all right. They're like a lot of greedy pike just waiting to gobble down all they can. A man can't buy wine at $20 per, and make dance hall flosses presents of diamond tiaras on a government salary. That's what a lot of them are doing. Wine and women, and their wives and daughters outside thinking they're little tin gods. Somehow they've got to foot the bill. Oh, it's a great country. I was stunned with disappointment. What you want, he continued, is to get a pool with some of the officials. Why, there's friends of mine don't need to go out of town to stake a claim. Only the other day a certain party known to me went to, well, I mustn't mention names, anyway, he's high up in the government, and a friend of Quebec Suzanne's, and says to him, I want you to get number so and so on Hunker recorded for me. Of course I haven't been able to get out there, but the government bug puts his hands to his ears. Don't give me any unnecessary information, he says. You want so and so recorded, Sam. Well, that's all right. I'll fix it. That was all there was to it, and when next day a man comes in post-haste claiming to have staked it, it was there recorded in Sam's name. Get a stand-in, young fellow. But surely, I said, somehow, somewhere there must be justice. Surely if these facts were represented at Ottawa and proof forthcoming, Ottawa. He gave a sniffing laugh. Ottawa. Why, it's some of the big guns at Ottawa that's getting the cream of it all. The little fellows are just lapping up the drips. Look at them big concessions they are selling for a song. Good placer ground that would mean pie to the poor miner, closed tight and everlastingly tied up. How is it done? Why, there's some politician at the bottom of the whole business. Look at the liquor permits, crude alcohol sent into the country by the 1,000 gallons, diluted to 6 times its bulk, and sold to the poor prospector for whiskey at $1 a drink. And you can't pour your own drinks at that. Well, I said, I'm not going to be cheated out of my claim. If I've got to move heaven and earth, you'll do nothing of the kind. If you get sassy, there's the police to put the lid on you. You can talk till you're purple round the gills. It won't cut no figure. They've got us all cinched. We've just got to take our medicine. It's no use going round bellyaching. You'd better go away and sit down. And I did. Chapter 14. I had to see Berna at once. Already I had paid a visit to the Paragon restaurant, that new and glittering place of resort run by the Winklersteins, but she was not on duty. I saw Madame, resplendent in her false jewelry, with her beetle black hair elaborately coiffured, and her large, bold face handsomely enameled. She looked the picture of fleshy prosperity, a big handsome Jewess, hawk-eyed and rapacious. In the background hovered Winklerstein, his little, squeezed-up, tallowy face beaded with perspiration. But he was dressed quite superbly, and his moustache was more wondrously waxed than ever. I mingled with the crowd of miners, and in my rough garb, swarthy and bearded as I was, the Jewish couple did not know me. As I paid her, Madame gave me a sharp glance. But there was no recognizant gleam in her eyes. In the evening I returned. I took a seat in one of the curtained boxes. At the long lunch counter, rough-necked fellows perched on tripod stools were guzzling food. The place was brilliantly lit up, many mirrored and flashily ornate in gilt and white. The bill of fare was elaborate, the prices exalted. In the box before me a white-haired lawyer was entertaining a lady of easy virtue, in the box behind, a larrikin quartet from the Pavilion Theatre were holding high revelry. There was no mistaking the character of the place. In the heart of the city's tenderloin it was a haunt of human riffraff, a palace of guilt and guilt, a first scene in the nightly comedy of the Lobster. I was feeling profoundly depressed, miserable, disgusted with everything. For the first time I began to regret ever leaving home. Out on the creeks I was happy. Here in the town the glaring corruption of things jarred on my nerves. And it was in this place Berna worked. She waited on these wantons, she served those swine. She heard their loose talk, their careless oaths. She saw them foully drunk, staggering off to their shameful assignations. She knew everything. Oh, it was pitiful, it sickened me to the soul. I sat down and buried my face in my hands. Order, please. I knew that sweet voice. It thrilled me, and I looked up suddenly. There was Berna standing before me. She gave a quick start, then recovered herself. A look of delight came into her eyes, eager, vivid delight. My, how you frightened me, I wasn't expecting you. Oh, I am so glad to see you again. I looked at her. I was conscious of a change in her, and the consciousness came with a sense of shearing pain. Berna, I said, what are you doing with that paint on your face? Oh, I'm sorry. She was rubbing distressfully at a dab of rouge on her cheek. I knew you would be cross, but I had to, they made me. They said I looked like a spectre at the feast with my chalk face. I frightened away the customers. It's just a little pink, all the women do it. It makes me look happier, and it doesn't hurt me any. What I want is to see in your cheeks, dear, the glow of health, not the flush of a cosmetic. However, never mind. How are you? Pretty well, hesitatingly. Berna boomed the rough, contumacious voice of Madam, attend to the customers. All right, I said, get me anything. I just wanted to see you. She hurried away. I saw her go behind the curtains of one of the closed boxes carrying a tray of dishes. I heard coarse voices chaffing her. I saw her come out, her cheeks flushed, yet not with rouge. A miner had tried to detain her. Somehow it all made me writhe, agitated me so that I could hardly keep my seat. Presently she came hurrying round, bringing me some food. When can I see you, girl? I asked. Tonight. See me home. I'm off at midnight. All right. I'll be waiting. She was kept very busy, and, though once or twice a tipsy roisterer ventured on some rough pleasantry, I noticed with returning satisfaction that most of the big, bearded miners treated her with chivalrous respect. She was quite friendly with them. They called her by name, and seemed to have a genuine affection for her. There was a protective manliness in the manner of these men that reassured me. So I swallowed my meal and left the place. "That's a good little girl," said a grizzled old fellow to me, as he stood picking his teeth energetically outside the restaurant. "Straight as a string, and there ain't many up here you can say that of. If anyone was to try any monkey business with that little girl, sir, there's a dozen of the boys would make him a first-rate case for the hospital ward. Yes, sirree, that's a jim-dandy little girl. I just wish she was my daughter." In my heart I blessed him for his words, and pressed on him a 50-cent cigar. Again I wandered up and down the now familiar street, but the keen edge of my impression had been blunted. I no longer took the same interest in its sights. More populous it was, noisier, livelier than ever. In the gambling annex of the Paystreak Saloon was Mr. Mosher shuffling and dealing methodically. Everywhere I saw flushed and excited miners, each with his substantial poke of dust. It was usually as big as a pork sausage, yet it was only his spending poke. Safely in the bank he had cashed half a dozen of them 10 times as big. These were the halcyon days. Success was in the air. Men were drunk with it, carried off their feet, delirious. Money. It had lost its value. Everyone you met was lousy with it, threw it away with both hands, and fast as they emptied one pocket it filled up the others. Little wonder a mad elation, a semi-frenzy of prodigality prevailed, for every day the Golden Valley was pouring into the city a seemingly exhaustless stream of treasure. I saw Big Alec, one of the leading operators, coming down the street with his men. He carried a Winchester, and he had a pack train of burros, each laden down with gold. At the bank flushed and eager mobs were clamoring to have their pokes weighed. In buckets, coal oil cans, every kind of receptacle, lay the precious dust. Sweating clerks were handling it as carelessly as a grocer handles sugar. Goldsmiths were making it into wonders of barbaric jewelry. There seemed no limit to the camp's wealth. Everyone was mad, and the demi-mundane was queen of all. I saw Hewson and Mervyn. They had struck it rich on a property they had bought on Hunker. Fortune was theirs. "Come and have a drink," said Hewson. Already he had had many. His face was relaxed, flushed, already showing signs of a flabby degeneration. In this man of iron sudden success was insidiously at work, enervating his powers. Mervyn, too. I caught a glimpse of him, in the doorway of the Green Bay Tree. The macaroni kid had him in tow, and he was buying wine. I looked in vain for Locasto. He was on a big debauch, they told me. Viola Lenoy had got him going. At midnight, at the door of the Paragon, I was waiting in a fever of impatience when Berna came out. "I'm living up at the cabin," she said. "You can walk with me as far as that. That is, if you want to," she added coquettishly. She was very bright and did most of the talking. She showed a vast joy at seeing me. "Tell me what you've been doing, dear." "Everything." "Have you made a steak?" "So many have." "I have prayed you would, too." "Then we'll go away somewhere and forget all this. We'll go to Italy, where it's always beautiful. We'll just live for each other. Won't we, honey?" She nestled up to me. She seemed to have lost much of her shyness. I don't know why, but I preferred my timid, shrinking Berna. "It will take a whole lot to make me forget this," I said grimly. "Yes, I know. Isn't it frightful? Somehow I don't seem to mind so much now. I'm getting used to it, I suppose. But at first, oh, it was terrible. I thought I never could stand it. It's wonderful how we get accustomed to things, isn't it?" "Yes," I answered bitterly. "You know, those rough miners are good to me. I'm a queen among them, because they know I'm all right. I've had several offers of marriage, too, really, really good ones from wealthy claim owners." "Yes," still more bitterly. "Yes, young man, so you want to make a strike and take me away to Italy. Oh, how I plan for us two. I don't care, my dearest, if you haven't got a cent in the world. I'm yours, always yours." "That's all right, Berna," I said. "I'm going to make good. I've just lost a $50,000 claim, but there's more coming up. By the 1st of June next I'll come to you with a bank account of 6 figures. You'll see, my little girl. I'm going to make this thing stick." "You foolish boy," she said, "it doesn't matter if you come to me a beggar in rags. Come to me anyway. Come, and do not fail." "What about Locasto?" I asked. "I've scarcely seen anything of him. He leaves me alone. I think he's interested elsewhere." "And are you sure you're all right, dear, down there?" "Quite sure. These men would risk their lives for me. The other kind know enough to leave me alone. Besides, I know better now how to take care of myself. You remember the frightened crybaby I used to be? Well, I've learned to hold my own." She was extraordinarily affectionate, full of unexpected little ways of endearment, and clung to me when we parted, making me promise to return very soon. Yes, she was my girl, devoted to me, attached to me by every tendril of her being. Every look, every word, every act of her expressed a bright, fine, radiant love. I was satisfied, yet unsatisfied, and once again I entreated her. "Berna, are you sure, quite sure, you're all right in that place among all that folly and drunkenness and vice? Let me take you away, dear." "Oh, no," she said very tenderly, "I'm all right. I would tell you at once, my boy, if I had any fear. That's just what a poor girl has to put up with all the time. That's what I've had to put up with all my life. Believe me, boy, I'm wonderfully blind and deaf at times. I don't think I'm very bad, am I? You're as good as gold. For your sake I'll always try to be, she answered. As we were kissing goodbye she asked timidly, what about the rouge, dear? Shall I cease to use it? Poor little girl. Oh no, I don't suppose it matters. I've got very old-fashioned ideas. Goodbye, darling. Goodbye, beloved. I went away treading on sunshine, trembling with joy, thrilled with love for her, blessing her anew. Yet still the rouge stuck in my crop as if it were the symbol of some insidious decadence. Chapter 15. It was about 2 months later when I returned from a flying visit to Dawson. Lots of mail for you too, I cried, exultantly bursting into the cabin. Mail. Hooray! Jim and the prodigal, who were lying on their bunks, leapt up eagerly. No one longs for his letters like your northern exile, and for 2 whole months we had not heard from the outside. Yes, I got over 50 letters between us 3. Drew about a dozen myself. There's half a dozen for you, Jim, and the balance for you, old sport. I handed the prodigal about 2 dozen letters. Ha! Now we'll have the whole evening just to browse on them. My, what a stack! How was it you had a time getting them? Well, you see, when I got into town the mail had just been sorted, and there was a string of over 300 men waiting at the general delivery wicket. I took my place at the tail end of the line, and every newcomer fell in behind me. My! But it was such weary waiting, moving up step by step, but I'd just about got there when closing time came. They wouldn't give out any more mail, after my 3 hours wait, too. What did you do? Well, it seems everyone gives way to the womenfolk. So I happened to see a girlfriend of mine, and she said she would go round first thing in the morning and enquire if there were any letters for us. She brought me this bunch. I indicated the pile of letters. I'm told lots of women in town make a business of getting letters for men, and charge $1 a letter. It's awful how hard it is to get mail. Half of the clerks seem scarcely able to read the addresses on the envelopes. It's positively sad to watch the faces of the poor wretches who get nothing, knowing, too, that the chances are there is really something for them sorted away in a wrong box. That's pretty tough. Yes, you should have seen them, men just ravenous to hear from their families, a clerk carelessly shuffling through a pile of letters. Beechwood, did you say? Nope, nothing for you. Hold on there. What's that in your hand? Surely I know my wife's writing. Beechwood, yep, that's right. Looked like peachwood to me. All right. Next there. Then the man would go off with his letter, looking half wrathful, half radiant. Well, I enjoyed my trip, but I'm glad I'm home. I threw myself on my bunk voluptuously, and began rereading my letters. There were some from Gary and some from Mother. While still unreconciled to the life I was leading, they were greatly interested in my wildly cheerful accounts of the country. They were disposed to be less censorious, and I for my part was only too glad Mother was well enough to write, even if she did scold me sometimes. So I was able to open my mail without misgivings. But I was still aglow with memories of the last few hours. Once more I had seen Berna, spent moments with her of perfect bliss, left her with my mind full of exaltation and bewildered gratitude. She was the perfect answer to my heart's call, a mirror that seemed to flash back the challenge of my joy. I saw the love mists gather in her eyes, I felt her sweet lips mold themselves to mine, I thrilled with the sheathing ardor of her arms. Never in my fondest imaginings had I conceived that such a wealth of affection would ever be for me. Buoyant she was, brave, inspiring, and always with her buoyancy so wondrous tender I felt that willingly would I die for her. Once again I told her of my fear, my anxiety for her safety among those rough men in that cesspool of iniquity. Very earnestly she strove to reassure me. Oh, my dear, it is in those rough men, the uncouth, big-hearted miners, that I place my trust. They know I'm a good girl. They wouldn't say a coarse thing before me for the world. You've no idea the chivalrous respect they show for me, and the rougher they are the finer their instincts seem to be. It's the others, the so-called gentlemen, who would like to take advantage of me if they could. She looked at me with bright, clear eyes, fearless in their scorn of sham and pretense. Then there are the women. It's strange, but no matter how degraded they are, they try to shield and protect me. Only last week Kimona Kate made a fearful scene with her escort because he said something bad before me. I'm getting tolerant. Oh, you've no idea until you know them what good qualities some of these women have. Often their hearts are as big as all outdoors. They would nurse you devotedly if you were sick, they would give you their last dollar if you were in want. Many of them have old mothers and little children they are supporting outside, and they would rather die than that their dear ones should know the life they are living. It's the men that are to blame. I shook my head sadly. I don't like it, Berna, I don't like it at all. I hate you to know the like of such people, such things. I just want you to be again the dear, sweet little girl I first knew, all maidenly modesty and shuddering aversion of evil. I'm afraid, dear, I shall never be that again, she said sorrowfully, but am I any the worse for knowing? Why should you men want to keep all such knowledge to yourselves? Is our innocence simply to be another name for ignorance? She put her arms round my neck and kissed me fervently. Oh, no, my dear, my dear. I have seen the vileness of things, and it only makes me more in love with love and beauty. We'll go, you and I, to Italy very soon, and forget. Even if we have to toil like peasants in the vineyards, we'll go, far, far away. So I felt strengthened, stimulated, gladdened, and, as I lay on my bunk listening to the merry crackle of the wood fire, I was in a purring lethargy of content. Then I remembered something. Oh, say, boys, I forgot to tell you. I met McCrimmon down the creek. You remember him on the trail, the half-breed. He was asking after you both, then all at once he said he wanted to see us on important business. He has a proposal to make, he says, that would be greatly to our advantage. He's coming along this evening. What's the matter, Jim? Jim was staring blankly at one of the letters he had received. His face was a picture of distress, misery, despair. Without replying, he went and knelt down by his bed. He sighed deeply. Slowly his face grew calm again, then I saw that he was praying. We were silent in respectful sympathy, but when, in a little, he got up and went out, I followed him. Had bad news, old man. I've had a letter that's upset me. I'm in a terrible position. If ever I wanted strength and guidance, I want it now. Heard about that man? Yes, it's him, all right, it's Moshe. I suspicioned it all along. Here's a letter from my brother. He says there's no doubt that Moshe is Mosley. His eyes were stormy, his face tragic in its bitterness. Oh, you don't know how I worshipped that woman, trusted her, would have banked my life on her, and when I was away making money for her she ups and goes away with that slimy reptile. In the old days I would have torn him to pieces, but now, he sighed distractedly. What am I to do? What am I to do? The good book says forgive your enemies, but how can I forgive a wrong like that? And my poor girl, he deserted her, drove her to the streets. Ah! If I could kill him by slow torture, gloat over his agony, but I can't, can I? No, Jim, you can't do anything. Vengeance is the Lord's. Yes, I know, I know. But it's hard, it's hard. Oh my girl, my girl. Tears overran his cheeks. He sat down on a log, burying his face in his hands. Oh God, help and sustain me in this my hour of need. I was at a loss how to comfort him, and it was while I was waiting there that suddenly we saw the half-breed coming up the trail. Better come in, Jim, I said, and hear what he's got to say. Chapter 16. We made McCrimmon comfortable. We kept no whiskey in the cabin, but we gave him some hot coffee, which he drank with great satisfaction. Then he twisted a cigarette, lit it, and looked at us keenly. On his brown, flattish face were remarkable the impassivity of the Indian and the astuteness of the Scot. We were regarding him curiously. Jim had regained his calm, and was quietly watchful. The prodigal seemed to have his ears cocked to listen. There was a feeling amongst us as if we had reached a crisis in our fortunes. The half-breed lost no time in coming to the point. I like you boys. You're square and above board. You're workers, and you don't drink, that's the main thing. Well, to get right down to cases. I'm a bit of a mining man. I've mined at Kassaya and Caribou, and I know something of the business. Now I've got next to a good thing. I don't know how good yet, but I'll swear to you it's a tidy bit. There may be only 10,000 in it, and there may be 110. It's a gambling proposition, and I want partners that'll work like blazes and keep their faces shut. Are you on? That's got us, Kodak, said the prodigal. We're that sort, and if the proposition looks good to us, we're with you. Anyway, we're clams at keeping our food traps tight. All right, listen. You know the Arctic Transportation Company have claims on Upper Bonanza. Well, a month back I was working for them. We were down about 20 feet and were drifting in. They set me to work in the drift. The roof kept sloughing in on me, and it was mighty dangerous. So far we hadn't got pay dirt, but their mining manager wanted us to drift in a little further. If we didn't strike good pay in a few more feet, we were to quit. Well, one morning I went down and cleaned away the ash of my fire. The first stroke of my pick on the thawed face made me jump, stare, stand stock still, thinking hard. For there, right in the hole I had made, was the richest pocket I ever seen. You don't say. Are you sure? Why, boys, as I'm alive, there was nuggets in it as thick as raisins in a Christmas plum duff. I could see the yellow gleam where the pick had grazed them, and the longer I looked the more could I see. Good Lord! What did you do? What did I do? I just stepped back and picked at the roof for all I was worth. A big bunch of muck came down, covering up the face. Then, like a crazy man, I picked wherever the dirt seemed loose all the way down the drift. Great heaps of dirt caved in on me. I was stunned, nearly buried, but I did the trick. There were tons of dirt between me and my find. We gasped with amazement. The rest was easy. I went up the shaft groaning and cursing. I pretended to faint. I told them the roof of the drift had fallen in on me. It was rotten stuff, anyway, and they knew it. They didn't mind me risking my life. I cursed them, said I would sue the company, and went off looking too sore for words. The manager was disgusted. He went down and took a look at things, declared he would throw up the work at that place. The ground was no good. He made that report to the company. The half-breed looked round triumphantly. Now, here's the point. We can get a lay on that ground. One of you boys must apply for it. They mustn't know I'm in with you, or they would suspect right away. They're none too scrupulous themselves in their dealings. He paused impressively. You cinch that lay agreement. Get it signed right away. We'll go in and work like old Nick. We'll make a big clean-up by spring. I'll take you right to the gold. There's thousands and thousands lying snug in the ground just waiting for us. It's right in our MIT. Oh, it's a cinch, a cinch. The half-breed almost grew excited. Bending forward, he eyed us keenly. In a breathless silence we stared at each other. Well, I objected, seems to be putting up rather a job on the company. Jim was silent, but the prodigal cut in sharply, job nothing, it's a square proposition. We don't know for certain that gold's there. Maybe it's only a piffling pocket, and we'll get souped for our pains. No, it seems to me it's a fair gambling proposition. We're taking all kinds of chances. It means awful hard work, it means privation and, maybe, bitter disappointment. It's a gamble, I tell you, and are we going to be such poor sports as turn it down? I for one am strongly in favor of it. What do you say? A big sporting chance, are you there, boys, are you there? He almost shouted in his excitement. Hush! Someone might hear you, warned the half-breed. Yes, that's right. Well, it looks mighty good to me, and if you boys are willing we'll just draw up papers and sign an agreement right away. Is it a go? We nodded, so he got ink and paper and drew up a form of partnership. Now, said he, his eyes dancing, now, to secure that lay before anyone else cuts in on us. Gee! But it's getting dark and cold outdoors these days. Snow falling, well, I must mush to Dawson tonight. He hurried on some warm, yet light, clothing, all the time talking excitedly of the chance that fortune had thrown in our way, and gleeful as a schoolboy. Now, boys, he says, hope I'll have good luck. Jim, put in a prayer for me. Well, see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. It was late next night when he returned. We were sitting in the cabin, anxious and expectant, when he threw open the door. He was tired, wet, dirty, but irrepressibly jubilant. Hurrah, boys, he cried. I've cinched it. I saw Mr. Manager of the big company. He was very busy, very important, very patronizing. I was the poor miner seeking a lay. I played the part well. He began by telling me he didn't want to give any lays at present, just wanted to stand me off, you know, make me more keen. I spoke about some of their ground on Hunker. He didn't seem enthusiastic. Then, at last, as if in despair, I mentioned this bit on Bonanza. I could see he was itching to let me have it, but he was too foxy to show it. He actually told me it was an extra rich piece of ground, when all the time he knew his own mining engineer had condemned it. The prodigal's eyes danced delightedly. Well, we sparred round a bit like two fake fighters. My! But he was wily, that old Jew. Finally he agreed to let me have it on a 50% basis. Don't faint, boys. 50%, I said. I'm sorry. It was the best I could do, and you know I'm not slow. That means they get half of all we take out. Oh, the old shark. The robber. I tried to beat him down, but he stood pat, wouldn't budge. So I gave in, and we signed the lay agreement, and now everything's in shape. Gee whiz. Didn't I give a sigh of relief when I got outside? He thinks I'm the fall guy," and went off chuckling. He raised his voice triumphantly. "And now, boys, we've got the ground cinched, so get action on yourselves. Here's where we make our first real stab at fortune. Here's where we even up on the hard jabs she's handed us in the past. Here's where we score a bullseye, or I miss my guess. The gold's there, boys, you can bank on that, and the harder we work the more we're going to get of it. Now, we're going to work hard. We're going to make ordinary hard work look like a summer vacation. We're going to work for all we're worth, and then some. Are you there, boys, are you there?" "We are," we shouted with one accord. Chapter 17. There was no time to lose. Every hour for us meant so much more of that precious pay dirt that lay under the frozen surface. The winter leapt on us with a swoop, a harsh, unconciliating winter, that made outdoor work an unmitigated hardship. But there was the hope of fortune nerving and bracing us, till we lost in it all thought of self. Nothing short of desperate sickness, death even, would drive us from our posts. It was with this dauntless spirit we entered on the task before us. And, indeed, it was one that called for all in a man of energy and self-sacrifice. There was wood to get for the thawing of the ground, there was a cabin to be built on the claim, and, lastly, there was a vast dump to be taken out of the ground for the spring sluicing. We planned things so that no man would be idle for a moment, and so that every ounce of strength expended would show its result. The half-breed took charge, and we, recognizing it as his show, obeyed him implicitly. He decided to put down 2 holes to bedrock, and, after much deliberation, selected the places. This was a matter for the greatest judgment and experience, and we were satisfied that he had both. We ran up a little cabin and banked it nearly to the low eaves with snow. By and by more fell on the roof to the depth of 3 feet, so that the place seemed like a huge white hummock. Only in front could you recognize it as a cabin by the low doorway, where we had always to stoop on entering. Within were our bunks, a tiny stove, a few boxes to sit on, a few dishes, our grub, that was all. Often we regretted our big cabin on the hill, with its calico-lined den and its separate kitchen. But in this little box of a home we were to put in many weary months. Not that the time seemed long to us, we were too busy for that. Indeed, often we wished it were twice as long. Snow had fallen in September, and by December we were in an Arctic world of uncompromising harshness. Day after day the glass stood between 40 and 50 below zero. It was hatefully, dangerously cold. It seemed as if the frost fiend had a cruel grudge against us. It made us grim and careful. We didn't talk much in those days. We just worked, and when we did talk it was of our work, our ceaseless work. Would we strike it rich? It was all a gamble, the most exciting gamble in the world. It thrilled our day hours with excitement, it haunted our sleep, it lent strength to the pick stroke and vigor to the windlass crank. It made us forget the bitter cold, till someone would exclaim, and gently knead the fresh snow on our faces. The cold burned our cheeks a fierce brick red, and a frostbite showed on them like a patch of white putty. The old scars, never healing, were like blotches of lamp black. But neither cold nor fatigue could keep us away from the shaft and the drift. We had gone down to bedrock, and were tunneling in to meet the hole the half-breed had covered up. So far we had found nothing. Every day we panned samples of the dirt, always getting colors, sometimes a 50-cent pan, but never what we dreamed of, hoped for. Wait, boys, till we get a $200 pan, then we'll begin to whoop it up some. Once the company manager came down on a dog team. He looked over our shaft. He wore a coon coat, with a cap of beaver, and huge fur mitts hung by a cord around his neck. He was massive and impassive. Spiky icicles bristled around his mouth. What luck, boys? His breath came like steam. None, so far we told him, wearily, and off he went into the frozen gloom, saying he hoped we would strike it before long. Wait a while. We were working 2 men to a shaft, burning our ground overnight. The prodigal and I manned the windlasses, while the old miners went down the drifts. It was a cold job standing there on that rugged platform turning the windlass crank. Long before it was fairly light we got to our posts, and lowered our men into the hole. The air was warmer down there, but the work was harder, more difficult, more dangerous. At noon there was no sunshine, only a wan, ashen light that suffused the sky. A death-like stillness lay on the valley, not a quiver or movement in leaf or blade. The snow was a shroud, smooth save where the funereal pines pricked through. In that intensity of cold, that shivering agony of desolation, it seemed as if nature was laughing at us, the cosmic laugh. Our meals were hurriedly cooked and bolted. We grudged every moment of our respite from toil. At night we often were far too weary to undress. We lost our regard for cleanliness, we neglected ourselves. Always we talked of the result of the day's panning and the chances of tomorrow. Surely we would strike it soon. Wait a while. Colder it grew and colder. Our kerosene flowed like mush. The water froze solid in our kettle. Our bread was full of icy particles. Everything had to be thawed out continually. It was tiresome, exasperating, when we were in such a devil of a hurry. It kept us back, it angered us, this pest of a cold. Our tempers began to suffer. We were short, taciturn. The strain was beginning to tell on us. Wait a while. Then, one afternoon, the something happened. It was Jim who was the chosen one. About 3 o'clock he signaled to be hoisted up, and when he appeared he was carrying a pan of dirt. "Call the others," he said. All together in the little cabin we stood round, while Jim washed out the pan in snow water melt over our stove. I will never forget how eagerly we watched the gravel, and the whirling, dexterous movements of the old man. We could see gleams of yellow in the muddy water. Thrills of joy and hope went through us. We had got the thing, the big thing, at last. "Hurry, Jim," I said, "or I'll die of suspense." Patiently he went on. There it was at last in the bottom of the pan, sweeter to our eyes than to a woman the sight of her firstborn. There it lay, glittering, gleaming gold, fine gold, coarse gold, nuggety gold. "Now, boys, you can whoop it up," said Jim quietly, "for there's many and many a pan like it down there in the drift." But never a whoop. What was the matter with us? When the fortune we had longed for so eagerly came at last, we did not greet it even with a cheer. Oh, we were painfully silent. Solemnly we shook hands all round. Chapter 18. "Now to weigh it," said the prodigal. On the tiny pair of scales we turned it out, $95 worth. Well, it was a good start, and we were all possessed with a frantic eagerness to go down in the drift. I crawled along the tunnel. There, in the face of it, I could see the gold shining, and the longer I looked the more I seemed to see. It was rich, rich. I picked out and burnished a nugget as large as a filbert. There were lots of others like it. It was a strike. The question was, how much was there of it? The half-breed soon settled our doubts on that score. It stands to reason the pay runs between where I first found it and where we've struck it now. That alone means a tidy stake for each of us. Say, boys, if you were to cover all that distance with $20 gold pieces 6 feet wide, and packed edge to edge, I wouldn't take them for our interest in that bit of ground. I see a fine big ranch in Manitoba for my share, and hired help to run it. The only thing that sticks in my gullet is that 50% to the company. Well, we can't kick, I said. We'd never have got the lay if they'd had a hunch. My, won't they be sore? Sure enough, in a few days the news leaked out, and the manager came post-haste. "Here you've struck it rich, boys. So rich that I guess we'll have to pack down gravel from the benches to mix in before we can sluice it," said the prodigal. "You don't say? Well, I'll have to have a man on the ground to look after our interests." "All right. It means a good thing for you." "Yes, but it would have meant a better if we had worked it ourselves. However, you boys deserve your luck." "Hello, the devil." He turned round and saw the half-breed. He gave a long whistle and went away, looking pensive. It was the night of the discovery when the prodigal made us an address. "Look here, boys, do you know what this means?" "It means victory, it means freedom, happiness, the things we want, the life we love. To me it means travel, New York, Paris, evening dress, the opera. To McCrimmon here it means his farm. To each according to his notion, it means the things that matter. Now, we've just begun. The hardest part is to come, is to get out the fortune that's right under our feet. We're going to get every cent of it, boys. There's a little over 3 months to do it in, leaving about a month to make sluice boxes and clean up the dirt. We've got to work like men at a burning barn. We've worked hard, but we've got to go some yet. For my part, I'm willing to do stunts that will make my previous record look like a plugged dime. I guess you boys all feel the same way. You bet we do. Well, 'nough said, let's get busy. So, once more, with redoubled energy, we resumed our tense, unremitting round of toil. Now, however, it was vastly different. Every bucket of dirt meant money in our pockets, every stroke of the pick $1. Not that it was all like the first rich pocket we had struck. It proved a most erratic and puzzling pay streak, one day rich beyond our dreams, another too poor to pay for the panning. We swung on a pendulum of hope and despair. Perhaps this made it all the more exciting, and stimulated us unnaturally, and always we cursed that primitive method of mining that made every bucket of dirt the net result of infinite labor. Every day our 2 dumps increased in size, for we had struck pay on the other shaft, and every day our assurance and elation increased correspondingly. It was bruited around that we had one of the richest bits of ground in the country, and many came to gaze at us. It used to lighten my labors at the windlass to see their looks of envy and to hear their awe-stricken remarks. "That's one of them," they would say, "one of the lucky 4, the lucky layman." So, as the facts, grossly exaggerated, got noised abroad, they came to call us the lucky layman. Looking back, there will always seem to me something weird and incomprehensible in those twilight days, an unreality, a vagueness like some dreary, feverish dream. For 3 months I did not see my face in a mirror. Not that I wanted to, but I mention this just to show how little we thought of ourselves. In like manner, never did I have a moment's time to regard my inner self in the mirror of consciousness. No mental analysis now, no long hours of retrospection, no tête-à-tête interviews with my soul. At times I felt as if I had lost my identity. I was a slave of the genie gold, releasing it from its prison in the frozen bowels of the earth. I was an automaton turning a crank in the frozen stillness of the long, long night. It was a life despotically objective, and now, as I look back, it seems as if I had never lived it at all. I seem to look down a long, dark funnel and see a little machine man bearing my semblance, patiently, steadily, wearily turning the handle of a windlass in the clear, lancinating cold of those somber, silent days. I say bearing my outward semblance, and yet I sometimes wonder if that rough-bearded figure in heavy woolen clothes looked the least like me. I wore heavy sweaters, mackinaw trousers, thick German socks and moccasins. From frequent freezing my cheeks were corroded. I was miserably thin, and my eyes had a wild, staring expression through the pupils dilating in the long darkness. Yes, mentally and physically I was no more like myself than a convict enduring out his life in the soulless routine of a prison. The days were lengthening marvelously. We noted the fact with dull joy. It meant more light, more time, more dirt in the dump. So it came about that, from 10 hours of toil, we went to 12, to 14, then, latterly, to 16, and the tension of it was wearing us down to skin and bone. We were all feeling wretched, overstrained, ill-nourished, and it was only voicing the general sentiment when, one day, the prodigal remarked, "I guess I'll have to let up for a couple of days. My teeth are all on the bum. I'm going to town to see a dentist." "Let me look at them," said the half-breed. He looked. The gums were sullen, unwholesome looking. "Why, it's a touch of scurvy, lad, a little while, and you'd be spitting out your teeth like orange pips, your legs would turn black, and when you squeezed your fingers into the flesh the whole would stay. You'd get rotten, then you'd mortify and die. But it's the easiest thing in the world to cure. Nothing responds to treatment so readily." He made a huge brew of green spruce tea, of which we all partook, and in a few days the prodigal was fit again. It was mid-March when we finished working out our ground. We had done well, not so well, perhaps, as we had hoped for, but still magnificently well. Never had men worked harder, never fought more desperately for success. There were our 2 dumps, pyramids of gold-permeated dirt at whose value we could only guess. We had wrested our treasure from the icy grip of the eternal frost. Now it remained, and oh, the sweetness of it, to glean the harvest of our toil. Chapter 19. The water's beginning to run, boys, said the half-breed. A few more days and we'll be able to start sluicing. The news was like a flood of sunshine to us. 4 days we had been fixing up the boxes and getting everything in readiness. The sun beat strongly on the snow, which almost visibly seemed to retreat before it. The dazzlingly white surface was crisp and flaky, and around the tree boles curving hollows had formed. Here and there brown earth peered nakedly through. Every day the hillside runnels grew in strength. We were working at the mouth of a creek down which ran a copious little stream all through the springtime. We tapped it some distance above us, and ran part of it along our line of sluice boxes. These boxes went between our 2 dumps, so that it was easy to shovel in from both sides. Nothing could have been more convenient. At last, after a day of hot sunshine, we found quite a freshet of water coming down the boxes, leaping and dancing in the morning light. I remember how I threw in the first shovelful of dirt, and how good it was to see the bright stream discolor as our friend the water began his magic work. For 3 days we shoveled in, and on the 4th we made a clean-up. "I guess it's time," said Jim, "or those riffles will be gettin' choked up." And, sure enough, when we ran off the water there were some of them almost full of the yellow metal, wet and shiny, gloriously agleam in the morning light. "There's $10,000 if there's an ounce," said the company's man, and the way up proved he was right. So the gold was packed in 2 long buckskin pokes and sent into town to be deposited in the bank. Day after day we went on shoveling in, and about twice a week we made a clean-up. The month of May was half over when we had only 1/3 of our dirt run through the boxes. We were terribly afraid of the water failing us, and worked harder than ever. Indeed, it was difficult to tell when to leave off. The nights were never dark now, the daylight was over 20 hours in duration. The sun described an ellipse, rising a little east of north and setting a little west of north. We shoveled until we were too exhausted to lift another ounce. Then we lay down in our clothes and slept as soon as we touched the pillow. There's 80,000 to our credit in the bank, and only a third of our dumps gone. Hooray, boys, said the prodigal. About 1 o'clock in the morning the birds began to sing, and the sunset glow had not faded from the sky ere the sunrise quickened it with life once more. Who that has lived in the north will ever forget the charm, the witchery of those midnight skies, where the fires of the sun are banked and never cold? Surely, long after all else is forgotten, will linger the memory of those mystic nights with all their haunting spell of weird, disconsolate solitude. One afternoon I was working on the dump, intent on shoveling in as much dirt as possible before supper, when, on looking up, who should greet me but Locasto? Since our last interview in town I had not seen him, and, somehow, this sudden sight of him came as a kind of a shock. Yet the manner of the man as he approached me was hearty in the extreme. He held out his great hand to me, and, as I had no desire to antagonize him, I gave him my own. He was riding. His big, handsome face was bronzed, his black eyes clear and sparkling, his white teeth gleamed like mammoth ivory. He certainly was a dashing, dominant figure of a man, and, in spite of myself, I admired him. His manner in his salutation was cordial, even winning. "I've just been visiting some of my creek properties," he said. "I heard you fellows had made a good strike, and I thought I'd come down and congratulate you. It is pretty good, isn't it?" "Yes," I said, "not quite so good as we expected, but we'll all have a tidy sum." "I'm glad." "Well, I suppose you'll go outside this fall?" "No, I think I'll stay in. You see, we've the Gold Hill property, which looks promising, and then we have 2 claims on offer." "Oh, offer. I don't think you'll ever take a fortune out of offer. I bought a claim there the other day. The man pestered me, so I gave him 5,000 for it, just to get rid of him. It's 8 below." "Why," I said, "that's the claim I staked and got beaten out of." "You don't say so." "Well, now, that's too bad. I bought it from a man named Spankiller, his brother's a clerk in the gold office. Tell you what I'll do. I'll let you have it for the 5,000 I gave for it." "No," I answered, "I don't think I want it now." "All right, think it over, anyway. If you should change your mind, let me know." "Well, I must go. I've got to get into town tonight. That's my mule train back there on the trail. I've got pretty nearly 10,000 ounces over there." I looked and saw the mules with the gold packs slung over their backs. There were 4 men to guard them, and it seemed to me that in one of these men I recognized the little wizened figure of the worm. I shivered. Yes, I've done pretty well, he continued, but it don't make any difference. I spend it as fast as I get it. A month ago I didn't have enough ready cash to pay my cigar bill, yet I could have gone to the bank and borrowed 100,000. It was there in the dump. Oh, it's a rum business, this mining. Well, goodbye. He was turning to go when, suddenly, he stopped. Oh, by the way, I saw a friend of yours before I left. No need to mention names, you lucky dog. When's the big thing coming off? Well, I must congratulate you again. She looks sweeter than ever. Bye-bye. He was off, leaving a very sinister impression on my mind. In his parting smile there was a trace of mockery that gravely disquieted me. I had thought much of Berna during the past few months, but as the gold fever took hold of me I put her more and more from my mind. I told myself that all this struggle was for her. In the thought that she was safe I calmed all anxious fear. Sometimes by not thinking so much of dear ones, one can be more thoughtful of them. So it was with me. I knew that all my concentration of effort was for her sake, and would bring her nearer to me. Yet at Locasto's words all my old longing and heartache vehemently resurged. In spite of myself, I was the prey of a growing uneasiness. Things seemed vastly different, now success had come to me. I could not bear to think of her working in that ambiguous restaurant, rubbing shoulders with its unspeakable habitués. I wondered how I had ever deceived myself into thinking it was all right. I began to worry, so that I knew only a trip into Dawson would satisfy me. Accordingly, I hired a big Swede to take my place at the shovel, and set out once more on the hillside trail for town. Chapter XX. I found the town more animated than ever, the streets more populous, the gaiety more unrestrained. Everywhere were flaunting signs of a plethoric wealth. The anxious Chichako had vanished from the scene, and the victorious miner masqueraded in his place. He swaggered along in the glow of the spring sunshine, a picture of perfect manhood, bronzed and lean and muscular. He was brimming over with the exuberance of health. He had come into town to live things, to transmute this yellow dust into happiness, to taste the wine of life, to know the lips of flame. It was the day of the man with the poke. He was king. The sheer animalism of him overflowed in midnight roisterings, in bacchanalian revels, in debauches among the human debris of the Tenderloin. Everyone was waiting for him, to fleece him, rob him, strip him. It was also the day of the man behind the bar, of the gambler, of the harpy. My strange, formless fears for Berna were soon set at rest. She was awaiting me. She looked better than I had ever seen her, and she welcomed me with an eager delight that kindled me to rapture. "Just think of it," she said, "only 2 weeks, and we'll be together for always. It seems too good to be true. Oh, my dear, how can I ever love you enough? How happy we are going to be, aren't we? We're going to be happier than any 2 people ever were before," I assured her. We crossed the Yukon to the green glades of North Dawson, and there, on a little rise, we sat down, side by side. How I wish I could put into words the joy that filled my heart. Never was lad so happy as I. I spoke but little, for love's silences are sweeter than all words. Well, I mind me how she looked, just like a picture, her hands clasped on her lap, her eyes star bright, angel sweet, mother tender. From time to time she would give me a glance so full of trust and love that my heart would leap to her, and wave on wave of passionate tenderness come sweeping over me. It may be there was something humble in my stintless adoration, it may be I was like a child for the pleasure of her nearness, it may be my eyes told all too well of the fire that burned within me, but oh, the girl was kind, gentler than forgiveness, sweeter than all heaven. Caressingly she touched my hair. I kissed her fingers, kissed them again and again, and then she lifted my hand to her lips, and I felt her kiss fall upon it. How wondrously I tingled at the touch. My hand seemed mine no longer, a consecrated thing. Proud, happy me. Yes, she went on, doesn't it seem as if we were dreaming? You know, I always thought it was a dream, and now it's coming true. You'll take me away from this place, won't you, boy, far, far away? I'll tell you now, dear, I've borne it all for your sake, but I don't think I could bear it any longer. I would rather die than sink in the mire, and yet you can't imagine how this life affects one. It's sad, sad, but I don't get shocked at things in the way I used to. You know, I sometimes think a girl, no matter how good, sweet, modest to begin with, placed in such surroundings could fall gradually. I agreed with her. Too well I knew I was becoming calloused to the evils around me. Such was the insidious corruption of the gold camp, I now regarded with indifference things that a year ago I would have shrunk from with disgust. Well, it will be all over very soon, won't it, dear? I don't know what I'd have done if it hadn't been for the rough miners. They've been so kind to me. When they saw I was straight and honest, they couldn't be good enough. They shielded me in every way, and kept back the other kind of men. Even the women have been my friends and helped me. She looked at me archly. And, you know, I've had ever so many offers of marriage, too, from honest, rough, kindly men, and I've refused them ever so gracefully. Has Locasto ever made any more overtures? Her face grew grave. Yes, about a month ago he besieged me, gave me no rest, made all kinds of proposals and promises. He wanted to divorce his outside wife and marry me. He wanted to settle $100,000 on me. He tried everything in his power to force me to his will. Then, when he saw it was no use, he turned round and begged me to let him be my friend. He spoke so nicely of you. He said he would help us in any way he could. He's everything that's kind to me now. He can't do enough for me. Yet, somehow, I don't trust him. Well, my precious, I assured her, all danger, doubt, despair, will soon be over. Locasto and the rest of them will be as shadows, never to haunt my little girl again. The great, black north will fade away, will dissolve into the land of sunshine and flowers and song. You will forget it. The great black north. I will never forget it, and I will always bless it. It has given me my love, the best love in all the world. Oh my darling, my life, I'll take you away from it all soon, soon. We'll go to my home, to Gary, to Mother. They will love you as I love you. I'm sure I will love them. What you have told me of them makes them seem very real to me. Will you not be ashamed of me? I will be proud, proud of you, my girl. Ah, would I not? I looked at that flower-like face the sunshine glorified so, the pretty, bright hair falling away from her low brow in little waves, the lily throat, the delicately patrician features, the proud poise of her head. Who would not have been proud of her? She awoke all that was divine in me. I looked as one might look on a vision, scarce able to believe it real. Suddenly she pointed excitedly. Look, dear, look at the rainbow. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it beautiful? I gazed in rapt admiration. Across the river a shower had fallen, and the clouds, clearing away abruptly, had left there a twin rainbow of matchless perfection. Its double arch was poised as accurately over the town as if it had been painted there. Each hoop was flawless in form, lovely in hue, tenderly luminous, exquisite in purity. Never had I seen the double iris so immaculate in coloring, and, with its bases resting on the river, it curved over the gold-born city like a frame of ethereal beauty. Does it not seem, dear, like an answer to our prayer, an omen of good hope, a promise for the future? Yes, beloved, our future, yours and mine. The clouds are rolling away. All is bright with sunshine once again, and God sends His rainbow to cheer and comfort us. It will not be long now. On the first day of June, beloved, I will come to you, and we will be made man and wife. You will be waiting for me, will you not? Yes, yes, waiting ever so eagerly, my lover, counting every hour, every minute. I kissed her passionately, and we held each other tightly for a moment. I saw come into her eyes that look which comes but once into the eyes of a maid, that look of ineffable self-surrender, of passionate abandonment. Life is niggard of such moments, yet can our lives be summed up in them? She rested her head on my shoulder, her lips lay on mine, and they moved faintly. Yes, lover, yes, the 1st of June. Don't fail me, honey, don't fail me. We parted, buoyant with hope, in an ecstasy of joy. She was for me, this beautiful, tender girl, for me. And the time was nigh when she should be mine, mine to adore until the end. Always would she be by my side, daily could I plot and plan to give her pleasure, every hour by word and look and act could I lavish on her the exhaustless measure of my love. Ah! Life would be too short for me. Could aught in this petty purblind existence of ours redeem it and exalt it so, her love, this pure sweet girl's, and mine. Let nations grapple, let mammon triumph, let pestilence o'erwhelm, what matter, we love, we love. O proud, happy me! I got back to the claim. Everything was going merrily, but I felt little desire to resume my toil. I was strangely wearied, worn out somehow. Yet I took up my shovel again with a body that rebelled in every tissue. Never had I felt like this before. Something was wrong with me. I was weak. At night I sweated greatly. I cared not to eat. Well, said the prodigal, it's all over but the shouting. From my calculations we've cleaned up $206,000. That's 103 between us four. It's cost us about 3 to get out the stuff, so there will be, roughly speaking, about 25,000 for each of us. How jubilant everyone was looking, everyone but me. Somehow I felt as if money didn't matter just then, for I was sick, sick. Why, what's the matter? Said the prodigal, staring at me curiously. You look like a ghost. I feel like one, too, I answered. I'm afraid I'm in for a bad spell. I want to lie down a while, boys. I'm tired. The 1st of June, I've got a date on the 1st of June. I must keep it, I must. Don't let me sleep too long, boys. I mustn't fail. It's a matter of life and death. The 1st of June. Alas, on the 1st of June I lay in the hospital, raving and tossing in the clutches of typhoid fever. Chapter XXI. I was lying in bed, and a heavy weight was pressing on me, so that, in spite of my struggles, I could not move. I was hot, insufferably hot. The blood ran boiling through my veins. My flesh was burning up. My brain would not work. It was all cobwebs, murky and stale as a charnel house. Yet at times were strange illuminations, full of terror and despair. Blood-red lights and purple shadows alternated in my vision. Then came the dreams. There was always Berna. Through a mass of grimacing, greed-contorted faces gradually there formed and lingered her sweet and pensive one. We were in a strange costume, she and I. It seemed like that of the early Georges. We were running away, fleeing from someone. For her sake a great fear and anxiety possessed me. We were eloping, I fancied. There was a marsh to cross, a hideous quagmire, and our pursuers were close. We started over the quaking ground, then, suddenly, I saw her sink. I rushed to aid her, and I, too, sank. We were to our necks in the soft ooze, and there on the bank, watching us, was the foremost of our hunters. He laughed at our struggles, he mocked us, he rejoiced to see us drown. And in my dream the face of the man seemed strangely like Locasto. We were in a bower of roses, she and I. It was still further back in history. We seemed to be in the garden of a palace. I was in doublet and hose, and she wore a long, flowing kirtle. The air was full of fragrance and sunshine. Birds were singing. A fountain scattered a shower of glittering diamonds on the breeze. She was sitting on the grass, while I reclined by her side, my head lying on her lap. Above me I could see her face like a lily bending over me. With dainty fingers she crumpled a rose and let the petals snow down on me. Then, suddenly, I was seized, torn away from her by men in black, who roughly choked her screams. I was dragged off, thrown into a foul cell, left many days. Then, one night, I was dragged forth and brought before a grim tribunal in a hall of gloom and horror. They pronounced my doom, death. The chief inquisitor raised his mask, and in those gloating features I recognized Locasto. Again it seemed as if I were still further back in history, in some city under the Roman rule. I was returning from the temple with my bride. How fair and fresh and beautiful she was, garlanded with flowers and radiantly happy. Again it was Berna. Suddenly there are shouts, the beating of drums, the clash of cymbals. The great governor of the province is coming. He passes with his retinue. Suddenly he catches sight of her whom I have but newly wed. He stops. He asks who is the maid. They tell him. He looks at me with haughty contempt. He gives a sign. His servants seize her and drag her screaming away. I try to follow, to kill him. I, too, am seized, overpowered. They bind me, put out my eyes. The Roman sees them do it. He laughs as the red-hot iron kisses my eyeballs. He mocks me, telling me what a dainty feast awaits him in my bride. Again I see Locasto. Then came another phase of my delirium, in which I struggled to get to her. She was waiting for me, wanting me, breaking her heart at my delay. Oh, Berna, my soul, my life, since the beginning of things we were fated. 'Tis no flesh love, but something deeper, something that has its source at the very core of being. It is not for your sweet face, your gentle spirit, my own, that you are dearer to me than all else, it is because you are you. If all the world were to turn against you, flout you, stone you, then would I rush to your side, shield you, die with you. If you were attainted with leprosy, I would enter the lazar house for your sake. O Berna, I must see you, I must. Let me go to her, now, dear. She's calling me. She's in trouble. Oh, for the love of God, let me go, I say. Curse you, I will. She's in trouble. You can't hold me. I'm stronger than you all when she calls. Let me. Oh, you're hurting me so. I'm weak, yes, weak as a baby. Berna, my child, my poor little girl, I can do nothing. There's a mountain weighing me down. There's a slab of gold on my chest. They're burning me up. My veins are on fire. I can't come. I can't, dear. I'm tired. Then the fever, the ravings, the wild threshing of my pillow, all passed away, and I was left limp, weak, helpless, resigned to my fate. I was on the sunny slope of convalescence. The prodigal had remained with me as long as I was in danger, but now that I had turned the corner, he had gone back to the creeks, so that I was left with only my thoughts for company. As I turned and twisted on my narrow cot, it seemed as if the time would never pass. All I wanted was to get better fast, and to get out again. Then, I thought, I would marry Berna and go outside. I was sick of the country, of everything. I was lying thinking over these things, when I became aware that the man in the cot to the right was trying to attract my attention. He had been brought in that very morning, said to have been kicked by a horse. One of his ribs was broken, and his face badly smashed. He was in great pain, but quite conscious, and he was making stealthy motions to me. "Say, mate," he said, "I piped you off soon's I set me lamps on you. Don't yous know me?" I looked at the bandaged face wonderingly. "Don't you spot the man that near let yous down the shaft?" Then, with a great start, I saw it was the worm. "'Tain't no horse done me up," he said in a hoarse whisper, "'twas a man. You know de man, de worst devil in all Alaska, Black Jack. Bad luck to him. He knocked me down and give me de leather. But I'm going to get even someday. I'm just laying for him. I wouldn't be in his shoes for de richest claim in de Klondike." The man's eyes glittered vengefully between the white bandages. "'Twas all on account of de little girl he done it. You know de girl I mean. Black Jack's dead stuck on her, and de furder she stands him off de more set he is to get her. Yous don't know that man. He's never had de cold MIT yet. Tell me what's the matter, for heaven's sake." "Well, when yous didn't come, de little girl she got worried. I used to be doing chores round the restaurant, and she asks me to take a note up to you. So I said I would. But I got on a drunk that day, and for a week after I didn't draw a sober breath. When I gets around again I told her I'd seen you and given you de note and you was coming in right away. Heaven forgive you for that." Then, as I hung half in, half out of the window, he clutched me by the throat. Then, as I hung half in, half out of the window, he clutched me by the throat. "Yep, that's what I say now. But it's all too late." Well, a week went on and you never showed up, and meantime Locasto was pesterin' her cruel. She got mighty peaked like, pale as a ghost, and I could see she cried most all her nights. Den she gives me another note. She gives me $100 to take that note to you. I said she could lay on me dis time. I was de hurry up kid, and I starts off. But Black Jack must have cottoned on, for he meets me back of de town and taxes me wid taking a message. Den he sets on me like a wild beast and does me up good and proper. But I'll fix him yet. "Where are the notes?" I cried. "In de pocket of me coat. Tell de nurse to fetch in me clothes, and I'll give dem to use." The nurse brought the clothes, but the little man was too sore to move. Feel in the inside pocket. There were the notes, folded very small, and written in pencil. There was a strange faintness at my heart, and my fingers trembled as I opened them. Fear was clutching me, compressing me in an agonizing grip. Here was the first. My darling boy, why didn't you come? I was all ready for you. Oh, it was such a terrible disappointment. I've cried myself to sleep every night since. Has anything happened to you, dear? For heaven's sake, write or send a message. I can't bear the suspense. Your loving Berna. Blankly, dully, almost mechanically, I read the second. Oh, come, my dear, at once. I'm in serious danger. He's grown desperate. Swears if he can't get me by fair means he'll have me by foul. I'm terribly afraid. Why aren't you here to protect me? Why have you failed me? Oh, my darling, have pity on your poor little girl. Come quickly before it is too late. It was unsigned. Heavens! I must go to her at once. I was well enough. I was all right again. Why would they not let me go to her? I would crawl on my hands and knees if need be. I was strong, so strong now. Ha! There were the worm's clothes. It was after midnight. The nurse had just finished her rounds. All was quiet in the ward. Dizzily I rose and slipped into the frayed and greasy garments. There were the hospital slippers. I must wear them. Never mind a hat. I was out in the street. I shuffled along, and people stared at me, but no one delayed me. I was at the restaurant now. She wasn't there. Ah! The cabin on the hill. I was weaker than I had thought. Once or twice in a half-fainting condition I stopped and steadied myself by holding a sapling tree. Then the awful intuition of her danger possessed me, and gave me fresh strength. Many times I stumbled, cutting myself on the sharp boulders. Once I lay for a long time, half unconscious, wondering if I would ever be able to rise. I reeled like a drunken man. The way seemed endless, yet stumbling, staggering on, there was the cabin at last. A light was burning in the front room. Someone was at home at all events. Only a few steps more, yet once again I fell. I remember striking my face against a sharp rock. Then, on my hands and knees, I crawled to the door. I raised myself and hammered with clenched fists. There was silence within, then an agitated movement. I knocked again. Was the door ever going to be opened? At last it swung inward, with a suddenness that precipitated me inside the room. The madam was standing over me where I had fallen. At sight of me she screamed. Surprise, fear, rage, struggled for mastery on her face. It's him, she cried, him. Peering over her shoulder, with ashy, horrified face, I saw her trembling husband. Berna, I gasped hoarsely. Where is she? I won't burn her. What are you doing to her, you devils? Give her to me. She's mine, my promised bride. Let me go to her, I say. The woman barred the way. All at once I realized that the air was heavy with a strange odor, the odor of chloroform. Frenzied with fear, I rushed forward. Then the Amazon roused herself. With a cry of rage she struck me. Savagely both of them came for me. I struggled, I fought, but, weak as I was, they carried me before them and threw me from the door. I heard the lock shoot, I was outside, I was impotent. Yet behind those log walls. Oh, it was horrible. Horrible. Could such things be in God's world? And I could do nothing. I was strong once more. I ran round to the back of the cabin. She was in there, I knew. I rushed at the window and threw myself against it. The storm frame had not been taken off. Crash! I burst through both sheets of glass. I was cruelly cut, bleeding in a dozen places, yet I was half into the room. There, in the dirty, drab light, I saw a face, the fiendish, rage-distorted face of my dream. It was Locasto. He turned at the crash. With a curse he came at me. Then, as I hung half in, half out of the window, he clutched me by the throat. Using all his strength, he raised me further into the room, then he hurled me ruthlessly out onto the rocks outside. I rose, reeling, covered with blood, blind, sick, speechless. Weakly I staggered to the window. My strength was leaving me. Oh God, sustain me. Help me to save her. Then I felt the world go blank. I swayed, I clutched at the walls, I fell. There I lay in a ghastly, unconscious heap. I had lost. Book 4 The vortex. He burned a hole in the frozen muck, he scratched the icy mold, and there in 6-foot dirt he struck a sack or so of gold. He burned a hole in the Decalogue, and then it came about, for fortune's only a lousy rogue, his pocket petered out. And lo! It was but a year all told, when there in the shadow grim, but 6 feet deep in the icy mold, they burned a hole for him. The Yukoner. Chapter. I know, no, I'm all right. Really I am. Please leave me alone. You want me to laugh? Ha! Ha! There. Is that all right now? No, it isn't all right. It's very far from all right, my boy, and this is where you and your little uncle here are going to have a real heart-to-heart talk. It was in the big cabin on Gold Hill, and the prodigal was addressing me. He went on, now, look here, kid, when it comes to expressing my feelings I'm in the kindergarten class, when it comes to handing out the high-toned dope I drop my cue every time, but when I'm needed to do the solid partner stunt then you don't need to holler for me, I'm there. Well, I'm giving you a straight line of talk. Ever since the start I've taken a strong notion to you. You've always been ace high with me, and there never will come the day when you can't eat on my meal ticket. We tackled the trail of trouble together. You were always wanting to lift the heavy end of the log, and when the god of cussedness was doing his best to rasp a man down to his yellow streak, you showed up white all through. Say, kid, we've been in tight places together, we've been stacked up against hard times together, and now I'll be goldarned if I'm going to stand by and see you go downhill, while the devil oils the bearings. Oh, I'm all right, I protested. Yes, you're all right, he echoed grimly. In an impersonation of an all right man, it's the hook for yours. I've seen all right men like you hitting the hurry trail for the boneyard before now. You're all right. Why, for the last 2 hours you've been sitting with that just break the news to mother expression of yours, and paying no more heed to my cheerful brand of conversation than if I had been a measly four-flusher. You don't eat more than a sick sparrow, and often you don't bat an eye all night. You're looking worse than the devil in a gale of wind. You've lost your grip, my boy. You don't care whether school keeps or not. In fact, if it wasn't for your folks, you'd as lief take a shortcut across the Great Divide. You're going it a little strong, old man. Oh no, I'm not. You know you're sick of everything. Feel as if life's a sort of penitentiary, and you've just got to do time. You don't expect to get any more fun out of it. Look at me. Every day's my sunshine day. If the sky's blue I like it, if it's grey I like it just as well. I never worry. What's the use? Yesterday's a dead one, tomorrow's always tomorrow. All we've got's the now, and it's up to us to live it for all we're worth. You can use up more human steam to the square inch in worrying than you can to the square yard in hard work. Eliminate worry and you've got the only system. It's all very well for you to preach, I said. You forget I've been a pretty sick man. That's no nursemaid's dream. You almost cashed in. Typhoid's a serious proposition at the best, but when you take a crazy streak on top of it, make a midnight getaway from the sick ward and land up on the slide looking as if you'd been run through a threshing machine, well, you're sure letting death get a short option on you. And you gave up. You didn't want to fight. You shirked, but your youth and constitution fought for you. They healed your wounds, they soothed your ravings, they cooled your fever. They were a great team, and they pulled you through. Seems as if they'd pulled you through a knothole, but they were on to their job. And you weren't one bit grateful, seemed to think they had no business to butt in. My hurts are more than physical. Yes, I know, there was that girl. You seemed to have a notion that that was the only girl on God's green brush pile. As I camped there by your bedside listening to your ravings, and getting a stranglehold on you when you took it into your head to get funny, you blabbed out the whole yarn. Oh, Sonny, why didn't you tell your uncle? Why didn't you put me wise? I could have given you the right steer. Have you ever known me handle a job I couldn't make good at? I'm a whole matrimonial bureau rolled into one. I'd have had you prancing to the tune of the wedding march before now. But you kept Mom as a mummy, Wouldn't even tell your old pard. Now you've lost her. Yes, I've lost her. Did you ever see her after you came out of the hospital? Once only. It was the first day. I was as thin as a rail, as white as the pillow from which I had just raised my head. Death's reprieve was written all over me. I dragged along wearily, leaning on a stick. I was thinking of her, thinking always. As I scanned the faces of the crowds that thronged the streets, I thought only of her face. Then suddenly she was before me. She looked like a ghost, poor little thing, and for a fluttering moment we stared at each other, she and I, weariful ghosts. Yes, what did she say? She said nothing. She just looked at me. Her face was cold as ice. She looked at me as if she wanted to pity me. Then into her eyes there came a shadow of bitterness and despair such as might gloom the eyes of a lost soul. It unnerved me. It seemed as if she was regarding me almost with horror, as if I were a sort of a leper. As I stood there, I thought she was going to faint. She seemed to sway a moment. Then she drew a great, gasping breath, and turning on her heel she was gone. She cut you. Yes, cut me dead, old fellow. And my only thought was of love for her, eternal love. But I'll never forget the look on her face as she turned away. It was as if I had lashed her with a whip. My God! And you've never seen her since? No, never. That was enough, wasn't it? She didn't want to speak to me anymore, never wanted to set eyes on me anymore. I went back to the ward, then, in a little, I came on here. My body was living, but my heart was dead. It will never live again. Oh, rot. You mustn't let the thing down you like that. It's going to kill you in the end. Buck up. Be a man. If you don't care to live for yourself, live for others. Anyway, it's likely all for the best. Maybe love had you locoed. Maybe she wasn't really good. See now how she lives openly with Locasto. They call her the Madonna, they say she looks more like a virgin martyr than the mistress of a dissolute man. I rose and looked at him, conscious that my face was all twisted with the pain of the thought. Look here, I said, never did God put the breath of life into a better girl. There's been foul play. I know that girl better than anyone in the world, and if every living being were to tell me she wasn't good I would tell them they lied. I would burn at the stake upholding that girl. Then why did she turn you down so cruelly? I don't know, I can't understand it. I know so little about women. I have not wavered a moment. Today in my loneliness and heartbreak I care and hunger for her more than ever. She's always here, right here in my head, and no power can drive her out. Let them say of her what they will, I would marry her tomorrow. It's killing me. I've aged 10 years in the last few months. Oh, if I only could forget. He looked at me thoughtfully. I say, Old man, do you ever hear from your old lady? Every mail. You've often told me of your home. Say. Just give us a mental frame-up of it. Glenshall. Yes. I can see the old place now, as plainly as a picture, the green, dimpling hills all speckled with sheep, the grey house nestling snugly in a grove of birch, the wild water of the burn leaping from black pool to pool, just mad with the joy of life, the midges dancing over the water in the still sunshine, and the trout jumping for them. Oh, it's the bonny place. You would think so too. You would like it, tramping knee-deep in the heather, to see the moorcock rise whirring at your feet. You would like to set sail with the fisher folk after the silver herring. It would make you feel good to see the calm faces of the shepherds, the peace in the eyes of the women. That was the best of it all, the rest of it, the calm of it. I was pretty happy in those days. You were happy, then why not go back? That's your proper play, go back to your mother. She wants you. You're pretty well heeled now. A little money goes a long way over there. You can count on 30,000. You'll be comfortable, you'll devote yourself to the old lady, you'll be happy again. Time's a regular steamroller when it comes to smoothing out the rough spots in the past. You'll forget it all, this place, this girl. It'll all seem like the after effects of a midnight Welsh rabbit. You've got mental indigestion. I hate to see you go. I'm really sorry to lose you, but it's your only salvation, so go, go. Never had I thought of it before. Home. How sweet the word seemed. Mother. Yes, Mother would comfort me as no one else could. She would understand. Mother and Gary. A sudden craving came over me to see them again. Maybe with them I could find relief from this awful agony of heart, this thing that I could scarce bear to think of, yet never ceased to think of. Home. That was the solution of it all. Army. I would go home. Yes, I said, I can't go too soon, I'll start tomorrow. So I rose and proceeded to gather together my few belongings. In the early morning I would start out. No use prolonging the business of my going. I would say goodbye to those two partners of mine, with a grip of the hand, a tear in the eye, a husky, "Take care of yourself." That would be all. Likely I would never see them again. Jim came in and sat down quietly. The old man had been very silent of late. Putting on his spectacles, he took out his well-worn Bible and opened it. Back in Dawson there was a man whom he hated with the hate that only death can end, but for the peace of his soul he strove to conquer it. The hate slumbered, yet at times it stirred, and into the old man's eyes there came the tiger look that had once made him a force and a fear. Woe betide his enemy if that tiger ever woke. "I've been thinking out a scheme," said Jim suddenly, "and I'm going to put all of that 25,000 of mine back into the ground. You know us old miners are gamblers to the end. It's not the gold, but the getting of it. It's the excitement, the hope, the anticipation of one's luck that counts. We're fighters, and we've just got to keep on fightin'. We can't quit. There's the ground, and there's the precious metals it's trying to hold back on us. It's up to us to get them out. It's for the good of humanity. The miner and the farmer rob no one. They just get down to that old ground and coax it and beat it and bully it till it gives up. They're working for the good of humanity, the farmer and the miner. The old man paused sententiously. Well, I can't quit this mining business. I've just got to go on so long's I've got health and strength, and I may going to shove all I've got once more into the muck. I stand to make a big pile, or lose my wad. What's your scheme, Jim? It's just this, I'm going to install a hydraulic plant on my Offer Creek claim. I've got a great notion of that claim. It's an out-of-sight proposition for working with water. There's a little stream runs down the hill, and the hill's steep right there. There's 100 feet of fall, and in spring a mighty powerful bunch of water comes tumbling down. Well, I'm going to dam it up above, bring it down a flume, hitch on a little giant, and turn it loose to rip and tear at that there ground. I'm going to begin a new era in Klondike mining. Bully for you, Jim. The values are there in the ground, and I'm sick of the old slow way of getting them out. This looks mighty good to me. Anyway, I may going to give it a trial. It's just the start of things, you'll see others will follow suit. The individual miners got to go, it's only a matter of time. Someday you'll see this whole country worked over by them big power dredges they've got down in California. You mark my words, boys, the old-fashioned miners got to go. What are you going to do? Well, I've written out for piping and a monitor, and next spring I hope I'll have the plant in working order. The stuff's on the way now. Hello. Come in. The visitors were Mervyn and Hewson on their way to Dawson. These two men had been successful beyond their dreams. It was just like finding money the way fortune had pushed it in front of their noses. They were offensively prosperous, they reeked of success. In both of them a great change had taken place, a change only too typical of the gold camp. They seemed to have thawed out, they were irrepressibly genial, yet instead of that restraint that had formerly distinguished them, there was a grafted quality of weakness, of flaccidity, of surrender to the enervating vices of the town. Mervyn was remarkably thin. Dark hollows circled his eyes, and a curious nervousness twisted his mouth. He was a terror for the women, they said. He lavished his money on them faster than he made it. He was vastly more companionable than formerly, but somehow you felt his virility, his fighting force had gone. In Hewson the change was even more marked. Those iron muscles had couched themselves in easy flesh, his cheeks sagged, his eyes were bloodshot and untidy. Nevertheless he was more of a good fellow, talked rather vauntingly of his wealth, and affected a patronizing manner. He was worth probably 200,000, and he drank a bottle of brandy a day. In the case of these two men, as in the case of 1,000 others in the gold camp, it seemed as if easy, unhoped for affluence was to prove their undoing. On the trail they had been supreme, in fen or forest, on peak or plain. They were men among men, fighting with nature savagely, exultantly. But when the fight was over, their arms rested, their muscles relaxed, they yielded to sensuous pleasures. It seemed as if to them victory really meant defeat. As I went on with my packing, I paid but little heed to their talk. What mattered it to me now, this babble of dumps and dust, of claims and clean-ups? I was going to thrust it all behind me, blot it clean out of my memory, begin my life anew. It would be a larger, more luminous life. I would live for others. Home. Mother. Again, how exquisitely my heart glowed at the thought of them. Then all at once I pricked up my ears. They were talking of the town, of the men and women who were making it famous, or rather infamous, when suddenly they spoke the name of Locasto. "He's gone off," Mervyn was saying, "gone off on a big stampede. He got pretty thick with some of the Peel River Indians, and found they knew of a ledge of high-grade, free-milling quartz somewhere out there in the land back of beyond. He had a sample of it, and you could just see the gold shining all through it. It was great stuff. Jack Locasto's the last man to turn down a chance like that. He's the worst gambler in the Northland, and no amount of wealth will ever satisfy him. So he's off with an Indian and one companion, that little Irish satellite of his, Pat Dugan. They have 6 months' grub. They'll be away all winter." "What's become of that girl of his?" asked Hewson, "the last one he's been living with. You remember she came in on the boat with us. Poor little kid. Blast that man anyway. He's not content with women of his own kind, he's got to get his clutches on the best of them. That was a good little girl before he got after her. If she was a friend of mine, I'd put a bullet in his ugly heart." Hewson growled like a wrathful bear, but Mervyn smiled his cynical smile. "Oh, you mean the Madonna," he said. "Why, she's gone on the dance halls." They continued to talk of other things, but I did not hear them any more. I was in a trance, and I only aroused when they rose to go. "Better say goodbye to the kid here," said the prodigal. "He's going to the old country tomorrow." "No, I'm not," I answered sullenly. "I'm just going as far as Dawson." He stared and expostulated, but my mind was made up. I would fight to the last. Chapter 2. Burner on the dance halls. Words cannot convey all that this simple phrase meant to me. For 2 months I had been living in a dull apathy of pain, but this news galvanized me into immediate action. For although there were many degrees of dance hall depravity, at the best it meant a brand of ineffaceable shame. She had lived with Locasto, had been recognized as his mistress. That was bad enough, but the other, to be at the mercy of all, to be classed with the harpies that preyed on the man with the poke, the vampires of the gold camp. Burner, oh, it was unspeakable. The thought maddened me. The needle point of suffering that for weeks had been boring into my brain seemed to have pierced its core at last. When the prodigal expostulated with me, I laughed, a bitter, mirthless laugh. "I'm going to Dawson," I said, "and if it was hell itself, I'd go there for that girl. I don't care what anyone thinks. Home, society, honor itself, let them all go, they don't matter now. I was a fool to think I could ever give her up, a fool. Now I know that as long as there's life and strength in my body, I'll fight for her. Oh, I'm not the sentimentalist I was 6 months ago. I've lived since then. I can hold my own now. I can meet men on their own level. I can fight, I can win. I don't care anymore, after what I've gone through. I don't set any particular value on my life. I'll throw it away as recklessly as the best of them. I'm going to have a fierce fight for that girl, and if I lose there'll be no more me left to fight. Don't try to reason with me. Reason be damned. I'm going to Dawson, and 100 men couldn't hold me." "You seem to have some new stunts in your repertoire," he said, looking at me curiously. "You've got me guessing. Sometimes I think you're a candidate for the Dipper House, then again I think you're onto yourself. There's a grim set to your mouth and a hard look in your eyes that I didn't use to see. Maybe you can hold up your end. Well, anyway, if you will go, I wish you good luck." So, bidding goodbye to the big cabin, with my 2 partners looking ruefully after me, I struck off down Bonanza. It was mid-October. A bitter wind chilled me to the marrow. Once more the land lay stark beneath its coverlay of snow, and the sky was wan and ominous. I traveled fast, for a painful anxiety gripped me, so that I scarce took notice of the improved trail, of the increased activity, of the heaps of tailings built up with brush till they looked like walls of a fortification. All I thought of was Dawson and Berna. How curious it was, this strange new strength, this indifference to self, to physical suffering, to danger, to public opinion. I thought only of the girl. I would make her marry me. I cared nothing for what had happened to her. I might be a pariah, an outcast for the rest of my days, at least I would save her, shield her, cherish her. The thought uplifted me, exalted me. I had suffered beyond expression. I had rearranged my set of ideas, my concept of life, of human nature, had broadened and deepened. What did it matter if physically they had wronged her? Was not the pure, virgin soul of her beyond their reach? I was just in time to see the last boat go out. Already the river was throwing ice, and every day the jagged edges of it crept further towards midstream. An immense and melancholy mob stood on the wharf as the little steamer backed off into the channel. There were uproarious souls on board, and many women of the town screaming farewells to their friends. On the boat all was excited, extravagant joy; on the wharf, a sorry attempt at resignation. The last boat. They watched her as her stern paddle churned the freezing water. They watched her forge her slow way through the ever-thickening ice flakes. They watched her in the far distance battling with the Klondike current. Then, sad and despondent, they turned away to their lonely cabins. Never had their exile seemed so bitter. A few more days and the river would close tight as a drum. The long, long night would fall on them, and for nigh on 8 weary months they would be cut off from the outside world. Yet soon, very soon, a mood of reconciliation would set in. They would begin to make the best of things. To feed that great octopus, the town, the miners would flock in from the creeks with treasure hoarded up in baking powder tins. The dance halls and gambling places would absorb them. The gaiety would go on full swing, and there would seem but little change in the glittering abandon of the gold camp. As I paced its sidewalks once more, I marveled at its growth. New streets had been made. The stores boasted expensive fittings and gloried in costly goods. In the barrooms were splendid mirrors and ornate woodwork. The restaurants offered European delicacies. All was on a new scale of extravagance, of garish display, of insolent wealth. Everywhere the man with the fat poke was in evidence. He came into town unshorn, wild-looking, often raggedly clad, yet always with the same wistful hunger in his eyes. You saw that look, and it took you back to the dark and dirt and drudgery of the claim, the mirthless months of toil, the crude cabin with its sugar barrel of ice behind the door, its grease light dimly burning, its rancid smell of stale food. You saw him lying smoking his strong pipe, looking at that can of nuggets on the rough shelf, and dreaming of what it would mean to him, out there where the lights glittered and the gramophones blared. Surely, if patience, endurance, if grim, unswerving purpose, if sullen, desperate toil deserved a reward, this man had a peckful of pleasure for his due. And always that hungry, wistful look. The women with the painted cheeks knew that look, the blackjack boosters knew it, the barkeeper with his knockout drops knew it. They waited for him, he was their meat. Yet in a few days your wild and woolly man is transformed, and no longer does your sympathy go out towards him. Shaven and shorn, clad in silken underwear, with patent leather shoes, and a suit in New York style, you absolutely fail to recognize him as your friend of the moccasins and Mackinaw coat. He is smoking a $1 Larinago, he has half a dozen whiskeys under his belt, and later on he has a date with a lady singer of the Pavilion Theatre. He is having a whale of a good time, he tells you. You wonder how long he will last. Not for long. Sharp and short and sweet it is. He is brought up with a jerk, and the Dago Queen, for whom he has bought so much wine at $20 a bottle, has no recognition for him in her flashing eyes. He has been taken down the line, trimmed to a finish by an artist in the business. Ruefully he turns his poke inside out, not a color. He cannot even command the price of a penitential 3 fingers of rye. Such is one of the commonest phases of life in the gold camp. As I strolled the streets I saw many a familiar face. Moshe I saw. He had grown very fat, and was talking to a diminutive woman with heavy blonde hair. She must have weighed about 95 pounds, I think. They went off together. A knife-edged wind was sweeping down from the north, and men in bulging coonskin coats filled up the sidewalks. At the Aurora corner I came across the jam wagon. He was wearing a jacket of summer flannels, and, as if to suggest extra warmth, he had turned up its narrow collar. In his trembling fingers he held an emaciated cigarette, which he inhaled avidly. He looked wretched, pinched with hunger, peaked with cold, but he straightened up when he saw me into a semblance of well-being. Then, in a little, he sagged forward, and his eyes went dull and abject. It was a business of the utmost delicacy to induce him to accept a small loan. I knew it would only plunge him more deeply into the mire, but I could not bear to see him suffer. I went into the Parisian restaurant. It was more glittering, more raffish, more clamant of the tenderloin than ever. There were men waiters in the conventional garb of waiterdom, and there was Madame, harder looking and more vulturish. You wondered if such a woman could have a soul, and what was the end and aim of her being. There she sat, a creature of rapacity and sordid lust. I marched up to her and asked abruptly, "Where's Berna?" She gave a violent start. There was a quality of fear in her bold eyes. Then she laughed, a hard, jarring laugh. In the Tivoli she said. Strange again. Now that the worst had come to pass, and I had suffered all that it was in my power to suffer, this new sense of strength and mastery had come to me. It seemed as if some of the iron spirit of the land had gotten into my blood, a grim, insolent spirit that made me fearless, at times a cold cynical spirit, a spirit of rebellion, of anarchy, of aggression. The greatest evil had befallen me. Life could do no more to harm me. I had everything to gain and nothing to lose. I cared for no man. I despised them, and, to back me in my bitterness, I had $25,000 in the bank. I was still weak from my illness and my long mush had wearied me, so I went into a saloon and called for drinks. I felt the raw whiskey burn my throat. I tingled from head to foot with a strange, pleasing warmth. Suddenly the bar, with its protecting rod of brass, seemed to me a very desirable place, bright, warm, suggestive of comfort and good fellowship. How agreeably everyone was smiling. Indeed, some were laughing for sheer joy. A big, merry-hearted miner called for another round, and I joined in. Where was that bitter feeling now? Where that morbid pain at my heart? As I drank it all seemed to pass away. Magical change. What a fool I was. What was there to make such a fuss about? Take life easy. Laugh alike at the good and bad of it. It was all a farce anyway. What would it matter 100 years from now? Why were we put into this world to be tortured? I, for one, would protest. I would writhe no more in the straitjacket of existence. Here was escape, heart cease, happiness, here in this bottled impishness. Again I drank. What a rotten world it all was. But I had no hand in the making of it, and it wasn't my task to improve it. I was going to get the best I could out of it. Eat, drink and be merry, that was the last word of philosophy. Others seemed to be able to extract all kinds of happiness from things as they are, so why not I? In any case, here was the solution of my troubles. Better to die happily drunk than miserably sober. I was not drinking from weakness. Oh no. I was drinking with deliberate intent to kill pain. How wonderfully strong I felt. I smashed my clenched fist against the bar. My knuckles were bruised and bleeding, but I felt no pain. I was so light of foot, I imagined I could jump over the counter. I ached to fight someone. Then all at once came the thought of Berna. It came with tragical suddenness, with poignant force. Intensely it smote me as never before. I could have burst into maudlin tears. "What's the matter, Slim?" asked a moldy mannequin, affectionately hanging onto my arm. Disgustedly I looked at him. "Take your filthy paws off me," I said. His jaw dropped and he stared at me. Then, before he could draw on his fund of profanity, I burst through the throng and made for the door. I was drunk, deplorably drunk, and I was bound for the Tivoli. Chapter 3. I wish it to be understood that I make no excuses for myself at this particular stage of my chronicle. I am only conscious of a desire to tell the truth. Many of the stronger-minded will no doubt condemn me, many of those inclined to a rigid system of morality will be disgusted with me, but, however it may be, I will write plainly and without reserve. When I reeled out of the grub steak saloon I was in a peculiar state of exaltation. No longer was I conscious of the rasping cold, and it seemed to me I could have couched me in the deep snow as cosily as in a bed of down. Surpassingly brilliant were the lights. They seemed to convey to me a portentous wink. They twinkled with jovial cheer. What a desirable place the world was, after all. With an ebullient sense of eloquence, of extravagant oratory, I longed for a sympathetic ear. An altruistic emotion pervaded me. Who would suspect, thought I, as I walked a little too circumspectly amid the throng, that my heart was aglow, that I was tensing my muscles in the pride of their fitness, that my brain was a bewildering kaleidoscope of thoughts and images. Gramophones were braying in every conceivable key. Brazen women were leering at me. Pot-bellied men regarded me furtively. Alluringly the gambling dens and dancing dives invited me. The town was a giant spider drawing in its prey, and I was the prey, it seemed. Others there were in plenty, men with the eager, wistful eyes, but who was there so eager and wistful as I? And I didn't care any more. Strike up the music. On with the dance. Only one life have we to live. Ah! There was the Tivoli. To the right as I entered was a palatial bar set off with burnished brass, beveled mirrors and glittering, vari-colored pyramids of costly liqueurs. Up to the bar men were bellying, and the bartenders in white jackets were mixing drinks with masterly dexterity. It was a motley crowd. There were men in broadcloth and fine linen, men in blue shirts and mud-stiffened overalls, grey-bearded elders and beardless boys. It was a noisy crowd, laughing, brawling, shouting, singing. Here was the foam of life, with never a hint of the muddy sediment underneath. To the left I had a view of the gambling room, a glimpse of green tables, of spinning balls, of cool men, with shades over their eyes, impassively dealing. There were huge wheels of fortune, keno tables, crap outfits, faro layouts, and, above all, the dainty, fascinating roulette. Everything was in full swing. Miners with flushed faces and a wild excitement in their eyes were plunging recklessly, others, calm, alert, anxious, were playing cautiously. Here and there were the fevered faces of women. Gold coin was stacked on the tables, while a man with a pair of scales was weighing dust from the tendered pokes. In front of me was a double swing door painted in white and gold, and, pushing through this, for the first time I found myself in a Dawson dance hall. I remember being struck by the gorgeousness of it, its glitter and its glow. Who would have expected, up in this bleak-visaged north, to find such a fairyland of a place? It was painted in white and gold, and set off by clusters of bunched lights. There was much elaborate scroll work and ornate decoration. Down each side, raised about 10 feet from the floor, and supported on gilt pillars, were little private boxes hung with curtains of heliotrope silk. At the further end of the hall was a stage, and here a vaudeville performance was going on. I sat down on a seat at the very back of the audience. Before me were row after row of heads, mostly rough, rugged and unwashed. Their faces were eager, rapt as those of children. They were enjoying, with the deep satisfaction of men who for many a weary month had been breathing the free, unbranded air of the wild. The sensuous odor of patchouli was strangely pleasant to them, the sight of a woman was thrillingly sweet, the sound of a song was ravishing. Looking at many of those toil-grooved faces one could see that there was no harm in their hearts. They were honest, uncouth, simple, they were just like children, the children of the wild. A woman of generous physique was singing in a shrill, nasal voice a pathetic ballad. She sang without expression, bringing her hands with monotonous gestures alternately to her breast. Her squat, matronly figure, beef from the heels up, looked singularly absurd in her short skirt. Her face was excessively overpainted, her mouth good-naturedly large, and her eyes out of their slit-like lids leered at the audience. "Ain't she great?" said a tall beanpole of a man on my right, as she finished off with a round of applause. "There's some class to her work." He looked at me in a confidential way, and his pale blue eyes were full of rapturous appreciation. Then he did something that surprised me. He tugged open his poker and, dipping into it, he produced a big nugget. Twisting this in a scrap of paper, he rose up, long, lean and awkward, and with careful aim he threw it on the stage. "Here ye are, Lulu," he piped in his shrill voice. The woman, turning in her exit, picked up the offering, gave her admirer a wide, gold-toothed smile, and threw him an emphatic kiss. As the man sat down I could see his mouth twisting with excitement, and his watery blue eyes snapped with pleasure. "By heck," he said, "she's great, ain't she? Many's the bottle of wine I've opened for that there girl. Guess she'll be glad when she hears old Henry's in town again. Henry's my name, Hard Pan Henry they call me, and I've got a claim on Hunker. Many's the wallopin' poke have I toted into town and blowed in on that there girl. And I just guess this one'll go the same gait. Well," says I, "what's the odds? I'm having a good time for my money. When it's gone there's lots more in the ground. It ain't got no legs. It can't run away." He chuckled and hefted his poke in a horny hand. There was a flutter of the heliotrope curtains, and the face of Lulu, peeping over the plush edge of a box, smiled bewitchingly upon him. With another delighted chuckle the old man went to join her. "Darned old fool," said a young man on my left. He looked as if his veins were chock full of health, his skin was as clear as a girl's, his eye honest and fearless. He was dressed in mackinaw, and wore a fur cap with drooping ear flaps. "He's the greatest mark in the country," the youth went on. "He's got no more brains than God gave geese. All the girls are onto him. Before he can turn round that old bat up there will have him trimmed to a finish. He'll be doing flip-flaps, and singing way down on the Suwannee River standing on his head. Then the girl will pry him loose from his poke, and tomorrow he'll start off up the creek, teetering and swearing he's had a deuce of a good time. He's the easiest thing on earth." The youth paused to look on a new singer. She was a soubrette, trim, dainty and confident. She wore a blonde wig, and her eyes in their pits of black were alluringly bright. Paint was lavished on her face in violent dabs of rose and white, and the inevitable gold teeth gleamed in her smile. She wore a black dress trimmed with sequins, stockings of black, a black velvet band around her slim neck. She was greeted with much applause, and she began to sing in a fairly sweet voice. "That's Nellie Lestrange," said the youth. "She's a great rustler, touch the button Nell, they call her. They say that when she gets a J into a box it's all day with him. She's such a nifty wine winner," the end of her thumbs calloused pressing the button for fresh bottles. "Touch the button." Nell was singing a comic ditty of a convivial order. She put into it much vivacity, appealing to the audience to join in the chorus with a pleading, "Now all together, boys." She had tripping steps and dainty kicks that went well with the melody. When she went off half a dozen men rose in their places, and aimed nuggets at her. She captured them, then, with a final saucy flounce of her skirt, made her smiling exit. "By gosh," said the youth, "I wonder these fellows haven't got more savvy. You wouldn't catch me chucking away an ounce on one of those fairies." "No, sir. Nothing doing. I've got a $5,000 poke in the bank, and tomorrow I'll be on my way outside with a draft for every cent of it. A certain little farm way back in Vermont looks pretty good to me, and a little girl that don't know the use of face powder, bless her. She's waiting for me. The excitement of the liquor had died away in me, and what with the heat and smoke of the place, I was becoming very drowsy. I was almost dozing off to sleep when someone touched me on the arm. It was a Negro waiter I had seen dodging in and out of the boxes, and known as the Black Prince. "Dey's a lady up in the box wants to speak with ya, sir," he said politely. "Who is it?" I asked in surprise. "Miss Label, sir, Miss Birdie Label." I started. Who in the Klondike had not heard of Birdie Label, the eldest of the three sisters, who married Stillwater Willie? A thought flashed through me that she could tell me something of Berna. "All right," I said, "I'll come." I followed him upstairs, and in a moment I was ushered into the presence of the famous soubrette. "Hello, kid," she exclaimed, "sit down. I saw you in the audience and kinda took a notion to your face. How do ye do?" She extended a heavily bejeweled hand. She was plump, pleasant-looking, with a piquant smile and flaxen hair. I ordered the waiter to bring her a bottle of wine. "I've heard a lot about you," I said tentatively. "Yes, I guess so," she answered. "Most folks have up here. It's a sort of reflected glory. I guess if it hadn't been for Bill I'd never have got into the limelight at all." She sipped her champagne thoughtfully. "I came in here in '97, and it was then I met Bill. He was there with the coin all right. We got hitched up pretty quick, but he was such a mutt I soon got sick of him. Then I got skating round with another guy. Well, an egg famine came along. There was only 900 samples of hen fruit in town, and one store had a corner on them. I went down to buy some. Lord, how I wanted them eggs! I kept thinking how I'd have them done, shipwrecked, 2 on a raft or sunny side up, when who should come along but Bill. He sees what I want, and quick as a flash what does he do but buy up the whole bunch at $1 apiece. Now says he to me, if you want eggs for breakfast just come home where you belong. Well, say, I was just dying for them eggs, so I comes to my milk like a lady. I goes home with Bill. She shook her head sadly, and once more I filled up her glass. She prattled on with many a gracious smile, and I ordered another bottle of wine. In the next box I could hear the squeaky laugh of Hard Pan Henry and the teasing tones of his inamorator. The visits of the Black Prince to this box with fresh bottles had been fast and furious, and at last I heard the woman cry in a querulous voice, "Say, that black man coming in so often gives me a pain. Why don't you order a case?" Then the man broke in with his senile laugh, "All right, Lulu, whatever you say goes. Say, Prince, tote along a case, will you?" Surely, thought I, there's no fool like an old fool. A little girl was singing, a little, winsome girl with a sweet childish voice and an innocent face. How terribly out of place she looked in that palace of sin. She sang a simple, old-world song full of homely pathos and gentle feeling. As she sang she looked down on those furrowed faces, and I saw that many eyes were dimmed with tears. The rough men listened in rapt silence as the childish treble rang out, "Darling, I am growing old, silver threads among the gold shine upon my brow today, life is fading fast away." Then from behind the scenes a pure alto joined in, and the two voices, blending in exquisite harmony, went on, "But, my darling, you will be, always young and fair to me. Yes, my darling, you will be always young and fair to me." As the last echo died away, the audience rose as one man, and a shower of nuggets pelted on the stage. Here was something that touched their hearts, stirred in them strange memories of tenderness, brought before them half-forgotten scenes of fireside happiness. "It's a shame to let that kid work in the halls," said Miss Label. There were tears in her eyes, too, and she hurriedly blinked them away. Then the curtain fell. Men were clearing the floor for the dance, so, bidding the lady adieu, I went downstairs. Chapter 4. I found the youth awaiting me. "Say, partner," said he, "I was just getting a bit anxious about you. I thought sure that Fairy had you in tow for a sucker. I'm going to stay right with you, and you're